Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Diane was nodding her head to the rhythm of the music coming from the speakers. She mentioned it was a song from a drama's OST or something. Having neither heard the song nor watched the drama, I couldn't offer much more than a simple "oh, I see," but I could understand why Diane was so into it. Even to someone like me who knew nothing about it, the song was lively and fun. Not that I would start bobbing my head or tapping my fingers along like the person next to me. Isn't she going to bump her head at this rate? As Diane's movements grew more intense, I couldn't help but speak up. Is it safe to move around like that? Isn't it dangerous? I have the auto drive feature on, so it's fine. Then she added, back in the day, even with auto drive, you had to keep your hands on the wheel. But now, technology has improved so much that you don't even need to sit in the driver's seat. It's perfectly legal. Really? I tilted my head, unsure. If that's the case, why even have a driver's seat? There are still situations that require manual control, like emergencies or when you need to get somewhere fast. Anyway, this feature's safety has already been proven. Since it was implemented, traffic accidents have dropped dramatically. If it wasn't safe, the government wouldn't have approved it, right? If it's that safe, shouldn't accidents not happen at all? Oh, come on, that's too much to expect. If someone crashes into you like a maniac from behind, it's hard to avoid that. Even a person couldn't dodge that. So, just relax and enjoy. I was never really worried. She gave a small smirk. Judging by that smug look, she probably thought it was cute that I was acting unafraid when I was supposedly scared moments ago. But really, I wasn't scared in the slightest. What reason did I have to be afraid? Even if there's an accident, I won't get hurt. Do you think I learned mana just for show? Of course, the severity of the accident would matter, but if I got hurt in a minor car crash, even Edel's snake would laugh at me from the afterlife. Besides, I didn't buy this car with my own money, so I don't need to worry about that, either. People who have nothing to lose have nothing to fear. Diane's eyes widened as she took in my words. So that means. She sounded shaken as if something had hit her. You weren't scared, you were worried about me. Huh. Her words were so unexpected that I tilted my head again. Oblivious to my confusion, Diane continued, feigning a teary voice. So, you mean you're fine, but you were worried I might get hurt in an accident, right? Not at all. Sniff Kana, you're so kind-hearted it's bringing me to tears. I told you, it's not like that. Diane raised a hand to wipe her eyes, which were dry as ever. She clearly had no intention of listening to my actual words. I couldn't even begin to guess what logic brought her to that conclusion, so I gave up trying to understand her. As long as you're happy, Diane. Everyone's free to think what they want. And it's always the warm sunlight, not the icy northern winds, that makes a traveler shed their coat. Seeing Diane smile foolishly to herself, my gaze softened. That look hurts. I was definitely giving her a warm, sunlit look, yet Diane, who had been lost in her own fantasy, suddenly fell back to cold reality. How strange. As Diane's over-the-top excitement died down, the music in the car changed to a more soothing tune, as if it could read our mood. As I blankly stared at the passing scenery outside, Diane, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. Hey, Kana. Yeah, that thing called mana, could I use it too? Mana? You mean this? Yeah, that. I let a little mana spark up at my fingertip, and Diane eagerly nodded. Why the interest in mana? It's cool, and it seems really useful. Like you said earlier, even if there's an accident, you wouldn't get hurt. Yeah, it is useful. If nothing else, being able to protect yourself alone makes it a very appealing skill. Although, reaching that level would take a fair amount of time. As Diane looked at me with hopeful eyes, I nodded slowly. This world, Earth, originally didn't have mana, but ever since Cilia became linked to it, mana has started emerging here. People just haven't realized it yet. With effort, you might be able to use it. Really? Then could you teach me? Teaching isn't the hard part, but are you sure you can manage it? You couldn't even grasp it back in Cilia. Oh, of course, your real body wasn't in Cilia, so it might be different this time, but considering that you had system assistance back then, it might not be that different. It would definitely be challenging. Still want to try learning. When I gave her a look that said as much, Diane hesitated for a long while before finally nodding with a determined expression. If it's okay with you, I'd like to learn. Sure. Got it. Really? You promise? I said yes. Even if you end up crying and want to quit, I won't go easy on you. That's kind of scary. Since it's not difficult for me, there's no reason to refuse. Although, who knows what might happen in the future. I hope nothing bad happens, though. It's just a wish. I can't guarantee that what I'm worried about won't come true. Gathering my thoughts, I looked at Diane, who was now gazing at me with a mix of fear and anticipation. We're starting as soon as we arrive. See, couldn't we wait until we get back home? Nope. Diane pouted. Screech. After hours on the road, the car finally came to a stop. Just as Diane had said, the auto drive feature had safely taken us to our destination. It feels so good to be out. As soon as we arrived, Dayan threw open the car door and stretched her arms high. Judging by her refreshed expression, being cooped up in the car must have been pretty uncomfortable. I felt the same, so I stretched as soon as I got out of the car. It was fast and convenient, but it left me feeling a bit restless. Still, it was much better than a carriage. Suddenly, while I was lost in thought and stretching my arms, a peculiar sensation touched my hand, raised toward the sky. Startled, I tried to pull my hand back. Ahaha, gotcha? Sorry. What are you doing? Realizing it was Dayan's hand holding mine, I frowned slightly. If you're going to stretch, do it properly. Reach up on your tiptoes like this. That's how you grow taller. I'm not stretching to grow taller, just loosening up. So that's it, another jab about my height. Does she even realize that the more she jokes about this, the more trouble it's going to bring her later on? She must not realize it. Looking at her, I briefly wondered if maybe she secretly enjoyed the idea of future pain, though, surprisingly, Dayan was not the type to enjoy suffering. I watched her with a sympathetic look as she cluelessly invited trouble upon herself, then twisted my hand free from hers. As if celebrating my newfound freedom, a cool breeze brushed past my cheek. The air is so refreshing, isn't it? Yeah, it really is. The air in Seoul could never be described as pleasant. It always felt smoky and stifling, like breathing through a haze of magi. But here, far from the city and halfway up a mountain, the air that filled my lungs was remarkably fresh. I love being able to take in fresh air like this. It's such a sharp reminder that we're somewhere different, away from the usual. I'm sure others would just say, air is air, stop being so dramatic, but still? Kana, why are you so quiet? Is something wrong? What could possibly be wrong? Not at all. It's definitely not because Dayan's words hit too close to home. I mean it, really. I wasn't thinking anything that bad. I was just wondering if you could really feel it that deeply, so I paused to take in the air myself. I quickly changed the subject. Is that part of why you like traveling so much, Dayan? One of the reasons, yeah. Like I said before, I spent so much time in the hospital when I was younger that I just wanted to get out and see places. Then, as she spoke, Dayan gave a slight smile. Plus, experiencing new cultures and ways of life helps me realize my life isn't the only one out there. Things I thought didn't matter start to look different too. I guess you could say my perspective broadens. It just opens my mind up, and I love that feeling. When Dayan finished, a short silence fell between us. I thought back to her excitement each time we arrived in a new city. Did she feel that same way when traveling through Cilia? As I mulled it over, I shook my head slightly. I don't really get it. In Sedeth, Baltora, or any other towns we visited, I could tell they were different from where I was from, but I never felt my perspective expanding like Dayan described. It's like when someone with a heavy burden doesn't have the luxury to take in the scenery. You were probably too burdened at the time, Kana. That's probably it. Yeah, I'm sure that's it. Dayan squatted in front of me, bringing our eyes slightly out of alignment. She must have noticed it too because she awkwardly straightened up. So, my dream is to one day go traveling with you, Kana. I want to show you everything I've seen, heard, and felt. Though, right now, it might be a bit difficult. Because Kana has something she needs to do first, right? But once things settle down, want to go on a trip together? Maybe that sounded too much like a flag. Dayan extended her pinky finger toward me with a slightly bashful smile. Honestly, I raised an eyebrow and let out a soft smile. Every time she says something nice, she has to spoil the moment. But this time, instead of giving her a hard time, I raised my own pinky finger. Yeah, let's do it. Our pinkies intertwined, and before long, we both started chuckling softly. It's a promise now. Even if you later change your mind or try to back out, I won't let you. Dayan threw back my words from earlier, right back at me. If you're offering to pay, why would I refuse? Why you bratty little Kana? Did you really have to say that in such a touching moment? Does ruining the mood make you happy? Who's the one to talk? Underscore 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 underscore. The camping ground was silent, with not a single person around. Yet, I didn't feel lonely or desolate in the slightest. If it were someone else here instead of me, wouldn't they feel the same way? After all, anyone who went out of their way to find such a secluded campsite would likely be someone seeking a quiet escape from the gaze of others. Don't you think so? Eek. Sadly, Dayan seemed too out of it to respond. I clicked my tongue as I watched her unfocused black eyes wobbling unsteadily. Why are you acting like this when I didn't even make you do anything difficult? Hick. Is she an animal? The sounds Dayan made were becoming less and less human as time passed. If this continued, would she regress to a monkey? I'd actually like to see that. Of course, something like that wouldn't actually happen. Let's stop here. Heek. The moment I removed my hand from her neck, Dayan slumped down like a puppet with its strings cut. You're so dramatic. I wish I were just being dramatic. You are. It didn't even hurt, did it? Am I wrong? It didn't hurt, but I don't know. It was just an indescribably strange feeling. Dayan, sprawled over the small table, shuddered. As I took a seat in the chair beside her, Dayan's head turned towards me. This wasn't what I expected at all. I was imagining sitting cross-legged and meditating or channeling energy through my body, or at least swinging a sword until I could feel the mana. Channeling energy. I wasn't sure what that even meant, but whatever it was, it clearly wasn't what I had done. What I'd actually done was let my mana flow onto Dayan. To be precise, it wasn't quite like channeling it inside her, rather, I allowed it to gently touch her skin. Like pouring water over oneself while bathing. I wouldn't normally teach it this way, either. I didn't know how wizards learned this stuff myself. Since it's a path one can't even begin without innate talent, I could only guess they'd sense mana instinctively before they even started. However, the path of a swordsman is different. Learning to use mana this way wouldn't be useful anyway. Huh? What do you mean? If you're a swordsman, you should know how to wield your body, right? What's the point if you only know how to use mana? It's not like mana can cast spells. Oh, so you're saying you have to unify body and mind to truly wield power. Where did you even pick up something like that? From a book. Want to read it, too, Kana. Maybe later. I wasn't so sure about viewing mana through the mind, but it wasn't entirely off topic, so I nodded. Just like using mana to strengthen the body is pointless if you don't make contact, a solid foundation in physical techniques is necessary for it to have meaning. Also, as your senses become more honed through training, you naturally become sensitive to the flow of mana around you, making such a roundabout method unnecessary. I see. Huh? But why did you do it this way for me? There are plenty of reasons for that. There wasn't enough time to go through all of them. With the sun dipping low beyond the mountains, it seemed like evening wasn't far off. And I couldn't ruin our dinner plans by explaining things all night when Dayan had already said, I prepared premium meat for tonight, so look forward to it. Besides, Dayan, you aren't trying to learn mana to fight, right? While I think there's no harm in knowing how to fight, this country is practically a paradise compared to the blood-soaked, scream-filled land of Cilia. Time was undeniably too short to do things properly. Moreover, if things continued the way the administrator and Edel intended, the current imbalance between body and mana would eventually be reconciled to some extent. I thought it'd be better to at least teach you the basics quickly, instead of taking too long on this. Kana, you always have everything planned out, don't you? Did you think I was teaching you without any thought? A little. What? No, I didn't mean you're clueless, Kana. It's just, you know, there's that saying that geniuses can't understand the minds of ordinary people, and you're the genius among geniuses, Kana. Plus, being good with a sword doesn't necessarily mean you're a good teacher. Logically, it made sense, but for some reason, it was incredibly irritating to hear. Have you already forgotten who taught you in Cilia? Actually, that just makes me trust you less. Looks like I have to really put you through the ringer now. Ugh, no, but that's not fair, Kana. It's your fault. It's my fault. Yes, Dayan yelled back. Crossing my arms, I waited to hear what she had to say, and she raised her voice, sounding frustrated. You said you'd teach me swordsmanship, but then you just threw me into fights with other people? And just when I was getting used to that, you started sparring with me yourself. What I wanted was a gentle teacher, Kana, not a terrifying drill sergeant. Listening to her complaints, I slowly uncrossed my arms. Hearing her vent like this made me almost feel. No, not really. It worked, though, didn't it? Dayan's face crumpled as she took the hit. Ugh, yeah, I guess. And if I recall correctly, I didn't just throw you into sparring right from the start. I remembered correcting her sloppy form because I just couldn't stand watching it any longer. Where was all this exaggeration coming from? I was wrong. Dayan raised a white flag. As an offering of apology, I humbly present this chocolate to you. Please forgive me. Just this once. Normally, someone who failed a rebellion deserves the death penalty, but since she seemed genuinely remorseful, I'd let it slide just this once. With that minor commotion resolved, we busied ourselves preparing dinner. Dayan went to the pile of firewood stacked at the edge of the campsite, grabbing a bundle and starting a fire, while pulling out various tools with unknown purposes. As I helped her carry the supplies, I casually asked her a question. Do you always do it this way? What do you mean? Oh, you mean the preparations? Not always like this. Dayan, crouching to poke between the logs, straightened up. Sometimes, if I want to relax, I'll go to a glamping site or even a hotel. But today, I came here on purpose to remind myself of when we used to travel together, Kana. Back then, we had to prepare everything ourselves, right? Though it hadn't been that long ago, Dayan looked at me with a nostalgic gaze, as if recalling a distant past. Memories, is it? It wasn't too bad, right? Now that I think of it, I wonder how Celine is doing. She's probably eating well and living her best life. That's so cold. It's not cold, it's the truth. Someone as capable as Celine would have a hard time not thriving. Ugh, I was just wondering how she was doing. Do you have to respond so harshly? Pouting, Dayan placed the meat on the grill. Before long, the scent of roasting meat filled the air around us. It wouldn't be surprising if the smell attracted some wild animals. The smell was so intense it felt like it could attract wild animals. Though it wasn't my first time grilling meat outdoors, why did it feel so much more mouth-watering? Or maybe it's because I already know how good it's going to taste. Without Dayan noticing, I swallowed the saliva gathering in my mouth. In Cilia, it's more important to know whether someone is alive rather than how they're living. Oh, in Cilia, there aren't many ways to contact people who are far away. Of course, it's different for the wealthy, but not everyone has that kind of money. Since anything can happen at any time, you simply wish for everyone's survival. You can catch up on what they've been up to when you reunite. Hearing this, Dayan, who had been busy grilling, dropped her arms, looking gloomy. Why are you apologizing all of a sudden? I called you cold-hearted without knowing all that. Oh, come on. That's hardly something to apologize for. Feeling sorry over something so trivial. I wasn't saying it to make you feel bad. Besides, I know I can be a bit blunt. Dad used to say it to me all the time too. He'd always ask why his daughter had to be so curt. I've heard it so many times by now that hearing it again didn't even faze me. So don't worry about it. Kana, if you keep worrying, the meat's going to burn. If it burns, I won't forgive you. The tears that had been welling up in Dayan's eyes dried up as quickly as a desert. Seriously. With a sigh, Dayan flipped the meat with her tongs. Fortunately, the bottom side, facing the fire, had taken on a delicious color. Yeah, just like you said, Kana, she's probably doing fine. And worst case, we can always go see her in Laxia. Laxia. Oh, did I forget to tell you? Celine said she'd stay in Laxia to finish some business. Right. Got it. You don't seem too surprised. There's nothing surprising about it. Celine staying in Laxia was hardly a big deal. I'd already heard that Edel had given her some tasks, so there was no reason to be surprised. Dayan, who had been absorbed in grilling, suddenly wore a bittersweet smile. I wish Kana could come to Celia too. I can go, you know. You can. Dayan's eyes widened at my response before she let out an "oh" as if she'd realized something. Oh, right. You could use a capsule. No, that won't work. There's no way an artificially created body could properly contain me. Then, how do you go? Like this? Sometimes seeing is believing. I picked up a stray branch and swung it, and the scene beyond the campfire split open. Seeing the exotic view on the other side, Dayan's mouth fell open. It's not something I can do often, but it's not completely impossible. After all, my body over there is technically dead. It may look simple, but there are a lot of details to consider. It doesn't look simple at all. Dayan muttered with a serious face as I shrugged and popped a piece of meat into my mouth. You can eat like that? Yep. Of course, I could. The meat really was as high quality as she'd promised. It melted in my mouth. Underscore 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 underscore. Tap. Huh. A small knocking sound broke my thoughts as I finished eating. A cold touch grazed my hair, making me look up at the sky. Oh, it's raining. It seemed Dayan had felt the drops too, as she followed my gaze upward. Then, she tilted her head. They didn't say it'd rain today, so it'll probably stop soon. Drip drip drip. AHH. Wow. Impressive. No sooner had Dayan spoken than the sparse drops turned into a steady rain, soaking the ground. Changing the weather with a single word, isn't that real magic? Of course, it wasn't actually raining because of what Dayan said, but the timing was uncanny. We quickly retreated into the tent to avoid the downpour. Pitter-patter. The raindrops relentlessly pounded on the tent roof, as if bitter about missing us. This is weird. The weather wasn't supposed to be like this. Yeah, it's strange. Rain poured down on what had been a clear night, with stars dotting the sky. Sure, the weather can be fickle, but it was still disappointing. Looking up at a starlit sky has a certain charm, something I hadn't done properly since coming back to Earth. Kana, did you know? Actually, the stars you're seeing might just be satellites. Satellites are artificial structures that orbit. Did you really have to bring that up right now? Pfft, just kidding. There used to be rumors about it, but when it was proven false, they mostly faded. So, you're really looking at stars. Wow, truly fascinating. Thanks so much for telling me. Anytime. Never mind. Instead of engaging in her silly banter, I turned my gaze outside the tent. I watched as raindrops fell outside the extended canopy, hitting the ground in thick streams. The rain was so heavy that a shallow depression was already filling and overflowing. I considered waiting for the rain to stop before going out again, but it didn't look like it would be stopping anytime soon. Thud. You going to sleep? Yeah. It's late, and there's nothing else to do. Right, it is pretty late. I guess it's about time we turned in. Following my words, Dayan bustled around, changing into her pajamas. While she was doing that, I lay down in the sleeping spot I had already prepared. It wasn't as soft and cozy as home, but compared to the days when I slept on the bare ground, it was practically like a royal bed. As I nestled into the sleeping bag, listening to the rain, Kana, wake up. What? A gentle touch shook me awake, accompanied by a soft voice. Had the rain stopped already? I listened carefully, but the sound of raindrops hitting the tent roof was gone. It had been a decent lullaby. Time for breakfast. I was thinking of making something quick with the leftover meat from last night. You're not interested. Why are we calling this breakfast at this hour? It's barely been any time since dinner, and I just laid down to sleep. Why are you already talking about breakfast? Dayan's words were obviously nonsense. I dismissed her talk as her usual nonsense, grumbling irritably as I buried myself back into the sleeping bag. Then, Dayan's voice dropped in tone. Why breakfast at this hour? It's precisely because it's morning? The sun's already high up. What? It's actually later than usual. Springing up, I shot up out of the sleeping bag. The outside, which had been dark earlier, was now brightly lit. I blinked in confusion, trying to make sense of the situation. How come? PFF, you fell asleep the moment you lay down, didn't you even notice morning had come? You're saying I fell asleep. I was certain I had just closed my eyes for a second. Yup. You probably didn't dream of how tense I was all night, Kana. You were so deeply asleep that I was actually worried someone might just carry you off. So, really, if you got a good night's rest, it's all thanks to me. Sigh. Ignoring Dayan's smug expression, I started moving to head outside the tent, following the sound of the birds. Hey, Kana, are you really going outside in your pajamas? You need to change first. It doesn't really matter, does it? Tisk, you should listen to your older sister. A girl shouldn't act so carelessly. You shouldn't reveal too much skin, you know. Really? You think I'm showing skin? I looked down at what I was wearing. The sleeves covered half of my hands, and the pants went down to my ankles. Plus, I'd buttoned everything snugly. It doesn't seem like it. Besides, there's no one else around, anyway. But you never know. What if we suddenly run into someone hiking? Fine, fine. I wasn't going far, just a few steps out, but she was making a fuss about it. Covering my ears with my hands in resignation, I grabbed a jacket and put it on. Happy now. Tisk. Ignoring Dayan's disapproving glance, I went outside. Squelch. The ground squished with a soft, wet sound as I stepped on it. Looking at the puddles everywhere, it seemed the rain had continued after I fell asleep. Maybe that's why the air felt so much fresher with each breath. As I took in the nature around me, Dayan, who had followed me out, began moving busily. In no time, she whipped up a hearty meal by frying the leftover meat and rice into a stir-fry, and even added some broth from a packet she'd brought. She moved so swiftly that a decent breakfast was soon ready. To my surprise, there was more leftover food than I remembered. Quite a bit, actually. Each spoonful of rice brought up a piece of meat, which was pretty satisfying. Hey, you're really enjoying it. Is it good? Yeah. Then, want to try some veggies? No thanks. Trying to sneak them in, huh? Not a chance. After finishing our modest but satisfying breakfast, we began packing up the campsite where we had spent the night. Camping is great and all, but the cleanup is such a pain. Oh, Kana? You're not supposed to take that out like that. After packing up the tent and gathering the trash, we found that time had flown by. Should we just have lunch here before heading back? If you're up for doing the dishes one more time, I won't stop you. Gore. Clearly not thrilled with the idea of washing dishes again, Dayan climbed into the car. The ride back home felt a bit calmer compared to the trip there. Home, huh. The word popped into my mind, and a quiet chuckle escaped my lips. Pfft. What did you say? I shook my head. Nothing, really. Well, if you say so, Kana. Anyway, should we stop at a rest area on the way back? We can fill up on gas and grab some tasty snacks. Stopping is fine with me. Not that she needed my permission. Still, something about it felt off. It was like she was assuming I wouldn't say no. You don't seriously think I'd say yes to anything just because you mention food, right? Why aren't you answering? Of course not. No way would I think that. Haha. Look me in the eye and say it straight. Keeping your eyes off the road is dangerous, you know. Coming from someone who danced while driving, that's rich. I wasn't dancing. I was just caught up in the mood. So that's why she'd been baiting me with food every time she suggested something. Now it all made sense. As I glared at Dayan, who was pretending not to notice, she kept driving smoothly down the road. It's sweet. But it's good, right? I could never finish it alone, but it's perfect sharing with you, Kana. We stopped at a rest area along the way and picked up a snack called deli manju to share. I think I might have vaguely had it ages ago. Whatever, it's pointless to dwell on something I barely remember. After munching through a skewer of rice cakes and sausages, I felt comfortably full. Hold still for a moment. Swoosh. Got it. Hehe, with sauce smeared on your mouth like that, you really are like a kid, aren't you? Then doesn't that make you a kid too, Dayan? When did that happen? Mocking me without realizing she had bright red sauce on her lips, how fitting. Watching her, flustered and wiping her mouth, brought a crooked smile to my face. When did this happen? Dummy. Gasp. Suddenly, Dayan took a deep breath and, with a completely serious tone, asked. Could you say that one more time? What? That word, the one you just said. Just once more, please. Dummy. I mean, if she's asking, sure, but why would she want me to say that again? While I tilted my head in confusion, Dayan suddenly burst out. This isn't the same. You scared me. One more time? Just one more time, please. I already did it once. But why do you even want me to do it? I want to record it because it was so cute. What you just did was cute, but the first one was absolutely adorable. Can you do it like that just once more? No, I won't do it. Never. Ugh. So that's what this was all about? I thought it was something serious. Shaking my head, I saw Dayan pouting with her lips stuck out. Guess I'll just have to dismantle the black box. I don't know what a black box is, but I can tell that Dayan is planning something foolish. If only she wasn't driving. I smacked my lips, consoling myself over the missed opportunity. Even while we were playing around, the car continued to move, and before we knew it, we entered familiar streets. I haven't been here many times, yet it feels comfortable. Is it because I subconsciously find this place to be home? After a quick procedure, the car stopped in the underground parking lot. Do we need to take this? Oh, no. It's too big to keep at home, so let's just leave it here. Okay. Even after only grabbing the essentials, both hands were full. After all, it seemed wrong to leave Dayan to carry all the luggage by herself, especially after all her effort from planning to the entire trip. Helping her carry the bags, I stepped into the elevator with her. Did you enjoy it? While watching the numbers on the display change rapidly, Dayan suddenly leaned in and asked. It was a sudden question, but I understood right away what she was asking about. So, I nodded. Yeah, it was fun. Hehe. I'm glad you had fun. Dayan's wide eyes softened into a gentle smile. Ding. The elevator doors opened as we reached our floor. All right. We picked up the luggage we had set down for a moment and carried it out. With home right in front of her, Dayan's previously weary steps became light once again. Humming a little tune, Dayan opened the door. We're back. As always, Dayan left the customary greeting when returning home. Normally, I'd be the one to respond to her greeting, but since I had gone out with her, there was no one left to answer. Yes, you're back now. That's how it should have been. But then, a strange voice echoed from inside the supposedly empty home. Caught off guard, Dayan froze on the spot. I tightened my grip on the luggage, heightening my alertness. Footsteps sounded, and soon the owner of the voice revealed herself. Oh my. The middle-aged woman who appeared opened her eyes wide upon seeing me. There was something familiar about her face. While I was staring at her face, wondering why she seemed familiar, the answer suddenly came to me from an unexpected place. Mom. That's why. No wonder she seemed so familiar. Seeing her face, which made me think, this is probably what Dayan will look like when she's older, I nodded in understanding. Underscore. Oh dear. Kim Yirim. To Dayan, she is Mrs. Kim Yirim, or simply Mom, as Dayan affectionately calls her. Yirim exaggeratedly grabbed her lower back as if feeling some ache. Am I getting old? In her early 20s, she had met someone she loved, married young, and had a child, making her relatively young among parents with grown-up children. But while she was younger than other parents with children of a similar age, she wasn't exactly that young anymore. My daughter doesn't even show her face. Sigh, I guess when you're old, it's time to just. Yirim, with a face that looked quite young for her age, muttered words that she didn't truly mean as she briskly continued on her way. Since her only daughter hadn't been visiting, she had no choice but to come herself. It had been quite some time since she last saw her daughter's face, so she figured the side dishes she'd brought before must be all gone by now. Clatter. The containers of side dishes clinked dully against each other inside the shopping bag she carried slung over her shoulder. She's probably been eating whatever is convenient, as usual. What is she planning to do if she doesn't take care of herself? Although the illness that had plagued Dayan was long gone, to Yirim, Dayan was still a naive and fragile child. Carrying all the things she'd packed, Yirim finally reached her daughter's place. She had been expecting the place to look a mess, as usual. But when she opened the door, she let out a curious sound. The room, although not perfectly spotless, was surprisingly neat. More things had been added since her last visit, yet the room seemed tidier than before. Did I tell her I was coming? It wasn't like she'd planned this visit, she had come on a whim. After a moment's thought, Yirim shrugged. Well, it wasn't a pigsty, so there was no reason to complain. Thinking perhaps her daughter had finally matured, she went to put away the side dishes she'd brought into the fridge. Oh my, why is there so much junk food? Eating this kind of stuff isn't good for you, you know. Though she frowned with disapproval, she continued tidying up. But where has she gone off to now? After all the containers were placed in the fridge and the shopping bag was empty, another thought crossed her mind. If she hadn't cared about her daughter, she wouldn't have come to her house with food herself. It wasn't that she lacked concern, she simply knew her daughter loved wandering around. Does she even have plans to get married? She wished her daughter would finally settle down. But since she was the kind of child who had more things she couldn't do than things she could, it was hard to hold her back when she wanted to pursue what she loved. And so, Yirim once again buried her wishes within herself. She found herself hoping her daughter might find a nice husband while out on her travels. Sigh, I'm home. They say if you speak of the tiger, it will appear, and sure enough, Dillian's voice floated in from the entrance. Yes, you're finally home. Yirim muttered with a hint of resentment, but her face lit up with a warm smile as she heard her daughter's familiar voice. Rushing out to greet her daughter, she was met with a familiar face. Oh my. And next to her, she saw a small, pink-haired girl clutching her belongings tightly, her eyes filled with cautious curiosity as she looked up at Yirim. It's been a while since I made something like this, so I hope it's alright. Does it suit your taste? It's not too hard, is it? Yes, it. Pfft. That way of talking is so weird. You didn't just say goo goo gaga, did you? As if I'd say that. I shot Dillian a sharp look for making such an absurd comment. Even though I had no trouble speaking casually to Edel when I first met her, it wasn't as easy with the woman in front of me, that is, Dillian's mom. How to put it? She just had this inexplicable aura. As I crunched on my cookie, trying to read the situation, she gave me a warm smile and said, if it doesn't feel natural, you can speak casually. Okay. As for what you can call me. Why not try Ajama, ma'am? Ajama refers to a middle-aged or older married woman. It's sometimes translated as aunt, but it doesn't refer to a close family relationship. Hold on a second. Dayan, who had been grinning brightly, interjected. Not Ajama, how about this? Since Kana is like my little sister, she should call you mom? Go on, try saying it. Slap? What do you mean, mom? Stop being silly and behave yourself. Ow, can't I even make a joke? Dayan let out a groan, clutching the spot on her back where her mom had smacked her. It was a sight that just lifted my mood. But even her mom's stern hand couldn't hold Dayan back. Recovering quickly, Dayan jumped up and protested. Having a cute daughter like Kana should make you happy, right? Actually, Mrs. Kim Yerim should be grateful. Wow, is this what they mean on the internet by a fire tribute child? As I watched in awe of her daring words, her mom nodded. I suppose you're right. Is that really something you should agree with? I was caught off guard by her response, which was so far out of the expected range that I was briefly left speechless. Ah, right. That warm smile had made me momentarily forget, but the person in front of me was indeed Dayan's mom. In that case, maybe it made sense after all. Thinking this, the questions that had been swirling in my mind melted away. But this child, was her name Kana? Yes. Then Kana must have her own parents. With such a lovely child, they must have cherished you dearly. If you were to call me mom, it might make your parents who raised you feel hurt. As a mother, I couldn't do that to them. Oh, Dayan gulped audibly. Though I didn't mind at all, Dayan suddenly covered her mouth, glancing at me with a look of concern, making the atmosphere feel a bit strange. Why are you acting like that? From what I had observed so far, Dayan's mom was quite perceptive. And judging from her reaction, it seemed my hunch was right, as she cautiously asked, so, about that, parents, aren't here. Even though she said I could speak comfortably, there was still some hesitation. As I stumbled through my words, Dayan's eyes softened with sympathy, perhaps misunderstanding my awkwardness. It really didn't matter to me, though. While it was true I didn't have the best memories of my birth parents, the memories had faded a lot by now, and thinking of my father, Garrett still left an ache in my heart, but I had resolved to move forward. I couldn't let myself be trapped in the past forever. My birth parents passed away long ago, and my father died a few years ago. Birth parents? Father. Yerim's eyes spun, unable to keep up with the rapid information that poured out. Mom, could you come here for a second? Unable to watch any longer, Dayan took her mom's hand and disappeared into another room. I could have listened in if I wanted, but I chose not to bother. After a short while, the door opened again. Ajama, now seated before me once more, looked at me with slightly reddened eyes. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Or has Dayan been bothering you at all? If she's giving you trouble, just let me know, and I'll scold her properly. Mom. The already warm atmosphere grew even cozier. Listening to her voice, now soft enough to melt, I tugged at Dayan's clothes and whispered just loud enough for her to hear. What exactly did you say? Oh, I just told her about your past. I couldn't tell the whole truth, so I adjusted it a bit. Come to think of it, I didn't get your permission before sharing. Sorry. It's fine. If you hadn't said it, I would have, so it doesn't matter. My mom is naturally pretty sensitive. Seems that way. Whispering, Dayan filled me in on the details. I had to admit, my past wasn't exactly pleasant. But I couldn't help but think, was it really something to react this way over? Having an unpleasant past doesn't necessarily mean it's uncommon. In Cilia, there were many people with pasts similar to mine and even more with worse ones. A long time ago, during the days I spent in back alleys, the group I belonged to was a prime example of that. But that was in Cilia. If something like that happened in Korea, it would have been a huge deal. Really? I guess that's true. Different worlds, different perspectives. You should be helping someone like her, not the other way around. Really? I told you, there were circumstances. Circumstances? What kind of circumstances could justify relying on a child like that? And you think you can talk back? Ouch, ouch. I'm not a child, though. I didn't know exactly how Dayan had explained it, but seeing her get smacked on the back repeatedly and crying out, I figured it was probably fine. As long as it all worked out in the end, that's what matters. It's not fine at all. I thought I faintly heard Dayan's shout, but perhaps it was just my imagination. Did my past really leave such a deep impression? So, you're planning to live with Kana from now on? Yes. She has some relatives, but they're too busy to properly take care of her. So I volunteered. Oh, really? Good for you? Even upon hearing that her daughter would be living with a stranger, she accepted it without hesitation. There was a minor inconvenience where Edel became my relative for explanation's sake, but I managed to hold it together. In that case, you'll need more side dishes, right? You'll also need extra money for the two of you to live. How about I give you a bit of allowance? No, thanks. You know I earn plenty on my own. Despite Dayan's insistence that they could make do with what they had, her mom went out to buy more groceries and ended up setting up a big spread. It's nice to see you eating so well. Here, try this too. Mom, Kana doesn't eat vegetables. Oh dear, picky eating isn't good for you. Throughout the meal, she kept looking at me with a pleased expression. It would be a lie to say it wasn't a bit overwhelming, but it wasn't all that bad. Well then, I'll be heading out now, but if Dayan bothers you, make sure to tell me. You saved my number, right? Yes. Who's bothering who? All right. Call me if you need anything. I'll be back soon. No, don't come. Ignoring Dayan's protest, her mom got in the elevator. Watching the doors close and the elevator descend, Dayan muttered. Seriously, I wonder who her real daughter is. If she was going to be like this, why did she scold me? Dayan. Yeah. How old did you tell her I am, exactly? She looked at me like I was a complete child. Did she exaggerate my age? With that meaning in mind, I asked, and Dayan shook her head. I didn't lie about that. Anyway, it's true that Kana's not an adult yet, right? So mom probably thinks she should look after you. Oh, I see. Besides, Kana is really tiny. Die. Pinch. Ow. She just had to say one more thing to get herself in trouble. Just like her mom earlier, I ignored Dayan as she clutched her side and went into the house. Maybe it was just my imagination, but somehow, the house felt warmer than usual. Underscore 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 underscore. Kana, Canaria. Do you know what's bad about living separately from your parents? Tap, tap. Kana, Canaria. Do you know what's bad about living separately from your parents? Sigh. I let out a sigh and lowered my phone. Dayan was staring at me with an overly cheerful expression. Aren't you tired of this? She's asked the exact same question 4 times now. Word for word. Well, if you had answered, I wouldn't have to ask 4 times. Maybe it's time to give up. Giving up doesn't exist in my dictionary, and if it did, it'd only be when counting cabbage. What kind of concept is that? A brave leader concept. How is it? Does it suit me? It's silly. That can't be. Crash. A lightning bolt struck Dayan on the head. I thought it was perfect. Stop talking nonsense. So what is it you want to say? I already knew it would be something useless, but ignoring her would only make her keep pestering me. So I crossed my arms, ready to listen. Ahem. Well, you see, it's that you don't get to see your parents' faces often. Wow. Really? Did you know, Dayan? Since she just told me something so amazing, I thought it was only right to repay her. When you eat, you feel full. And when you sleep, you don't feel tired anymore. Amazing, right? When I responded indifferently, Dayan shouted. Hey, I'm being serious. What I said is true too. I'm not joking. Then began Dayan's monologue about how you only realize someone's absence after they're gone, how it feels oddly empty to live away from parents after a lifetime with them, and how even if they live close, you don't get to see them much because of work. Listening quietly, I spoke up as she was finishing. Isn't that just an excuse? Gah. She'd gone on and on, but wasn't that the gist of it? If you really don't have time, you could spare a bit and visit. You waste more time just loafing around. If you used that time to visit, you could have gone 10 more times. I'm hurt, Kana. Use that hurt to go pay them a visit instead. Hack. Dayan mimicked spitting blood. Then, with a sullen look, she muttered. Canaria's gotten so prickly. Preferring her phone over conversation, it must be her rebellious phase. Soon, she'll complain if her clothes get washed together with mine, slam doors, and demand an allowance instead of advice. Seriously, what are you talking about? More importantly, Kana, do you know what's good about living separately from your parents? What is it? Not having to see their faces so often. Looks like Dayan really does have a fire element. Burning bright, she could probably get through winter without a heater. When you live together, you inevitably start to get on each other's nerves. The little things build up, and sometimes that strains feelings. Living apart means you don't have reasons to fight, and it makes you appreciate each other more. Or so Dayan said. So, what's the point? Mom comes over way too often. With that, Dayan practically shouted, as if she'd been waiting for the moment. I mean, I'm happy to see her. Really, I am. But she comes over so often, and every time she brings more nagging along with her. And now, the fridge is so full of side dishes that I don't have room for anything else. I can't even keep my beer cold anymore. So, you went through all this trouble to say that. From ignoring my silence, to the stirring, grand speech, it was all just to build up to this one statement? I was honestly stunned. If it bothers you so much, why don't you just tell her to stop coming? That's not easy. If it was just about me, I'd tell her to stop, but she says she's worried about you. How can I turn that down? So that's how it is? That's right. Otherwise, my mom would have already stopped coming over. So, how about it? Could you talk to her for me? Talk to her about what? Just say something like, I'm fine, so you don't have to come by so often. The decision was quick. Nope. Why not? Because it's fun, obviously. Dayan collapsed, looking like she was in shock. She probably never even dreamed that I would refuse. But really, I don't have any reason to say anything. Unlike Dayan, I don't mind her mom's visits. Plus, every time she comes, I get to watch her smack Dayan on the back with gusto. It's the highlight of my day. No. If this goes on, my and Kana's cozy home will be overrun. Beep beep beep. The sound of the front door unlocking came just in time. A now familiar voice called out. Auntie's here? How have you been? Good. So it's Auntie's here now instead of Mom's here, who would enjoy being welcomed by a daughter who doesn't even greet her. Well, Kana doesn't greet you either. Ah, so jealous of a kid. Very mature of you. Ugh. As usual, today's mother-daughter exchange ended with Dayan's defeat. Even as the defeated party, Dayan kept pouting and tried one last desperate plea. Why do you come over so often? Really? Who was the one who kept bawling, saying I should come whenever I wanted? That was then. Dayan, were you crying? Oh, that's right. Kana, come here. You wouldn't believe how Dayan acted the first time she moved out on her own. Not listening. Did this girl eat a train whistle for breakfast? Dayan's anguished cry to protect her dignity filled the house. She kept shrieking until Auntie covered her ears, grimacing, and only then did Dayan finally quiet down. When Auntie took her hands away from her ears, she leaned over and whispered to me, If you're curious, I'll tell you later. Sure. Pat pat. She gave me a light pat on the head and headed into the kitchen. Lately, she'd been doing this every time she visited. Watching her, I started counting silently. It should be any moment now. 1, 2, 3. Oh my, look at this. Huh. Isn't 3 a bit too long? Not at all. My timing was perfect, down to the second. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Auntie's voice filled with disapproval reached us, despite Dayan's attempts to badmouth me. You still haven't eaten the japchae I brought last time, or the stir-fried fish cakes before that. But you did finish the beef jangjorim. So, Dayan, did you order delivery food again? No, come on. How could I possibly finish it all? Sure. This time, I couldn't help but agree with Dayan. Auntie's cooking was pretty good, and finishing most of the side dishes wasn't hard except for the vegetables. But with the leftover side dishes piling up, and now another wave coming in, it was no wonder our fridge was always full. Dayan, now defensive, lifted her shirt slightly and pointed to her belly. I eat so much that I'm getting a belly? And Kana, whip. Dayan turned to me, but for some reason, didn't say anything else. As I tilted my head, she looked at me with a puzzled, almost astonished expression, eyeing me up and down. Why haven't you gained weight? Squish squish. Her hand suddenly slipped under my shirt and prodded at my belly. What are you doing? It's still soft. Completely baffled, I couldn't even think of a comeback. Dayan just stroked her chin with a very serious look. I mean, I eat balanced meals, but Kana's been eating only stuff that makes you gain weight. So why isn't she gaining any? Do you think you're the same as someone Kana's age? At that age, whatever they eat turns into height, not weight. Ugh. Kids her age grow noticeably even if you don't see them for a while. Pfft. Dayan trembled, trying to hold back her laughter, as I glared at her. Though she didn't laugh out loud, she might as well have been openly laughing. Why are you laughing? Auntie, noticing Dayan's barely contained laughter, narrowed her eyes. You're not teasing Kana about her height, are you? Just wait. Right now, you might be taller than Kana, but she'll shoot up in no time and be much taller than you. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Having fun, are we? Ahem. Well, Kana's still growing, so that's quite possible. Dayan, who couldn't hold back her laughter, sank under my cold stare. Sigh. Dayan knew the story behind Grazed's contract. She wasn't sure if it still applied to her now that she'd crossed dimensions, but living in this body was likely inevitable. However, Auntie didn't know this backstory, so it wasn't like she was intentionally teasing me. Still, I couldn't deny it left me feeling a little down. It's okay. Pat pat. Take your hand off me. Oh, right. If I didn't, she might get scratched. Dayan withdrew her hand with an annoying smirk, her voice as relaxed as could be. I'm so done with this. Maybe Dayan was right. She'd said that living together inevitably leads to moments of tension. Looking back, even the things I'd brushed off did seem to make some sense in their own way. No, that's not it. I shook my head. Sense, my foot. The attack I just took was so strong it must have thrown me off. Oh, right. How could I forget? Auntie clapped her hands. I almost forgot to tell you. Hey, how about you and Dayan come over to Auntie's place sometime soon? Huh. Out of nowhere? As I blinked at the sudden suggestion, she offered an explanation. Your uncle, Dayan's dad, suggested bringing you over. What? Dad did? Yeah. I mentioned that Dayan's living with someone, and he thought it'd be a good idea to have a meal together and meet you. Oh, I see. If my daughter were living with someone unknown, I'd probably be curious, too. Auntie added that if it made me uncomfortable, I didn't have to come. Sure, I'll go. I nodded casually. No doubt my own dad would have reacted the same way. Underscore. Dayan. Yes. What kind of person is your dad? Why are you asking about my dad? Dayan looked puzzled for a moment, then nodded as if she understood. Are you feeling nervous because you're about to meet him soon? No, I'm not nervous. Hehe, there's no need to be so nervous. Didn't Mom already tell you? They're just meeting you to put a face to the name. I said I'm not nervous. My dad? Huh. Even though I'd said twice that I wasn't nervous, Dayan didn't seem to take it in. He's like the typical father, you know. Really. He's not the best at expressing himself openly, but he loves his family. He might seem a bit standoffish, but deep down, he's warm, you know, that kind of person. I see. I think I understand what she means. Seeing me nod, Dayan gave a gentle smile. Perhaps she wasn't seeing me but rather recalling something distant from her own past. When I was younger, I honestly felt a bit hurt. I used to think, here I am, in so much pain, and my dad doesn't seem to care at all. She remembered her father, who would visit her in the hospital, quietly watching over her without saying a word before leaving. His demeanor contrasted sharply with her mother's, who would always ask if she was hurting, if there was anything she wanted, full of gentle concern. It was scary. As a young girl, Dayan felt distant and intimidated by her dad, though it didn't take me long to realize I was wrong. Her dad, who would stay by her side until she fell asleep, even though he had to leave early for work the next day. The look in his eyes, unable to tear himself away, worried that his daughter might hurt while he was gone. One night, when the full moon was high, Dayan awoke to see her father's expression one she had never seen while she was awake. It was then I understood, my dad really loves me. Love can be simple, can't it? Even in his hectic life, he'd come to see his sick daughter, standing watch over his sleeping child. All of that was love. Dayan said this, a smile so warm it lifted anyone's mood shining on her face. Love. Even people who share the same memories interpret them differently, so how could I fully empathize, having come from a different background? Unlike Dayan, I wasn't sick as a child are. Well, actually, I was sick. But my upbringing, my experiences, even my world, all different. Claiming to fully understand what Dayan described would be a lie. Besides, Garrett and Dayan's descriptions of their father's personalities weren't exactly alike. Is that so? Still, I could relate a little, and understand, as much as an outsider could. All I could do was nod in response to Dayan's smile. But, you know, even though I've been trying to hold back from saying anything that could ruin the mood lately, since I've felt more like Dayan myself these days, I just can't hold back anymore. By the way, Dayan, why don't you go visit your parents? At this point, let's take a look back at Dayan's words of wisdom. Living apart is great because you don't have to see each other's faces often. Living together just stirs up unnecessary emotions. It's annoying when mom visits too frequently. You say all those precious things about love, yet you leave behind gems like those remarks. How could I not give you a hard time? Arg? No, it's not like that. Not all love has to be like that, you know? Even if I don't see them often, I still call my parents every day and send them allowance money too. Okay. Clearly feeling stung, Dayan sputtered out her words in a hurry, emphasizing she wasn't some unfilial daughter or someone with a fire attribute disposition. After a few more declarations of her love for her parents, she looked me straight in the eyes. Got it. I got it. Good. That's all I wanted. Dayan, visibly flustered, wiped away the cold sweat on her face. Anything else you're curious about? I don't have anything I'm curious about anymore. I tried to respond as steadily as I could, despite my words sounding squashed and drawn out. So how much longer are you going to keep holding on to me? Her hand continued to squish my cheek, apparently enjoying how soft it was. I had been letting her do it out of laziness, but wasn't she getting bored of it by now? Dayan firmly shook her head. This is punishment for you trying to slander me. Take it like a champ. But you were doing this even before MPF. Oh ho, does a mere convict dare to talk back? She just wanted an excuse to keep poking at my cheeks. Unable to get the words out properly with my cheeks squished, I could only silently endure her touch. Let's have a meal together sometime. This is right up there with phrases like I'll treat you if I win the lottery, or shall we go hunt a dragon together, is what I read on the internet. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Kana, I think you should cut back on internet time. I go online less than you do, but it's part of my job. It's part of my job too. Kana, your role in our house is being the adorable mascot, not an internet gladiator. Gladiator? I don't get it, but it's really not like I go online that much. Really. Anyway, the expression let's grab a meal sometime implies that you might plan to, but it's usually just empty words. But the invitation I received to have a meal was a bit different from that typical interpretation. After all, it was the father of the house owner where I was staying who wanted to meet me, so I couldn't treat it as a casual greeting. For that reason, I was now standing in front of a stranger's door with Dayan. Kana, here, take this. I instinctively took the item Dayan handed me. It was a drink. It's polite to bring a little gift when visiting someone else's home. Not that you always have to, but it's never a bad idea, right? Though it did feel a bit strange. Seeing my hesitation, Dayan bent down slightly to meet my eyes. What's wrong? Doesn't this feel a little weird? The house in front of me, Dayan's family home. The item in my hand, a box of drinks. It may seem like there's nothing strange about this situation, but this is something Dayan bought herself, though. She bought a gift to bring to her own family's house, with her own money. No matter how you look at it, it's kind of odd. Of course, it couldn't be helped since I didn't have any money, but still. Dayan shrugged it off as if it were no big deal. So what? What matters is the sentiment behind the gift, not the gift itself. But it's like I'm taking the credit with your money. It's fine. What's the big deal if it's my money? I can bring a small gift to my parents' house. Besides, I'm sure they'll understand anyway. Is that so? And honestly, who could find fault with an adorable kid like Kana carrying a box of drinks? I wish you hadn't added that last part. She just had to tack on some cheesy comment at the end. We chatted for quite some time, but fortunately, Dayan's parents didn't come to the door. Whether it was because we kept our voices low or the house was well insulated, I wasn't sure. Either way, it would have been awkward if they'd overheard us, so I was relieved they hadn't. Ready to go in now? Yes. Ding dong? The doorbell chimed cheerfully. You don't know the code. I do. I just wanted to come in as a guest this time. Bang, bang. Is no one here? Come forth and welcome me. She started banging on the door with such a commotion that I felt foolish for my earlier thoughts. Who'd noticed the unfamiliar kid holding a drink box when their only daughter was outside pounding on the door and shouting nonsense? Creak. The door opened to reveal Dayan's mom, looking bewildered. If you're here, just come in quietly. What are you doing? How dare you? I've graced you with my presence, yet you don't welcome me properly. Ow. Whack. Quit the nonsense and come inside, you brat. Ouch, that hurt. No violence. If you don't want to get hit, don't act like you deserve it. Oh. The woman, who was hitting Dayan on the back, softened her expression when she noticed me and smiled kindly. Kana, you're here? Was it hard for you to get here? No, let's not talk here. Come in and let's chat, okay? Why yes. Honestly, who's the real daughter here? Zap. At the sharp look, Dayan's lips, which had been ready with a retort, fell silent. I was half pushed into the cozy interior of the house, welcomed by a warmer atmosphere than in Dayan's apartment. And the moment I saw the middle-aged man sitting on the couch in front of the large TV, I knew. This must be Dayan's dad. It was obvious from his stiff expression as he pretended to watch TV, making a desperate effort to act like he wasn't aware of us. Snicker. Am I right? Looks like it. He was just as she had described him. Come here, sweetie. At Dayan's mother's gesture, I timidly stepped forward, and that was when he finally looked at me. Ah, you're here. A tone that was somehow both stiff and awkwardly gentle. I nodded my head. Hello, sir. I've heard about you from my wife. Just speak comfortably. Yes, you can just call him uncle. Don't worry, he may look a bit gruff, but he's actually very warm-hearted. That's why I married him. Ahem, why are you saying such embarrassing things? Oh, he's blushing. Though he grumbled, it was clear he didn't mind the compliment, as a faint blush crept up his ears. Thanks to Dayan's mom joining the conversation, the mood lightened up, and he, too, looked more relaxed as he spoke. So, you're going to be living with my daughter? Yes. Yeah. To be precise, I'll be taking care of Kana. Right. Please take good care of Dayan. I tilted my head, waiting for him to continue, but he remained silent, his lips pressed firmly together. Is that it? Underscore. You don't belong with our family. Splash. That kind of dramatic scenario wasn't what I was hoping for. I'm not marrying Dayan, so there's no reason for me to hear something like that. Would it make sense if we were just living together? Of course, nobody would say something like that in real life. Kana, you sure do like dramas, huh? I don't really like them that much. Oh, really? The fact that you can recite lines like that tells me you've seen quite a few. I haven't seen that many. Sure. Of course, I believe you. But remember, too much TV isn't good for you. You don't sound like you believe me at all. Wait, didn't we just have a similar conversation earlier? I tilted my head, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. But you know, surprisingly, people do say things like that in real life sometimes. Like what? What you just said, you don't belong with our family. Stuff like that? They say things like that in real life. Yeah, apparently. So, do they also say things like, here's some money, now break up with my kid? Well, maybe? Wait a second. Dayan squinted her eyes suspiciously. You have seen a lot of dramas, haven't you? I told you, I haven't. A classic is timeless, after all. It's the same on the internet. I just saw a few memes floating around, that's all. But why am I even defending myself? That's when I realized how ridiculous this was. This is all Dayan's fault. Huh? It's my fault. It's because you keep bringing up weird stuff. Sorry. As an apology, hand over some chocolate. No way, that's not happening. Dayan almost pulled chocolate out of her pocket out of instinct, but then she regained her senses and looked serious again. Too bad. That would have been nice. If you eat chocolate before dinner, it'll ruin your appetite. Let's have it after dinner, okay? Some places serve meals paired with chocolate, you know. Not in my house. She sighed as she said it. It's great that you're adjusting well, Kana, but I worry you're picking up strange things along the way. Anyone would think you were my mom. If it's a daughter as cute as Kana, I'd welcome it any day. I'd rather not. Thanks to Dayan's sudden interruption, the conversation drifted into something odd. But what I really wanted to talk about was this. Her dad. Dayan's dad accepted me way too easily. Like I said, I wasn't expecting him to throw water at me or hand me an envelope of money. But still, wouldn't it make sense for the father of an only daughter to show some level of concern about her moving in with someone? Things like, what I do for a living, whether I have an income, or how long we plan to live together. You know, typical stuff. Dayan listened quietly as I voiced my doubts, nodding along. Of course. I told them all of that beforehand. Dayan. Yeah. After mom came by last time, I thought it was best to let my parents know I'd be living with you. It would worry them if they found out suddenly. Right. Well, you're not wrong. But wasn't it a bit late to realize that? It's like fixing the barn after the horse has bolted. Dayan continued talking, oblivious to my reluctant gaze. So, I'm pretty sure Dad genuinely meant just having dinner together. I mean, if it felt like I was living with some delinquent, he might have objected to us living together. But Kana isn't that kind of person, right? Even if you're a little annoying at times. Hey kids, dinner's ready. Okay, we're coming. Hurry up before it gets cold. Geez. I said we're coming. Muttering in annoyance, Dayan extended her hand toward me. Come on, let's go eat. Sure. Ignoring her outstretched, eagerly waving hand, I just walked out of the room. Dayan followed, grumbling behind me. All this fuss over me not holding her hand. Oh, there you are? Sit down. Why does it look like a fish came instead of my daughter? Dayan's mom paused while setting down a pot, greeting us warmly. Huh? Have you ever seen a fish this cute? Quit the nonsense. Just sit down already. If she wasn't holding that pot, I bet she would have smacked her on the back. That look in her eyes seemed to say as much. I jumped into my seat, and across from me, Dayan's dad, who had been watching her antics, met my gaze. An awkward silence hung between us. I didn't usually start conversations with anyone other than Dayan. And Dayan's dad, as she mentioned, was a bit reserved, so naturally, there wasn't much talk. It might be different if we'd met several times before, but that wasn't the case. Why is the air so stiff in here? I feel like I'm suffocating. Luckily, Dayan stopped squabbling with her mom and took her seat, sparing me from the dreaded one-on-one conversation with her dad. Whoa, what's all this? Dayan gasped dramatically. Wow, Mrs. Kim Yerim's cooking skills are shining today? This table could break under all this food. Oh, you're too much. You should do this for me every day. Come on. Once again, Dayan earned herself a light smack. A moment later, a small bump appeared on her head as her mom, ignoring the dazed Dayan, turned to me. How's the food? Is it to your taste? Yes, it's delicious. Phew, I was worried it might not suit your taste. It didn't feel like just a polite comment, she genuinely seemed relieved. Actually, I wanted to get you something even nicer than this. No, I shook my head. There's no way this could be called anything less than delicious. Even though the dishes and side dishes she had served before were tasty, today, she really seemed to have put her heart into it. It's better than takeout. Really? Yeah. Kana may be cheeky, but she never lies. So be proud of that. It's really delicious. Thank you for saying that. Eat as much as you want. Am I being ignored? On top of that, all the dishes were mostly meat, which fit my taste perfectly. Between my cooking and mom's, which one do you think tastes better? Oh, come on. Why would you ask something like that when she's eating? This one. Oh dear, oh my. Huh? Where did the person go who was scolding me for asking that? As we were chatting and laughing, a strange thought crossed my mind. They're all treating me warmly right now, but would they still act this way if they knew what I did in Cilia? Kana. Oh. I realized I had stopped eating when I heard my name. I also noticed that all three pairs of eyes were on me. Maybe we should have gone out to eat. If we had, Kana would have probably turned it down. Even if it doesn't look like it, Kana is quite shy around new places. She's like a cat in that way. Is that really something you should be saying? How is that a bad thing to say? Dayan couldn't help herself and started bickering with her mom, while her mom sighed and responded, and her dad, seemingly used to this, focused solely on his meal. Watching them, I suddenly felt like my thoughts were completely unnecessary. After all, it was more a simple curiosity than a serious concern. Even if they didn't treat me like this, it's not like I could do anything about it. It's not as if I could suddenly repent, nor did I intend to. So, let's stop with the pointless thoughts. I resumed eating, picking up a piece of meat. As soon as it entered my mouth, it didn't exactly melt, but after a few bites, it disappeared in an instant. But I wasn't disappointed, there was still plenty piled on the plate. Ugh. I stretched my arm toward the plate. However, my short arm couldn't reach the distant plate beyond the barrier of other dishes, no matter how hard I tried. Now, that's a real disappointment. But there's still plenty to eat. There were still things I hadn't tried. As I set aside my regret and looked for other dishes. Swoosh. Ahem. Casually, Dayan's dad cleared his throat as he pulled the dish of seasoned greens in the center of the table a little closer. Then, he subtly shifted the meat nearby into the now vacant spot, picking up a large bite of greens and placing it in his mouth, as if his intention had been solely to eat the greens. I bowed my head slightly in acknowledgement, and he promptly looked away, pretending he hadn't noticed anything. Oh, I get it. That's how it is. When I reached out again, my chopsticks finally grasped a piece of meat. Unlike before, I brought it to my plate, paired it with rice, and took a bite. Chew, chew. It was just as delicious. Yet, for some reason, this time, it tasted a little sweeter, a little warmer. Sitting on the sofa, I reflected on the memories. They really are a family. What I saw at Dayan's family home was a bit noisy, yet not something particularly unusual. But does family really have to be special? The subtle affection and consideration embedded in their interactions spoke volumes about their bond. What especially left an impression was Dayan's dad. Beneath his reserved demeanor lay hidden warmth. Dayan once told me, love isn't just about seeing each other all the time and talking constantly. She probably said it just to avoid something, but, still, it brought me a bit of comfort. It felt like my past interactions with my own dad weren't entirely wrong, as if they were telling me I didn't always have to be so formal or distant. The heavy burden in a corner of my heart seemed to lift just a little. Ha, Kana, would you help me carry this stuff? I'm too full to move. I'm full too. But that's that, and this is this. If you lost the bet, accept it quietly. Gore. Dayan, who had enthusiastically suggested rock paper scissors to decide who'd carry the bags, let out a defeated groan. But, well, that's not really my problem, is it? Underscore. Buzz. Kana. What? Aren't you going to pick up? Yeah. So? Dayan looked at me, confusion practically radiating from her as she stared. But why aren't you answering? It's annoying. It's obviously spam. Why bother? At first, I used to answer without a second thought. But every time I did, it was about loans, internet offers, investments, and things like that. Ah, right. Dayan nodded as if she understood perfectly. There really is a lot of spam. I used to get so annoyed that I seriously thought about turning my phone off. then just turn it off. But then I'd miss important calls. Well, for you, most of your calls are spam since you don't really have anyone to keep in contact with. Exactly. I haven't shared my contact with anyone else, so who would even call? I only gave my number to uncle and auntie, but unless something's going on with Dayan, they wouldn't reach out to me first. So any call I get right now is obviously spam. Unlike other spam calls that usually give up if ignored, this one kept calling persistently. But if I keep ignoring it, it'll eventually give up, right? Head tilt. I tilted my head, suddenly feeling like I'd missed something since Dayan started talking. Then, as I replayed the conversation in my mind, I found what had felt odd. I didn't share my number with anyone, so how am I getting spam calls? I haven't signed up for anything, either. Oh, Kana, you're not supposed to uncover the secrets of the world. Here we go again. What's with that look, like you're listening to some sleazy sales pitch? Wow. Clap, clap. You read me perfectly. How did she see right through my thoughts? I clapped to applaud her insight. That's not a compliment. You're mocking me, aren't you? Dayan raised her voice but quickly regained her calm. Anyway, there are some grown-up matters tied into this. Baby Kana doesn't need to know just yet, so I'll explain it to you later, okay, baby? Oh my, Kana's acting cute. Why didn't I record this? You think that looked cute? Yep, Dayan's definitely not thinking straight. Shaking my head, I noticed my phone, which had been vibrating this whole time, finally stopped. Looks like they gave up. If the buzzing bothers you, just flip the phone over next time. It'll go completely silent that way. I'll keep that in mind. Still, there are times when Dayan says something actually useful. So, when she starts talking, I try to listen, at least a little. Sometimes, try? Is that really all my words amount to? That's already being very generous. That's so mean. Dayan pouted, acting like I'd said something terrible. But isn't it true that the harsher and more bitter the truth, the harder it is to swallow? That's why, to become a better person, one has to accept it humbly. You say weird things too, Kana. Oh no, I've caught Dayan syndrome. You're really too much. Dayan sniffled as she said this. I scratched my cheek. Should I apologize? It's not like I feel guilty because I made her cry. She's not actually crying, and she doesn't even look hurt, so there's no reason to feel guilty. See, she's even smiling right now. Through the small gap between her fingers, I could see the corners of her mouth curling up slightly, so I sighed. Once, I asked if I was being too snappy with her. Huh? No, not at all. I actually like that Kana acts friendly towards me. I mean, I'm the only one you treat this way, right? Well, that's true. So it's fine? It just means you feel comfortable around me. She'd said this with a bright smile. I had a lot to say at the time, but seeing her clear smile made all those words disappear. Anyway, considering that even Auntie would slap Dayan on the back when she starts her nonsense, I didn't think what I said was too harsh. So why was I hesitating to apologize? It's because Dayan's in charge of the snacks, of course. If she got annoyed, she'd threaten to withhold snacks, so I had no choice. It's not like eating too many snacks would harm my health, but since Dayan's the one paying for them, and I'm basically freeloading, I have no option but to listen to her. I'm hungry. Maybe I'll have a snack. Huh? Where'd all the snacks I bought the other day go? Wait, what? There's no chocolate, no candy, no bread. I bought enough to fill a truck. Kana, don't just stand there, answer me. I didn't eat them. So, what? Did Auntie sneak in and eat them? Or maybe a hungry thief took only the snacks. Maybe a rat took them. Aha, so we have rats now, huh? Kana, why yeah, snacks. Confiscated. Honestly, I did eat quite a lot. I told myself I'd just have a couple, but by the time I looked around, there were only empty wrappers everywhere. Such terrifying addictiveness. Even though my memory was a bit hazy, I still clearly remembered the taste of chicken. After enduring a lecture and a cavity check, I was finally freed from Dayan's glare. With my guilt, and since she usually lets me do whatever I want, control over the snacks shifted to Dayan. So, if I wanted my snacks today, I had to keep my mouth shut. One wrong word here, and I'd cross the line. Duh. Huh. As I was about to call Dayan, her phone began to play a song. It was the same song she had mentioned liking on our last trip to the camping site. With perfect timing, the ringtone went off, making her miss the sound of my voice as she picked up her phone. Hello. Maybe it wasn't someone she knew well. Dayan's greeting was the typical formal response you'd give to a stranger. Yes? Who is this? But why are you calling me? From what I could hear, it seemed like a call from someone unexpected. By this point, my curiosity quickly faded. It's not like I'm interested in eavesdropping on other people's calls. So I stopped paying attention to Dayan and slumped onto the sofa. Even though there wasn't anything particularly interesting about the conversation, I still felt a bit deflated now that it ended so abruptly. Dash. I mumbled nonsense into the cushion, maybe with a hint of dissatisfaction. Kana. While I was lying there with my face in the cushion, Dayan gently tapped me on the back. Was the call over? There's no way I could have fallen asleep in such a short time. No one just sleeps and wakes up without even knowing it. All done. No, it's not that. When I raised my head to ask, Dayan looked at me with a slightly troubled expression. Or maybe she was gauging my reaction. They want to talk to you. To me. I blinked in surprise at her completely unexpected words. Who could it be? Was it Auntie or Uncle? I wanted to ask, but Dayan handed over the phone, gesturing for me to take it quickly. Hello. I used the same greeting Dayan had just given, but I noticed my voice sounded even more stiff than hers. Hello? Did you seriously just say hello? Ow. The sudden loud voice nearly made me drop the phone. That voice sounds oddly familiar. I didn't catch what was said because of the shouting, but the familiarity made me think it was someone I knew. Who is this? Who do you think? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? So, it was Edel. Realizing who was calling, I let out a short sigh of recognition. Long time, no see. Though I greeted her out of the fondness we shared from working on the same plan and spending several days together, there was only silence on her end. After a long pause, just as I was about to hang up, Edel finally spoke. I'd rather die than deal with this. So, why haven't you been answering your phone? Phone calls? You actually made one. I just called a moment ago? Oh, you're right. The missed call on my phone matched the number of the current call. My bad. I thought it was spam. You, really? After that many calls, you couldn't check at least once? I did think it was persistent. But how did you get my number? Well, as a god, isn't it natural for me to know? It wasn't exactly wrong, but watching this supposedly mighty god get upset over a few missed calls made it a bit hard to take seriously. In some ways, she's oddly human. Well, I might not exactly be a god anymore, technically. Couldn't you have just left a message if I didn't answer? There are plenty of messaging apps nowadays. What's with that weird, old-fashioned tone? If you have something to say, it's better to talk over the phone. It's faster to share opinions that way. But these days, kids are afraid of phone calls. Guess it's true. First, she calls me old, and now she's calling me a kid. Which tune am I supposed to dance to? Just get to the point already. I wasn't in the mood to go along with the whims of this unpredictable god, so I cut off Edel's chatter right there. Underscore 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 underscore. Demon News is calling me. Yeah, Demon News. The company that created Cilia Online, and the target of jokes about torturing aliens. That's not entirely wrong, is it? Even though the true owner is the god of Earth, it's Edel who outwardly represents it. And, in a way, I'm also part of Demon News. Edel and I aren't Earthlings, so calling us aliens isn't incorrect. Of course, it's not like they said that knowing the truth, nor are we actually being tortured. But why are they suddenly telling me to come to Demon News? I'll explain in detail when you come. It's probably nothing serious, but I'll ask anyway. When can you come? What do you mean, probably nothing serious? You've been lazing around in your room all day with nothing to do. It's true, but it feels oddly irritating. You said you couldn't use your powers, right? I never said I couldn't use them at all. Besides, this isn't a power, it's just simple insight. Good for you. I know I'm amazing. For a moment, I felt a mischievous urge. So, when are you coming? Edel's words came out just a beat ahead, making me lose my timing. I'll come today. As Edel said, I don't really have anything to do. I might as well treat it as a walk and go. After confirming my agreement, the call ended. I handed the phone back to Dayan. Dayan, as if she'd been waiting, asked. You're going to Demon News? Yeah, they said they have something to talk about, so I should go. If they're calling me specifically to talk, it's probably something work-related. Suppressing my reluctance, I sluggishly got up. Do you want to come along, Dayan? I'd love to, but sorry, I have work today, so it's not possible. It's fine. It's nothing to apologize for. I also have plans tomorrow, but I think I can go with you the day after. How about postponing it? I shook my head. I already said I'd go today. I don't want to procrastinate. It feels strange to go out alone since I always go with Dayan, but that's all, it is just a bit strange. It's not like I'm nervous or scared. I'm not a child, why would I be? And I can't expect Dayan, who has her own job, to just drop everything for me. Since I don't want to delay, I'll go alone. When I said that, Dayan looked at me with a proud expression. It was like the face of a mother watching her child go on their first errand alone. I kind of want to kick her. Does Dayan know what I'm thinking? She must not, otherwise, she wouldn't be making that face. Our Kana is all grown up now. This big sister has no regrets left. You just had to say it. If she has no regrets, she won't have any complaints either. Thud. Dayan collapsed, clutching her shin. Looking down at her from above, I scoffed with a smirk. I didn't even kick you that hard, and you're already complaining. Well, don't you know sneak attacks deal 1.5 times more damage? Fair point. Right. It's easier to slit someone's throat when you catch them completely off guard. That's not the kind of answer I was hoping for. Dayan muttered in a disheartened voice and quickly changed the subject. Anyway, do you know where Demon News is? Or how to get there? Isn't it just a matter of taking a car? And do you know how to take a car? You just open the door and get in. Is what I wanted to say, but I knew that wasn't what she was asking, so I kept my mouth shut. Straightening her bent knee, Dayan regained her full height and looked down at me. Her gaze, exuding a sense of authority, made me instinctively take a step back. It was then I realized I was actually intimidated by Dayan's demeanor. Did I really just get overwhelmed by her presence? Come here and sit down. Okay. Before I could even feel embarrassed about my wounded pride, I obediently sat down on the sofa as Dayan instructed. After confirming that I was seated, she spoke in a mock-serious tone. From now on, I will commence a lecture. A lecture. A lecture to ensure that Kana can safely go out and return. It's a mandatory course, so listen carefully. Out of nowhere, Dayan produced a pair of glasses and perched them on her nose. Seriously, where does she even get these things? While I was mulling over that thought, her lecture began. There's a saying, a moment feels like 3 years. It means that even a short amount of time can feel unbearably long when you're anxiously waiting for something. I get it already, so please stop. Right now, I felt like I had lived through 6 years of autumn. Even though not much time had actually passed according to the clock, it felt as if I'd endured 6 cycles of fall. It was a strange sensation, though it made sense given how desperately I wanted her lecture to end. Slumped on the sofa, I waved a white flag of surrender. Okay, let's review one last time. How are you getting to Demony News? I can take a bus, but since I'd need to transfer midway, I should take a taxi instead. And how will you get back? I'll either take a taxi or, if it gets too late, I'll ask Dayan to pick me up. And if a stranger offers you candy, I'll just take it and, wait, hold on. That's not something we discussed. When I unconsciously answered, only to realize the absurdity of it, I shot her a glare. But Dayan met my gaze with an indignant look, as if to say I can't believe I have to spell this out for you. That's just basic common sense? I shouldn't even have to tell you that? No, this calls for another round of. Don't even think about saying something so horrifying. I'd rather run to Demony News than endure another round of that torturous lecture. Forget about hiding my identity or whatever. Was it really that bad? Yes, really. I thought I was pretty good at explaining, though. Sigh. Well, if I put aside my personal feelings, Dayan's explanations weren't that bad. After all, the information did stick in my head. It's just that her tone and voice were so gentle, like she was talking to a child, that it made the whole experience unbearably tedious. And to be fair, I'm not used to sitting still and listening to someone talk for so long. In any case, I don't want to hear any more. I'm leaving now. Wait, should I call a taxi for you? You can do that. Of course. These days, finding something that can't be done would be faster. Plus, if you call it like this, you don't even have to pay when you get off. It's super convenient. Then why did you bother explaining all of that to me? She'd explained everything from how to pay with a card to how to hail a taxi. Turns out, none of that was necessary. Her wandering eyes finally settled back into focus. You can't just think about getting there. You have to consider the return trip too. Kana, you don't know how to call a taxi yet, do you? Oh, hee. For an impromptu excuse, that wasn't bad. If she had answered immediately, I might have bought it, but after fumbling like that, it wasn't very convincing. Oops. The banter ended there. I had a growing sense of urgency that if I stayed any longer, I'd only make it home by dinner time. And tonight's dinner was supposed to be ribs. Wait. No. Seriously, just wait a second and take this with you. She handed me a small, pink, oval-shaped object slightly smaller than my palm. I was about to press the button in the middle when Dayan stopped me. Don't press it now. What is this? Oh, it's a self-defense device. If you're in a dangerous situation, press the button in the middle. This tiny thing is supposed to be a self-defense device. It was nothing like the self-defense tools I knew: swords, spears, or even clubs. How was this small thing supposed to protect me? Those things are called weapons, not self-defense tools. Anyway, if someone suspicious approaches or you're in danger, press it. Got it. Got it. It didn't seem like I'd need it, but since she gave it to me, I accepted it. Now, there was really no time to waste, so I left the house. Instead of stopping me, Dayan followed me outside to see me off. I got into the taxi she'd called. Take care of her, driver. Don't worry. I'll get her there safely. Still, if the auto-driving feature works so well, do we even need drivers? The thought crossed my mind but didn't linger. Maybe there were situations where human intervention was still necessary, like I'd heard before. The taxi smoothly weaved through the city streets. Nice weather lately, isn't it? Is that person earlier your sister? Yeah. The driver tried starting a few conversations, but after I responded with either silence or short answers, he gradually stopped talking altogether. He might have found the silence awkward, but I found it more comfortable this way. Leaning back, I relaxed and focused on the scenery outside. Before long, the taxi arrived in front of Demony News. Young lady, we're here. I nodded and stepped out of the car. Even though I'd spent several days in this area, it was my first time looking at the building like this. Tilting my head back to take it all in, my neck began to ache. These buildings were just too tall. I understood why they were built like this: limited land, and all but staring up at them always left me feeling overwhelmed. But where do I go now? As I sifted through my memory, I realized I'd only been told to come to Demony News. No one mentioned where exactly within Demony News I should go. Thankfully, my confusion was short-lived. A man approached me as I stood hesitating in front of the building. This way, an unfamiliar face. But I sensed a familiar energy from him, so I quietly followed behind. Rather than entering through the main entrance, we went in through the emergency exit at the back of the building. We weaved through various paths until... It's been a while. Yeah, it has. Before I knew it, Edel was standing right in front of me. The man who'd brought me bowed slightly to Edel, as if signaling his task was complete, then left. I gestured toward his retreating figure. Who's that? An angel? Or a messenger? Call him whatever you like. I've never seen him before. You haven't, but he's been around for a while. Edel, who'd been standing while focusing on her paperwork, stamped something and set the documents aside. Only then did she look up and tilted her head. She tilted her head in confusion this time. What's that thing hanging from your pocket? Huh, that thing. The one hanging from your pocket. Oh, this? Dayan gave it to me. She said it's a self-defense tool. A self-defense tool. Edel muttered as if she'd just seen something bizarre, then shrugged. I see. What is it? Nothing. A self-defense tool. Yeah, that's what it is. Even though I kept pressing her, Edel refused to elaborate. She was definitely hiding something. Something fishy was going on. I can't let this slide. As soon as I get home, I'm interrogating Dayan. With that resolve, I set the suspicion aside for now. Underscore 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 underscore. Raising my head, I saw Edel giving me a lukewarm glance. You've softened a lot. Calling someone busy all the way here and then making random remarks out of the blue? I tilted my head skeptically. Did you call me here just to exchange pleasantries? I'm allowed to share an impression or two, aren't I? Edel brushed off my sarcastic remark with ease and crossed her arms. When I first saw you, you were brimming with venom, but now you've really mellowed out. I don't think I've changed much. Things like this are often noticed better by people who haven't seen you in a while, says the one who isn't even human. With how you are now, even if an imperial army stood before you, you'd probably settle for just breaking an arm or a leg. You think so? Yes, I do. Seeing the venomous little brat turn out like this, I guess the saying about the importance of one's environment holds true. So, by saying that, you're admitting Celia was a bad environment. Forget it. You haven't changed at all. You're exactly the same as when you were in Celia. No take-backs. You never take a compliment gracefully, do you? That was a compliment. What else would it be? Did it sound like an insult? I agree with her, but the world has more surprising people than I thought. Edel's earlier comment about me having softened a lot could very well have been a disguised way of saying, there's no one as delusional as you, living in a dream world. Fine, just sit down for now. Edel rubbed her eyes as she spoke. Obediently, I sat across from her. As if waiting for this, Edel immediately began to speak. You've probably guessed why I called you here. Because of the dimensional creatures. Exactly. Just as I expected. You've had plenty of rest. You should be fully recovered by now. Well, yeah. Honestly, I figured you'd call me soon. And yet, you didn't answer my calls. Anyway, before we get into the main topic, I have a question. You opened a dimensional passage recently, didn't you? A dimensional passage. What's that? Oh, I tilted my head for a moment before realizing what she meant. That thing I showed Dayan during our camping trip. I was momentarily confused because I hadn't heard it called a dimensional passage before, but that must be what she was referring to. I recalled the date and mentioned it to Edel for confirmation, and she nodded. So that's what you call a dimensional passage. It's a placeholder name. But how did you know? Who do you think granted you the authority to interact with dimensions? Plus, it's something I keep a close eye on. We can't afford to fall for the same tricks again. Edel casually tapped the desk with her fingers. So, why did you do it? Did you notice anything unusual? I just wanted to show it off. Yeah, I figured as much. Still, even though I expected it, hearing it confirmed is pretty infuriating. Oh, I never thought I'd hear language like that in person, let alone from Edel of all people. This was oddly refreshing. What's done is done, so I'll let it slide. But don't do something like that again, those things might catch on. Okay, I wasn't planning to do it again anyway. It took a significant amount of energy, and there's no need to show it off anymore. Edel added that it was probably fine, but just in case, I nodded in agreement. I could understand why she reacted so sensitively to this. After all, we're both in the same situation, having lost our homelands. Raising her chin, Edel continued, her voice calm but laced with authority. Your tier has already increased. From now on, you need to use the unique traits of your soul to grow even stronger and handle the dimensional creatures as part of the process. You mean I should kill the dimensional creatures and gain experience from that? Exactly. Is there a problem? Well, should I call it a problem? If there's anything that bothers you, just say it. There might be something I overlooked. After all, voicing my concerns wouldn't cause any harm. Now that I had implicit permission, I decided to share the doubt I'd been harboring. Even if you say to gain experience, I'm not sure if I can actually get stronger like that. For Earthlings who play Celia online, that might be possible. They have the protection of the system, with experience points and stats. By fighting enemies and steadily accumulating experience, they can eventually stand against overwhelmingly powerful foes. But for Celia's natives, it's different. Though they also gain experience through combat. The difference lies in whether they grow stronger for certain, or only might grow stronger. Celia's natives don't gain experience points or level up just by fighting. Their growth entirely depends on themselves. And I'm no exception. I've long since passed the stage where I could grow stronger just through fighting. If I were to feel any thrill or gain any enlightenment, it would have to be against an enemy as powerful as the Sage of the Empire I killed with my own hands. I voiced my thoughts, and Edel shook her head. Getting stronger doesn't necessarily mean reaching a higher state of being. By fighting them, won't you become familiar with their methods? That should make dealing with them easier. Oh, so that's what you mean. If that's the case, then I suppose it makes sense. Leaning back against the chair, I conveyed my understanding and that I had no further questions. The signs from those creatures have been unusual lately. While the barriers remain intact for now, the feeling is ominous. I understand. There was no need for more explanation. If Celia collapses, this world will be next. I crossed dimensions to prevent that from happening. Edel let out a deep breath. It was a sigh of relief, carrying an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Honestly, I was a little worried when I saw you again after such a long time. Like I said earlier, you've softened a lot. As I mentioned earlier, I don't think I've changed much. As I also mentioned earlier, these things are more noticeable to someone seeing you after a while. As I also Stop. Okay. Faced with her sharp interruption, I stopped mid-sentence and closed my mouth. The fact that you're joking around with me like this is proof enough, isn't it? Would the old you have done something like this? The old me. It's true. When I first met Edel, I wasn't like this. Sure, I might have cracked a joke or two, but the atmosphere back then was definitely different from now. Still, it's a relief. You haven't dulled, your blade has simply become more refined. Isn't that the same thing? It's not. Before, your blade was so sharp it cut even its wielder. Now, that sharpness is directed solely at your enemies. That's a big difference. Really? Edel chuckled as if she'd narrowly avoided being cut herself. I'm not joking, you know. I'm serious? I ignored her unnecessary clarification. It seems humans grow stronger when they have something to protect. I just don't want to lose Diane. That's all. And it's also my world now. I never even mentioned her name. How adorable. Edel smiled warmly as she spoke. Annoyed by her infuriatingly smug grin, I pushed back my chair and stood up. I'm leaving? I understand you're embarrassed, but the conversation isn't over yet. Sit down for a bit longer. At some point, Edel had risen and now placed her hand on my shoulder, gently pushing me back into the chair. While I said all this, dimensional creatures aren't the kind of monsters you encounter as casually as the ones wandering around the streets. Edel's statement was spot on. Unlike the monsters or beasts that appear frequently, dimensional creatures are unpredictable. If I had to make a comparison, they're like cockroaches hiding in your house. You know they're there and that they're harmful, but since they're invisible, you can't catch them. Then, just when you've almost forgotten about them, they suddenly pop out and give you a nasty surprise. Not that anyone would actually enjoy such surprises. Pfft. That's a pretty good analogy, Edel said, stifling a laugh at my words. Exactly, they're like that. But what if you already had a cockroach trapped in a cup? Her words were oddly grounded and human for a goddess. I responded with an equally practical answer. You'd kill it. As much as I'd like to just fling the whole cup out the window, that's not an option. There are a few of them we've managed to trap using their own methods. And among them is one that has a connection to you. A connection to me. Yes. It's the one that destroyed the Grace's kingdom. Oh. Her unexpected remark didn't shock me as much as she might have anticipated. Edel seemed unsurprised by my calm reaction and continued in a matter-of-fact tone. Since you already have a connection to it, how about starting with that one? I'm not sure about the connection, but that doesn't sound bad. My homeland's nemesis? I'll avenge it? Of course, I didn't feel anything like that. I didn't have any particular affection for the Grace's kingdom, after all. If anything, they had been subtly provoking me, and had the kingdom not fallen, I might have been the one to overthrow it in a few years. Still, it was the country my father loved. So, let's call it avenging him on his behalf. Do I need to keep hiding myself there too? That's up to you. If you don't mind the hassle, you can reveal yourself. Otherwise, keep a low profile. I'll need to think that over. As I dusted off my clothes and stood, Edel mentioned one last thing before I left. You lost your weapon in the last battle, didn't you? If you go to the one you care about, you'll get a new sword. There's a sword with Diane. It's one she got from Justina. Didn't you hear about it? Did she mention something like that? In any case, I don't need it. That wasn't particularly relevant to me. When your purpose is to protect something, there's no sword, no matter how legendary, that can compare to the one you already have. Come to think of it, I've been neglecting its upkeep. It's time to give it a thorough polishing again. Underscore 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 underscore. Diane raised both arms tightly against her ears and declared, "It's a personal safety alarm. A personal safety alarm." Yes. For the record, I didn't tell her to do that. I had merely brought up the item Diane had given me yesterday because it crossed my mind. But instead of giving me a proper answer, she started dodging the question and punishing herself. The phrase "a guilty conscience needs no accuser" must have been made for moments like this. It was clear she had done something suspicious again, so I crossed my arms. Diane shivered as if my stance alone was intimidating. What's a personal safety alarm? Well, it's something more commonly used in neighboring countries than ours. When you press the button, it makes a loud noise. It's meant to alert people in dangerous situations. Yeah, that's what it's for. Dangerous situations. Like when there's a disaster or an accident. Situations like that? On the surface, it didn't sound like anything strange. But my instincts told me that Diane was hiding something. Honestly, even without instincts, her guilty reaction made it impossible not to be suspicious. If it were something so simple, she wouldn't be reacting so dramatically. Thud. Explain. Properly. Eek. Now, I'll tell you. I hit the wall next to Dayan's head and growled. Immediately, she straightened up and responded sharply, though only for a moment. As she cautiously glanced around, her eyes began darting about. Aren't you going to do it? Do what? Say, I don't need it. What are you talking about? Tilting my head in confusion, I narrowed my eyes sharply. You're still in the mood for jokes, huh? It's a rule. Under my unrelenting gaze, Dayan bowed her head like a remorseful criminal. But, this situation is kind of thrilling. Is this what they call a wall slam? Flick. Ow. Dayan, who had been spouting nonsense, finally closed her mouth after receiving a sharp flick to the head. The original purpose of the device is crime prevention. It's used to scare away criminals or alert others when someone dangerous approaches. And it was made to protect those who can't defend themselves, like children. It's seen as something commonly used by kids, for cases like abductions. Yes, that sort of thing. And you gave me this as a self-defense tool. Why did she even have something like this? That didn't matter. What's your last wish? Dayan's eyes darted wildly. They rolled so fast I almost thought I could hear the gears in her brain spinning. But nothing coherent came out of her mouth. As if death's scythe was grazing her neck, threatening to spill a single drop of blood, Dayan screamed desperately to save herself. Judge? I'm innocent. Judge. It's still a self-defense tool, isn't it? I didn't lie, so I don't think I deserve to be interrogated like this. Oh, so because you didn't lie, you think you're not at fault. That's correct. I even told you when I handed it over. I said to press it if you encountered a suspicious person or a dangerous situation. Yeah, that's true. Then, ouch. Once might seem too cold-hearted, so she got two. Dayan teared up after receiving 2 flicks to the head. Seeing her so moved made me feel a bit warm inside. As Dayan sniffled and asked, why? I replied with a smirk. That's not why you gave it to me, though. You're worried I'll fall victim to a criminal? Dayan, who knows better than anyone how strong I am. No way. No, I really am worried. I was scared that some weirdo might approach Kana or lure her away with snacks. Alright. Let's say you were worried. But did you really think I'd fall for that? Of course not. Ow. In the end, Dayan confessed her crime with her own mouth, and a lovely 3-layered ice cream formed on her head. To put it simply, she gave it to me as a joke. Like saying, you're just a child, so carry this around. No wonder Edel laughed at me yesterday. There was a hidden meaning behind it. Wait a minute. It's still a self-defense tool. Dayan urgently shouted as I stepped closer for judgment. You're planning to repeat what you just said. Just listen to me first. If some weirdo approaches Kana, you'll definitely teach them a lesson, right? My silence was taken as agreement by Dayan. But here's the thing, this is Earth. Even if the person is a heinous criminal, once you're involved in an incident, you'll have to deal with the police investigation. That means you'll have to reveal your identity, and there's a chance the media might expose it too. It'd be a huge hassle, right? You'd hate that, wouldn't you? That's why I gave it to you. Wow, how much oil did she pour on her tongue? Her words were flowing like a stream. And by doing so, you'd also save the person who approached Kana. Why do you think I'd kill someone who approaches me? Huh? You wouldn't. I wouldn't. What does she take me for? Does she think I'm someone who goes around killing random people? As I clicked my tongue, Dayan shrank back, her shoulders hunching. I thought you'd say something like, no mercy for criminals, and cut them down. When did I ever say something like that? I'm not that righteous. There's only one person I'd want to kill. Huh? There's someone you want to kill? Who is it? It's not me, right? Of course, it was a joke. There's no way I'd kill Dayan. Honestly, she annoyed me, but the 3 flicks to her forehead were enough to let go of all my resentment. Eek? A murderer? There's a pink-haired killer trying to kill me here. And yet, they say to be cautious even around extinguished flames, but Dayan didn't just rekindle the fire, she poured gasoline on it. Fueled by her zealous support, the dying embers in my heart roared back to life. Blazing. As I clenched my fists and watched Dayan run away screaming, I muttered, if I catch you, you're dead. AHH. How romantic. I wonder if she'll say the same thing once I catch her. With that thought in mind, I leapt toward Dayan. After a lively game of tag, despite all her antics to escape, Dayan was eventually caught and paid for her crimes. After cleaning up the mess we made of the house, Dayan and I gathered in the living room again. This is fascinating, no matter how many times I see it. Beyond the open space, Edel, peeking beyond the dimensional pathway, spoke. Dayan, looking equally fascinated, tilted her head curiously. Can I go through this too? I don't know. I hadn't asked about the specifics. Probably not. Unlike me, who somehow crossed barriers, navigated whirlpools, and arrived in Cilia. The term pathway suggested something more stable, but it was uncertain whether an ordinary person like Dayan could even cross through the pathway. Even if it were possible, I wouldn't let you. Crossing over through Cilia online involves using a false body, so it's safe. But using this method means taking your real body with you. Every injury, even death. You'd have to face it fully. I was just curious. I don't actually plan on going. For someone who's just curious, you seem disappointed. Well, honestly, I am a little curious. But safety comes first. Then, she flashed a bright smile. Besides, even without this, I still get to see Kana. What a cheesy thing to say. It was cheesy, but not annoying enough to react harshly. A mere side eye sufficed. Your face turned red. No, it didn't. It did. Want me to take a picture and show you? It didn't. I turned away from Diane, who had already picked up her phone. According to Edel, the flow of time had been deliberately synchronized between Earth and Celia during the process of dimensional subjugation. Even if there were discrepancies, they would be minor. No matter how much time I wasted there, I wouldn't have to worry about time passing significantly here. Still, you can't get so carried away that you forget your responsibilities. Conversely, wasting too much time here could endanger the other world. Edel mentioned that applying higher dimensional rules to a lower dimension wasn't too difficult. In any case, since I had already spent a lot of time playing tag with Diane, it was about time to leave if I wanted to return before sunset. Although there was plenty of time until the sun would set, I didn't know how long the fight would take. So, that's why. Sure. I'm not running away because I'm embarrassed. Sure. Diane, do you want to get hit? No, honestly. Shaking my head, I turned toward the dimensional pathway. Kana, be careful not to get hurt, and let's eat something delicious when you're back, okay? Diane expressed her regret that she couldn't join me because of her schedule. I was used to traveling alone, fighting alone. However, the reason I didn't feel lonely now wasn't because of familiarity. Yeah, after all, I had a home to return to. Knowing that warmth would greet me if I endured a brief moment of solitude, I stepped into the dimensional pathway without hesitation. Familiar scenery welcomed me. I'm back. Dad. Underscore. A cabin built with roughly stacked logs comes into view. It's far from the house I live in with Shinduan or even the home I used to live in with my dad back in the day. But even though it's just a shabby cabin, it was once my home. Seeing it again fills me with quiet nostalgia. It's pretty old. I raised my hand and ran it along the wall of the cabin. The rough texture of the unpolished wood, now full of deep cracks, greeted my fingers. Come to think of it, how long has it been since I left this house? A month? 2 months? I'm not one to count such things, so I can't say for sure, but it's clear that I've been away for quite some time. Still, I don't think it's been that long, and yet it's changed so much. I once heard that a house, untouched by human hands, quickly loses its vitality. Could the cabin I lived in have grown old for the same reason? Or perhaps it was already in bad condition, and I just hadn't noticed before. Most likely the latter, I muttered to myself. It wasn't built using any special techniques or processed with special materials. The signs of wear must have been there all along, I simply hadn't paid attention to them. Staring blankly at the cabin, I opened the door and stepped inside. The interior was lightly dusted with a layer of powdery gray. When I rested my hand on a surface, a thick smudge of dust clung to my palm. Well, since I'm here, I might as well take some things. They aren't particularly important, but a few items with sentimental value found their way into my bag. Then, I stepped back outside. Looking at the cabin once more, I mused to myself. I won't be staying here again. Should I just tear it down? I could leave it as it is, but if it collapses later, turning from a house into a heap of debris, that'd be an eyesore. After a bit of deliberation, I decided to leave it alone for now. After all, I'd be returning to Celia periodically from now on. I could come back every so often and check on it. If it looks like it's about to fall apart, I'll repair it or demolish it then. I also tidied up the dead flowers around the cabin. They were not just withered but completely shriveled and blackened. Once the lifeless blooms were gone, the flower bed looked bare, but it was far better than leaving the dead flowers there. There's so much to do. I'd worked hard to maintain this place before. Swallowing my bittersweet feelings, I turned toward my final destination. At the edge of the flower bed, standing before my father's grave, I felt a very different emotion well up in my chest. It's been a while. Is it accurate to say it's been a while? Even if it's only been a few months, that's enough to call it a while, isn't it? I guess I'm in no position to criticize Dayan for this. You know, Dad, I actually remember my past life. The memories are faded, riddled with holes, and so tattered that it's hard to say whether I can truly call them memories at all. After a moment's hesitation, I let out a sigh-like monologue. I went back to the world I lived in during my past life. Right now, I guess you could call it just a walk. Even when you were alive, Dad, I never talked this much. It felt unfamiliar, fumbling with my words, but it wasn't as awkward as I thought it would be. As my rambling drew closer to an end and the sound of the wind grew louder than my voice, I reached into my bag and took out something I'd brought from Earth. In the place where I live now, there's a culture of offering gifts to the spirits of the deceased to honor their memory, or their soul, I guess. Something like that? A translucent green bottle. Pop. As soon as I opened it, a strong alcoholic smell hit my nose, making me grimace. Ugh. Some drops got on my hand, and out of curiosity, I touched them to my tongue only to recoil in disgust and stick my tongue out. Even though I've been through plenty of hardships, why does this taste so bitter? Only after I urgently popped some chocolate into my mouth did the bitter taste clinging to my tongue start to fade. If you have money to buy something like this, why not spend it on sweet snacks instead? That thought crossed my mind as I poured the liquor onto the ground. This isn't exactly how it's done, but with no one here to correct me or judge me, does it really matter? I just wanted you to know about this custom. I don't know how people drink this, but since you loved alcohol so much, Dad, I figured you'd appreciate it. I know you've already reincarnated and are living a new life now. I know that. Because memories are something you can cherish. And, in a way, this is also a bribe. Drip. A single drop of soju fell from the bottle's mouth. I tilted the bottle further and eventually held it completely upright. After the last drop fell, nothing else came out. Closing the cap and putting the bottle back in my bag, I reached out my hand. The grip was familiar, almost comforting. Swoosh. Grasping the handle, which seemed to radiate faint warmth, I pulled with strength. The sword embedded in the ground slid out with little resistance. At the same time, a radiant crimson light scattered in all directions, as if celebrating its newfound freedom. Yeah, you must have been frustrated too. Born from the hands of a skilled artisan and once wielded by a master swordsman across the world, being stuck in the ground must have been unbearable. I understand that feeling. Even though it had likely endured storms and harsh weather in my absence, the blade still radiated a sharp, intense energy. Crimson Aegis. As the name suggests, it's a sword meant to protect what one loves. For someone like me, who failed to protect anything and has nothing left to protect, I couldn't wield this sword. Until now. But now, I have something to protect. So don't blame me for taking you. This is for the sake of protecting the world where Dad lives. I even brought a bribe, so I hope you'll forgive me. Sliding Crimson Aegis into its sheath, I turned away. I'll be back. And next time, I'll bring a better drink. You'd prefer that over some trivial snacks, wouldn't you? As if agreeing, a faint warmth emanated from the sword at my side. Where the sage's barrier once stood, a wall made of magi now loomed tall. It's fine to block entry, but leaving it unattended wouldn't be ideal either. After all, this was only a pseudo-barrier created with magi. When I placed my hand on the black wall, it crumbled in an instant, returning to its original form. I completed the process by redirecting some parts and sending the rest to where Edel resides. Then, I paused to think. What should I do? I need to set up defenses to prevent others from ruining this place. But I don't have the same talents as the sage, so I was deliberating when a good idea struck me. The final battle with that creature. Come to think of it, I learned something valuable back then. Drawing on that realization, I sketched out a solution. Say, the space along the edge of my unsheathed sword twisted and swirled for a while. Once I sheathed the sword, the distorted space returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. From the outside, everything appeared perfectly normal. It looked like stepping forward would take you to the flower bed beyond. But as I tested it by stepping forward, the scenery in front of me twisted instantly. When I stepped back, the scene returned to normal. Satisfied with the result, I nodded contentedly. The twisted space would confuse anyone who stepped into it. If they continued to push forward, an invisible wall would eventually block them. Most would give up at the first stage, but the double-layered mechanism was designed to handle those lucky enough to make it through. If someone manages to break through even that, well, there's nothing else I can do but confront them directly. But I doubt many could manage that. This security mechanism is imbued with the intricacies of spatial manipulation. At the very least, they'd need to reach the master level to even attempt a serious challenge. Only those worthy shall pass. Leaving behind the security system crafted with all the insights I'd gained, I turned away. But then, something unfamiliar caught my eye. White bouquets, neatly arranged in soft curves. Most were wilted, but a few still looked fresh. Puzzled by the clearly intentional placement, I tilted my head in curiosity. I don't know. I soon dismissed it. Perhaps some strange trend started while I was away. I'd gathered my belongings, tidied the flower bed, and set up the security system. Time had flown by, leaving no room for further delay. I hadn't planned on doing any of this, after all. When I came to deal with the dimensional creature, small bothersome things kept catching my attention, leaving me no choice but to address them. It was necessary anyway. At least I could be thankful that reaching the capital of Graces or what used to be its capital wouldn't take long. When I traveled with Shindayan, I had to match her pace, but now that I was alone, I could move as fast as I wanted. If need be, I could leap through space, just as the sage had. The only reason I wasn't doing so was that I'd never tried it before. Considering what I'd just accomplished, I was confident it'd work, but I couldn't risk something going wrong. If I'd known, I should have practiced more. It's been quite a while since my body fully recovered. With a slight sense of regret, I launched myself forward. Toward the base of the mountain, where my old home once stood. An object to cover my face. Yeah, like a robe or a hooded cloak, something like that? Shindayan pondered for a moment after hearing my question. But is it really necessary to use something like that? What do you mean? Are you telling me not to hide it? Covering Kana's cute face is absolutely out of the question? Determined to kick her if she said anything like that, I listened closely to Dayan's explanation. No, that's not entirely wrong, but that's not what I meant. The things you mentioned could easily reveal your face if you move too vigorously, right? So, I thought it might be better to use something like a mask instead. Oh, she's right. It would definitely be more uncomfortable, but if the goal is to cover my face, that would be better. If the mask on my face comes off or gets damaged, that likely means I'm in danger anyway. Feeling proud of her for finally saying something useful, I gave her a thumbs up, to which Dayan responded with an hee and a laugh. I actually have something good for that. Want to take a look? Something good. Wait a sec. I'm pretty sure I left it here. Ah, found it. Dayan rummaged through a box and triumphantly held up something. It's a fox mask. Honestly, I think a cat mask would suit Kana better, but Unfortunately, I don't have one. Should I order one now? But considering your slyness, maybe the fox is more fitting. Why do you even have something like this? Since I work in broadcasting, I end up buying all sorts of things, either out of curiosity or as event props. You use things like this for events. Where did you find this? In the box. This was something I bought for punishments. Diane hid the bizarre object behind her back while offering an excuse. I swear, I didn't buy it because I wanted to. Got it. Yeah, I'll believe you. I'm serious. Anyway, do you want to use this? Is it okay? It's just gathering dust, so why not? It's a piece of merchandise from an anime I used to like, but I never used it because it's kind of embarrassing. Why? People don't usually walk around wearing masks. Unless there's a specific reason, you almost never see it here. Besides, it's not something that fits well in our culture. So, I kept it as a display item. Keeping a display item in a box? Feeling a small sense of doubt, I took the fox mask. Clatter. And now, it's the source of the discomfort currently covering my face. When I absent-mindedly touched my face, I felt a hard surface instead of soft cheeks and quickly dropped my hand. For a display item, its fit wasn't bad, but the sense of confinement was unavoidable. Still, it was nice not having to worry about it being blown off like when I wore a hooded cape. Back then, I had to press the hood firmly to keep it from flying off. As I gazed at the fast-passing scenery and let my idle thoughts wander, my destination soon came into view. A desolate ruin. I stopped my swift steps and lightly landed on the ruins where the remnants of buildings were scattered grotesquely, and the scenes of the past faintly overlapped. This looks like where the stables used to be. And over there, it seems to be where the bakery once stood. Whether I'm right or not, there's no way to know. Immersed in nostalgia, I wandered through the past. And then, as if caught on something, my steps came to a sudden halt. Among the common rubble, something familiar caught my eye. This is... Picking it up, I muttered a short sigh-like phrase. So this is the place. This is the house where I lived with Dad. I stared at the familiar object, a fragment of the gate that once stood firm at the house, and then dropped it to the ground. Clinging to something like this seems a bit much, even for me. There are plenty of other things to reminisce about, anyway. Still, it's kind of amazing. Even after so many years, something like this remains. Is it because it's made of iron? It was clear it had been left unattended, enduring countless storms, yet it still managed to retain much of its original form, although it was tinged with red rust. Perhaps the gate fragment had traveled a great distance to reach here through some unknown means. But my instincts told me this was my old home. The surrounding geography was roughly similar. But that was all. There was nowhere to enter, and even if I could, there wouldn't be anything inside. What would I do by going in? I already knew, long ago, that nothing was left. Thinking about it like that makes me a little angry. It doesn't matter that Graces was destroyed, but I can't forgive the fact that my home was ruined. That's how I feel. Boom? As I burned with the flames of vengeance at this intolerable atrocity, a loud noise pierced my ears. However, it wasn't unexpected. I had already seen people wandering the nearby area as I approached. While encountering them wouldn't be an issue, it was better to avoid them. I adjusted the slightly crooked mask and pulled my hood tightly over my head. The goal was the royal palace, the place where it used to stand. It still amazed me that such a massive palace had been toppled so quickly, but on the other hand, the thought, those guys could do that, also lingered in my mind. They were the type to only think of their own safety. As soon as trouble arose, they probably fled. Well, it's not like sacrificing one's life for the royal family is a worthwhile endeavor. Finding where the palace used to be wasn't difficult. I had walked that path countless times before. I could probably find it with my eyes closed if I exaggerated a bit. In the past, every step on this road used to fill me with unbearable displeasure. Haha. But now, as I walked along the wrecked path, I felt oddly cheerful and even hummed a quiet tune. My mood was light, and my steps became naturally buoyant as I skipped and leapt over the debris. Thunk. As my foot hit the ground, a dull sound echoed. Growling. It wasn't the ground. Why were you lying there, of all places? A monster lay sprawled out, foam frothing at its mouth. On its head, a small footprint was clearly imprinted. If you die from something like that, it makes it look like I'm heavy, so hurry up and get up. Oh, the fallen monster staggered to its feet. Its dazed eyes suggested it still had no idea what had happened to it. You can go back to sleep now. Slash. The monster's head flew through the air. I had no more business with it now that I'd proven I wasn't heavy. To think it sacrificed its life to prove my innocence, how admirable. After a brief moment of silence, I lifted my head. That's when I locked eyes with someone staring at me from a distance. Though the face wasn't visible from so far away, I knew exactly who it was. The greatsword chick. Her real name was Yuki, if I remembered correctly. Though, of course, that's not her real name either. To meet here of all places. What a coincidence. Still, seeing Yuki didn't warrant any dramatic reaction from me. Maybe if it were Diane, it'd be a different story. Sure, I taught her a thing or two, but only a little. Besides, it would be absurd to approach someone who thought I was dead and greet them warmly. So let's just pretend not to know her and pass by. Flash. Yet, contrary to my intentions, Yuki's gaze remained fixed on me. In fact, she seemed to be staring even more intently. Did she notice? That thought crossed my mind. No way. I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination. although I had heard from Dayan that I had been a notorious raid boss in Cilia Online. In the end, I had made a rather memorable exit as an NPC, hadn't I? Step. As I organized my thoughts, Yuki slowly walked toward me, one step at a time. She won't recognize me anyway. Thinking so, I prepared to ignore the approaching Yuki and hastened my pace. But then, when she was suddenly right in front of me, Yuki spoke. Master. Startled by the unexpected address, I flinched. Ah, crap. I quickly realized my mistake and made a grimace. Thankfully, following Dayan's advice and wearing a mask had been the right decision. Otherwise, my expression would have given everything away. It really is you, Master. Bang! Yuki's voice, filled with certainty, delivered the final blow. Shake. Although she seemed convinced, I firmly pressed my lips together and shook my head. Not you. Nod. Then say something. Shake. You really are Master. Shake. After my desperate head shaking, Yuki stopped her questioning. As if deep in thought, she rubbed her chin for a moment, then suddenly placed her hand on her greatsword. Wong! She swung her absurdly large greatsword. The massive blade sliced through the air. Had I not stepped back, the greatsword would have cleaved through more than just the empty space, it would have struck my face. Ha! I let out a hollow laugh, unable to believe it. Swinging a greatsword at someone out of nowhere? And judging by how precisely it targeted my head and the strength imbued in the swing, it wasn't a half-hearted move either. Had an ordinary person been struck by that blow, the fight would have ended immediately. If they couldn't block it, they'd die. If they did block it, their arms would break from the force. Dodging it would be nearly impossible. Such an unfair strike. She's genuinely talented. She's grown to this extent in such a short time. Even with the system's blessings, it wouldn't have been easy. But that's that. And this is infuriating. She attacked me, so she has to pay the price. Creak. I dragged my right foot back in a long motion and spun my body in place. At the same time, I lightly pushed off the ground with my left foot, causing my body to rise gracefully into the air. Then came the kick. It was far too short to reach Yuki, so while the kick formed an elegant arc, it sliced through nothing but air. Just like Yuki's great sword a moment ago. However, the results were far from the same. What are you? Whem? Yuki, who had been observing my movements a few steps away, was suddenly lifted into the air. Crash, thud, clatter, and just like that, she was flung to the side as if hit by a car, crashing into the debris. Judging by the loud noise, the damage seemed considerable. Not my problem, though. She attacked first, after all. Shrugging, I tapped the ground lightly with my foot. It was undeniable that my leg had cut through empty air. Then why had Yuki flown away, her body folding into a shape? And why did I feel this heavy sensation in my leg? Not bad. The answer was simple. My attack had indeed reached Yuki. It wasn't aimed at her directly but at the space she occupied. It was the first time I had tried such a strike with my leg instead of a sword, but the sensation wasn't bad at all. I probably won't use it often, though. It felt like a temporary workaround. Calling an attack that incorporates the intricacies of space a mere workaround might seem absurd, but that's the truth. I am a swordsman, not a martial artist. Still, knowing how to move my body allowed me to execute such an attack. I stopped pondering and turned to where Yuki had flown. Is she dead? Well, I had kicked her with the thought that it didn't matter if she died. Knowing she'd just revive, there was no need to hold back. While I didn't go all out, I didn't bother controlling my strength, so it wouldn't be surprising if she died. Especially since this was her first time encountering such an attack and she had no chance to defend herself. Not my problem. Repeating the words I had just uttered earlier, I shrugged. I hadn't expected her to recognize me from such a distance, so her approach had caught me off guard. Still, this should be the end. Even if she revived somewhere and came looking for me again, I'd be long gone by then, so I wouldn't see her again. Sure, there was a chance we'd meet again by coincidence in the future. But that's not something I can control. I can't see the future, after all. Even Edel, who calls herself a god, couldn't foresee her own fate and ended up being defeated by dimensional creatures. What could I possibly do? That arrogant brat. I almost felt like I could hear Edel shouting. Of course, it was just my imagination. Ah, right. I don't have time for this. I was already busy, and now more time had been wasted because of Yuki. I turned my gaze away from the ruins where Yuki was buried and started walking again. I needed to get back to what I was doing. That was when it happened. Crumble. Crumble. Ugh. I almost died. From behind, I heard the sound of debris falling and a familiar soft, feminine voice. That voice unmistakably belonged to someone I knew. It's been so long, but you're still so harsh. Without thinking, I turned my head to look behind me. Covered in dirt and looking like a complete wreck, Yuki was stepping out from the rubble. She raised a hand and shook her head, causing dust and small fragments to scatter around her. It really is you, Master. How are you alive? Unable to keep my voice hidden anymore, I asked Yuki. I had completely abandoned the thought of maintaining my secrecy. My curiosity to get an answer was stronger than anything else. A feeling. I just felt it. This is dangerous. So I blocked it. Although I realized it too late, which is why I ended up like this. Yuki proudly showed off her battered body as she spoke jokingly. You blocked it. I hadn't seen her block anything. And with Yuki's level, it wasn't an attack she could defend against. When I tilted my head in confusion, she explained. I used mana to reinforce my body. Her explanation cleared up one question but gave rise to another. But didn't you say you got hit? If I had just taken the hit, I would have died, so I blocked it. Is that so? It kind of made sense. While I was caught up in Yuki's logic and hesitating, she took another step closer. From up close, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. I knew you were alive. There's no way Master would die so easily. That last time it must have been some kind of clone or decoy, wasn't it? Wait a second. Before she could get too close, just within the range where our swords could meet, Yuki suddenly stopped. Standing at that precise boundary, she swung her massive sword. Amidst the scattering blood droplets and dust, I caught sight of her lips curling into a smirk. When swordsmen meet, just chatting is so unromantic. So, clank. Let's fight first and talk after. Let me show you how much I've grown. She pointed her enormous greatsword at me as she spoke. The blade, almost as large as an adult man, was held perfectly steady with one hand. Unless you had incredible arm strength, such a feat would be impossible. The fact that Yuki could manage it, with her slender, seemingly untrained physique, made it even more unbelievable. Of course, if she were using mana, it wouldn't be entirely impossible, but Yuki was holding that massive sword purely with her physical strength. The power of players. Feeling yet another wave of irrationality, I opened my mouth. No, what? Why would I? Leaving Yuki looking dumbfounded, I turned and began walking away. Just one fight, please. Just once. If you fight me just this once, I'll be satisfied and leave. Lies. Ignoring Yuki's whining, I thought to myself. This wasn't a fight, it would be me humoring her. And even if I fought her once, she wasn't the type to just leave me alone afterward. I remembered the days when she used to pound on my barrier every single day back in the mountains. If someone else had been as annoying as Yuki usually was, I would have cut them down immediately. But since this was exactly what Yuki wanted, I steadfastly refused to draw my sword. How did you know it was me? Instead, I asked her. How had she recognized me? I'll tell you if you fight me. Then don't tell me. Sure, I was curious, but not curious enough to force her to talk. As I stubbornly turned my head away, she hastily spoke up. Mana? I sensed Master's mana. My mana. Yes. I suspected it after seeing your stature and gait, but when you hit me earlier, I was certain. So, you sensed not just mana, but my specific mana. Yes. Your mana is special, Master. Incredulous at her claim, I asked again, but her response didn't change. It was surprising enough that she had noticed from my gait, but her following words were even more startling. Unless I'd deliberately made my mana obvious, it shouldn't have been detectable. To test her, I subtly released a sliver of mana just enough to remain undetected. Flinch. At once, Yuki's entire body stiffened. Unbelievable. I couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. You really are. No, that's not the way to put it. I almost blurted out. You must have been born into the wrong world, but I swallowed the words halfway. You've got talent. Is this what they call a talent freak? I muttered awkwardly, recalling a phrase I'd seen on the internet. I hear that a lot. Of course you do. Some people are given one-on-one lessons and still can't grasp the basics, while others, like her, just figure things out on their own. You're starting to pique my interest a little. Really. But I'm still not going to fight you. Yuki's face lit up momentarily before darkening again at my follow-up statement. If she had a proper mentor, she would have become exceptional by now. If she had peers who started on the same day, they would have been envious and despairing at her talent. Tap, tap. I lightly tapped my fox mask with my fingers as I thought before finally speaking. Do you want to fight? Seriously? Yes. Her expression went from gloomy to practically glowing, like a sun had risen on her face. She looked so delighted that it felt like the snow from the deepest winter could melt in an instant. But not with me. With someone else. Oh, if I watch and find the fight satisfactory, I'll give you a reward. Oh, but if it's disappointing, I won't associate with you ever again. You don't have to worry about that. Yuki hefted her massive greatsword onto her shoulder, grinning confidently. I'm the best when it comes to using my body. Good. I'll be looking forward to it. To be honest, I hadn't even realized someone like Yuki existed, let alone expected to meet her here. This was a whim. Seeing her incredible talent had sparked a fleeting thought, maybe I should teach her. Having someone dependable around wouldn't be a bad thing. If the worst-case scenario Edel mentioned came to pass, it would help to respond faster. Who am I supposed to fight, though? Wait. She wasn't some dog waiting by her food bowl, but her fidgeting made me imagine dog ears perking up on her head. Ignoring her impatience, I scanned the area for the target Edel had mentioned. Found it. I located what I was looking for. Standing before a visibly distorted flow of mana, I channeled the holy power Edel had bestowed upon me. Whoom. The warped mana flow quivered, revealing a hidden scene. What had appeared to be a ruined wasteland was now an empty clearing. Stepping onto the ground where a royal palace once stood, I gestured toward Yuki, who stood there staring blankly. Hey, dungeon. Get in. Even if this was the ruined capital of a fallen kingdom, I didn't think Yuki could handle the dimensional creature that had destroyed an entire city. Still, it would be a good test of her potential. As if sensing our intrusion, a massive entity began to stir. Its enormous eyelids lifted, revealing two massive, violet orbs glowing like twin moons on the earth. What I'd thought was part of the fortress wall turned out to be its legs, and what reached skyward like pillars were its arms. A giant vaguely humanoid yet distinctly otherworldly. Its eyes, glowing with a dark violet hue instead of whites, gleamed ominously as it slowly rose to its full height. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground shook so violently it felt like an earthquake. You expect me to fight that? Are you scared? If you are, you can back out. I teased lightly, and Yuki scoffed as if I'd just said something ridiculous. As if. She took a step forward, speaking confidently. Watch carefully. Watch me fight. Her confidence was unmatched as she smiled boldly, planting her feet firmly and launching herself forward. Underscore 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 underscore. Today was not a special day for Yuki. As usual, she logged into Cilia Online, fought monsters, beasts, and sometimes even people. When evening came, she would return to reality and go to bed. The only variation in her routine was whether she turned on her broadcast or not. Yuki's daily life was no different from a hamster running endlessly on its wheel. But Yuki liked this routine. Her previously mundane life had found excitement. Now, she could do what she loved and even make money doing it. What more could she want? People often say that when a hobby becomes a job, the fun and excitement fade. That saying didn't apply to Yuki. For her, fighting with her life on the line wasn't a job. Canaria. Although Yuki acted nonchalant around the girl she called her master, deep down, she had been surprised. Canaria's last moments. When she had fought the mage from the Imperial Army, it was undoubtedly the master Yuki had known. Yuki understood that monsters those mobs as players called them would respawn. But when she witnessed Canaria's death. So this is the end. That's what she had thought. Even if Canaria had once been a raid boss, her final moment had been deeply intertwined with someone else's fate. It was hard to imagine that someone who had met such a death would simply respawn like any other mob. But she's back. What are you mumbling about? The delicate voice from behind made Yuki smile faintly. It was the same calm yet slightly arrogant tone she remembered from her memories of Canaria. That voice, along with the familiar demeanor, made it easier for Yuki to accept Canaria's return. I've been feeling a bit frustrated lately. Recently, every time Yuki swung her sword, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Someone who had never encountered a wall wouldn't know how tall it was or how small they were in comparison. But for someone who had faced such a wall, even glimpsed the towering mountain beyond it, they would realize their own insignificance. That was precisely what Yuki felt now. Watching the battles of Canaria and the powerful figures from the Imperial Army had unknowingly raised her standards. As a result, she was no longer satisfied with her own swordsmanship. Though slaying monsters strengthened her mana and body, that wasn't the kind of strength Yuki sought. Even after training with videos left by Shindoyan, she didn't feel she was making any progress. She had considered seeking out a stronger individual for guidance. But today, Yuki stepped forward with her frustration bottled up as usual. That decision turned out to be the best one she had made recently. Her unresolved dilemma. She was about to meet someone who could help her solve it. A satisfying fight. It wasn't a particularly difficult request. Yuki had always fought with everything she had, so hearing those words didn't really change much for her. After all, Canaria probably didn't expect her to defeat this giant. But this thing is way too big. Yuki looked up. A massive shadow stretched across the ground. It was so large that it felt like night had fallen over the entire area. Her great sword, which had easily shattered the heads of monsters, seemed like nothing more than a toothpick before this giant. Even if she jumped with all her might, she would barely reach its knee. She couldn't figure out how to fight it. But that was Yuki's problem. Boom. Ugh. The giant dimensional creature standing before Yuki wasn't concerned with her struggles. A simple motion of lifting and placing its foot. A casual movement without much force caused the ground to tremble violently, making even Yuki, who was standing firm, wobble. As she stumbled, a chill ran down her spine. Crash. Without thinking, Yuki threw herself to the side. To be honest, threw wasn't the right word. Toppled would be more accurate to describe the clumsy scene. Even amidst the chaos, a thought flashed through Yuki's mind. If her broadcast had been on, she would have become a laughingstock. It was an act of survival, so there was no shame in it. That's what Yuki told herself. But she certainly wouldn't have enjoyed being ridiculed by viewers. I'm glad the broadcast isn't on. As she felt the storm-like gust of wind from the giant's movement sweep past her, Yuki thought to herself. Pfft. A soft laugh, like the flapping of a bird's wings, lingered near Yuki. It was a delicate sound, unsuited for a battlefield where lives were at stake. Oh, right. The moment she heard it, Yuki suddenly remembered that she wasn't alone here. While she was rolling across the ground desperately trying to survive, someone else was casually watching and laughing. Suppressing the surge of anger that rose momentarily, Yuki pushed herself up and caught sight of what had just passed above her head. It was a hand, the size of a medium-sized monster. The hand that had failed to crush Yuki retreated, crumpling the wreckage around it, and returned to its owner. With its massive, slow movements, the hand obscured the giant's line of sight. This is my chance. Having eyes meant the giant had vision. Now that its sight was blocked by its hand, this was the opportunity. Of course, there was a chance its eyes were just for show, and it could sense its surroundings through other means. I can't consider everything. The gap in power was too overwhelming to account for every possibility. As the weaker party, she had to take the risk and exclude certain factors to seize even a small chance. Having come to a quick conclusion, Yuki sprang to her feet and dashed toward the giant. Dust and pebbles scattered with every powerful step, but she paid them no mind. Ha! Taking a deep breath, Yuki filled her lungs with air. Her muscles seemed to swell as the air spread throughout her body. It might have been her imagination, but that's how it felt to her. Tap tap tap. Boom! With a brief running start, Yuki leaped into the air. She soared upward with a sound like an artillery shell being fired. Her body bent back like a tautly drawn bowstring. For an ordinary person, the weight of the massive sword slung over her back would have caused them to topple backward or, in the worst case, snap their spine. But her sturdy body and the mana coursing through her muscles prevented such disasters. Weight, force, potential energy, anyway. Her thoughts jumped from one concept to another as she tried to piece it all together. What was she aiming for when she swung her sword? There were many desires, countless reasons, but in the end, they all converged on one thing: to defeat the opponent. What I want. Silence from the enemy. Yuki's deeply bent back snapped forward. Instead of resisting the weight of the sword, she spun gracefully in the air. And then, boom, a meteor crashed onto the giant's foot. The sound that rang out was so overwhelming that it was hard to believe it was just a sword striking a foot. The resulting shockwave rippled through the air. Buzz. The aftershock vibrated through her body, causing Yuki to briefly furrow her brow, but there was no time to dwell on it. Forcing her trembling arms to obey, she pulled back her sword and retreated quickly. Had the attack succeeded? Or had it failed? She didn't know. There's bound to be some reaction. Even if the giant merely lifted the foot she had attacked, Yuki would be sent flying into the air and crash into the ground. She wasn't ready to become a splatter just yet. Her prediction was spot on. A sound reverberated, whether it was a scream or a roar of rage, she couldn't tell. Ugh, gah. Just the sound alone sent an uncontrollable shockwave rippling through her body. Cough. Before she realized it, her mouth opened, and a hot lump surged up from deep in her throat, escaping as if it had been waiting for the chance. Looking at the crimson blood pooling on the ground, Yuki let out a bitter laugh. This is insane. Just from a roar, she had taken this much damage? The health bar that had barely recovered after her fight with Canaria had now plummeted to less than half. The giant was so strong that Yuki felt fortunate to have survived even a single strike. Despair alone couldn't fully capture the current situation. But Yuki smiled. She noticed the giant's awkwardly raised right foot. A dark violet liquid was dripping from the top of its foot. Though, compared to the giant's massive size, the wound was less than a pinprick, no, more like a scratch from a pencil. Still, I managed to land a hit, didn't I? There was something so satisfying about landing a hit against an overwhelming opponent. Perhaps the giant understood Yuki's mocking words. Crack! The ground beneath its foot tore apart roughly. The atmosphere surrounding the giant grew even heavier. You only got hit because you let your guard down. Why get so angry? Getting mad after being careless, it's nothing but pathetic. Yuki stuck her tongue out as she drank a potion. Feeling a slight return of vitality to her body, she adjusted her grip on her greatsword. The giant, its glimmering eyes glaring, began to move its arm. Something like this. I can just dodge it. Or so she thought, before her body froze. It's fast. A massive shadow loomed over her, blocking out the sky. Was this what it felt like to be trapped beneath the Buddha's palm? Seeing the approaching palm, far faster than before, Yuki felt death closing in. But then, are you giving up already? Clang! The palm, which surely would have turned Yuki into a pool of blood, bounced back as if struck by something. Under the brightened sky, Canaria stood with her crimson sword in hand. You can come back to life, so you're quick to give up. Back in my day, we struggled with everything we had just to stay alive. You're such a boomer, master. Yuki muttered, more exasperated than relieved. But somewhere deep inside her, if it's her, she really might have done that. Yuki couldn't help but think. Underscore 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 underscore. I've encountered plenty of geniuses and prodigies in my life. So-called talented people. Even though the prestige of the Crimson Aegis had gradually declined, it was still the kingdom's top order of knights. Sitting in the captain's chair of such an order, it was only natural for me to meet many talented individuals. Among them were people I could truly call geniuses, and others who made me think, is that all their talent amounts to? People who shone brightly in small towns but, when placed on the larger stage of the world, turned out to be merely slightly better than ordinary folk. Yuki belonged to the former. Is she a once-in-a-generation genius? That remains to be seen. After all, Yuki's power comes from the system. But even if one relies on borrowed strength, fighting the way Yuki does isn't something anyone can do. She instinctively finds the path to survival and makes the best possible decision in any given situation. Moreover, the way her thoughts translate into action is remarkably seamless. Some might dismiss it by saying, isn't running up and attacking something anyone can do? Well, could they, really? Evading attacks that shake the very ground, blows that would pulverize you if they so much as grazed you. Charging at a giant so massive it's exhausting just to look up at it and delivering a full-force strike. If that were easy, there wouldn't be a single monster left in this world. If all it took to succeed was grabbing a sword and recklessly charging, what would there even be to worry about? Of course, I don't believe something capable of ravaging a kingdom's capital in mere moments would be brought down so easily. Maybe Yuki was only able to inflict that tiny, microscopic wound because the giant underestimated her. But even so, the results Yuki achieved cannot be ignored. Exploiting an enemy's overconfidence is a skill in its own right. Is that all there is? I spoke without revealing my inner thoughts. Doesn't seem like much for all the confidence you showed. Yuki pouted her lips. It wasn't bad. That. I raised a hand and pointed at the giant's foot. Violet liquid was trickling steadily from it. Given the giant's sheer size, the amount of liquid spilling from the wound wasn't small, but compared to its body, it was far from significant. If left alone for a few years, it might die. Or maybe it'll regenerate blood faster than it loses it. Wait, is that even blood? Dimensional creatures are so unpredictable it's hard to say for sure. Well, it came from the wound, so it must serve that purpose somehow. Yuh. Like pricking a finger while sewing, it was a tiny wound at best. Yet the giant howled loudly over such a small injury. What a drama queen. For something so massive to howl like that over such a tiny cut. I clicked my tongue, and Yuki proposed an interesting theory. Humans get annoyed when bitten by a mosquito, right? Maybe it's like that. Are you calling yourself a mosquito? It's just an analogy. Or maybe it's like stubbing your toe on a doorframe. Ah, that made sense. I nodded in understanding. So even you get hurt stubbing your toe on a doorframe, master? I'm still human. Technically, it's less pain and more surprise, but that's not important right now. I grabbed Yuki and leapt. Boom! A fist slammed into the spot where we had been standing. Usually, when a heavy object falls, it makes a thud, but the sound from that punch was far more intense. Not exactly delicate. The fist that fell from above was certainly a threat, but it wasn't unmanageable. I only dodged because of the person in my arms, Yuki. Given the giant's size and the speed of its swing, the force behind that punch couldn't be light. Even if I managed to block it, the resulting shock would have killed her. That's why I made the decision to dodge. Did a meteor fall here or something? And it turned out to be the right call. As I endured the wind slamming into my mask, I looked at the impact site, a massive crater, as if a meteor had struck. Yuki muttered in disbelief, and I nodded in agreement. This is your fault. Huh. It got mad because of you. Because you hit it. When I said that, Yuki gave me a look of utter disbelief. You told me to hit it, master. I did. And you said you'd reward me for fighting well. Didn't I tell you? Now, to say that? The expression on her face clearly screamed, are you seriously saying that now? You should finish what you started. You're just making a mess and leaving them injured, that's why they're mad. Joni, Shivi been putting up with this all this time? I feel like punching you. Go ahead if you can. But I doubt you'd manage, seeing as you can't even take down a creature like that. Actually, it wasn't Diane enduring anything, I was the one putting up with her nonsense. And how could she say something so harsh? I thought about clearing up the misunderstanding but gave up on the idea. This wasn't the time for idle banter. Is it fire this time? Seeing the blazing red flames inside the giant's mouth, I let out a dry laugh. What was it with that wolf last time? Oh right, it was spewing some kind of acidic mist. You really pull out all the stops. Are you a dragon or what? If you don't want to die, get out of here. Maybe I'd stick my neck out for Diane, but not enough to protect Yuki from those raging flames. Surviving that kind of attack is a skill too, isn't it? Painful as it was, I hoped she'd grow stronger, like a stern teacher disciplining a student. Think of it as tough love. I'll report you. For being an abusive teacher. Despite her complaints, Yuki quickly moved away. The giant's eyes momentarily followed Yuki's retreat, but sensing that I was the bigger threat, it didn't turn its fiery maw in her direction. The flames, poised to surge toward me, felt oddly familiar. Oh, right. That time. The scene reminded me of when I fought Chromo's shadow. Compared to that thing, though, this giant was. Sizing up its strength, I tilted my head. Now that I think about it, where's Grazed? Back then, Grazed had made things easier. Not that it wasn't a winnable fight without him, but I did suffer from some nasty after effects. Wait, why was I even missing him? On second thought, his absence wasn't a loss at all. In fact, weren't the downsides greater? Kwoosh! Finally ready, the giant opened its mouth wide. Flames gathered in its maw and roared toward me. Even from a distance, the searing heat seemed to lick my face beneath the mask. No time to think, huh. Muttering whatever came to mind, I drew my sword. Fire, huh? A sudden sense of amusement made me smirk. Well, this is awkward. I've dealt with hotter flames before. And unlike the past, now I had a weapon that excelled in fire. Whoosh! As mana surged into the sword, Crimson Aegis blazed a fierce red, as though it had become fire itself. With the breath attack almost upon me, I swung the sword. Shock! A crimson dragon erupted from the blazing sword. Croar! The fiery dragon tore through the air, its jaws wide open. A clash of fire versus fire. The two torrents of flame intertwined, gnashing at each other with violent ferocity. There was no sound of friction. Only the roaring of flames, their fierce crackling the soul noise. If I closed my eyes, it might have sounded like a calm campfire. But the scene before me was anything but serene. One moment, one side seemed to falter. The next, it gained the upper hand. The two torrents of fire viciously tore into each other. And then, after what felt both like an eternity and a mere instant, Skreek, a victor emerged. The crimson dragon sank its fangs deep into the breath attack's side and twisted its head with force. With a sound like tearing paper or burning wood, the breath attack split apart, and a slash of sword energy streaked through. Sensing its imminent defeat, the giant hastily tried to flee. Too late. Where do you think you're going? I'm already standing before you. If I struck with my right foot before, now it was the left. Slash. I swung my sword at the giant's left ankle. The pink sword beam slashed deeply through the ankle, and flames followed, searing the wound. I couldn't completely sever it, but that didn't matter. After all, the giant, with its nearly severed and dangling ankle, tried to flee in a hurry, but its injured ankle couldn't support its weight and tore off completely. Losing one of its supporting legs, the giant's massive body began to tilt. Thud. Boom. This was bound to happen. As the giant collapsed to the ground, the tremor that followed was far more intense than before. The earth shook violently, but I stood firm, staring at the fallen giant. Even after taking off one leg, it still weighs this much. If people lived nearby, they'd probably file noise complaints. The stomping, the pounding on the ground, and now playing with fire. What a nuisance. Well, I guess it's time to help it shed a few pounds. After all, I was once a knight. It was my duty to eliminate a monstrous criminal threatening the public. As I took a step forward, the giant's eyes darted toward me. Enraged, the giant began pounding the ground furiously. Bang, boom, each time its fist struck the ground, the earth cried out in protest. The craters it created made me wonder if the entire area would cave in. The ground was becoming a complete wreck. Ugh. I leapt gracefully to avoid the tremors, and as soon as my feet touched the ground, the giant swung its fist toward me. This time, its fists were wrapped in violet flames. I raised my sword, now enveloped in pink sword beam, to meet the attack. Clang! Who would believe this sound came from a collision between a fist and a sword? One stray ember from the violet flame stuck to my mask but was quickly swept away by mana. This is getting a bit annoying. The giant pounded the ground with its remaining foot and fist, creating tremors to unbalance me. If I lost my footing or leapt into the air, leaving myself exposed, it would ruthlessly strike. Its slow movements from before were gone, and each swing of its fist now sliced through the air with a sharp, menacing sound. Clang! I dodged, parried, and blocked, slowly closing the distance between us. Something seemed off. Was its body smaller? Thinking it might be my imagination, I studied it carefully. No doubt about it. It was definitely smaller. I didn't need to pinpoint the exact changes. The more it exerted itself, the more its body seemed to shrink. Noticing this, I adjusted my strategy. The frequency of my sword clashing against its fists decreased noticeably, while its attacks began to graze closer to me, barely brushing past my hair. Roar! The giant let out an enraged cry as I dodged nimbly like a slippery eel. And so what? Did it think shouting would change anything? To think this thing wreaked havoc on the capital. No wonder they deserved it. If the royal knights had worked together, they could have defeated it. But if my guess was right, they probably fled before even trying to fight. Finally, as the giant shrank to about half its original size, I leapt just before its fist could hit the ground. Tap! The leap disrupted its timing. The giant tried to adjust and swing its fist toward me, but it couldn't pull back its fist from the ground fast enough. Thrust! My flaming sword pierced through the violet flaming fist. Underscore 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 underscore. The sword slid in without much resistance. It went in so easily that it felt like stabbing soft pudding with a fork. Of course, that was an exaggeration. Still, it was much easier than when I attacked its ankle. When I drove the sword into its now shrunken eye, violet energy burst forth like a flood. Spin. Crack. For good measure, I twisted the sword once, and the unpleasant sound of the eyeball being crushed accompanied an even stronger surge of energy. Yap. I quickly leapt away to avoid the shadow that loomed behind me. The giant reached out to grab me midair, but its aim was off, so it wasn't much of a threat. That made it easier to counter. As its fist brushed past me, I deliberately brought my sword to meet it. Clang! The moment the sword clashed with its fist, I tilted the blade slightly to deflect the force. There was no real impact transferred, but the strength in its punch sent me flying backward through the air. Thanks to that, I managed to retreat to a spot well beyond its reach. Landing lightly, I focused my gaze on the giant. It was clutching its eye with one hand in obvious pain. The other hand groped aimlessly in my direction, but I was already too far away to be caught. Instead, it left random craters in the ground as it clawed about. I couldn't help but wonder how many people it would take, and how long it would take, to repair all this damage. Flatten it all. Yes, sir. But why do we have to do that? We don't have a training ground anymore, so we need to build a new one. But we're short on manpower, so we've been asked to help. Commander, where are you going? Please, wait. Commander. A rather unpleasant memory surfaced for a moment. I didn't mind the royal knights boasting about increasing their ranks. But to demand the training ground we were already using, and then expect us to build a new one ourselves? It was clearly a tactic to break our spirits. So, in my own way, I retaliated by storming the royal knights' headquarters and turning the place upside down. As a result, we managed to keep our precious training ground. Our precious? Anyway, we held on to our training ground. As a bonus, I thoroughly wrecked their buildings and training areas. Watching those so-called noble knights sweating on construction sites due to their manpower shortage was a uniquely satisfying memory. Both infuriating and amusing at the same time. Oh, before I knew it, I had gotten lost in thought. It felt like revisiting an old, faded photograph. I quickly stowed the memory back in its mental box. Perhaps it was because I was back in a place where I had spent a lot of time. These stray thoughts kept creeping in. Of course, the old sites were nowhere to be found, but just standing in the same space gave me a faint sense of nostalgia. If this were the old days, I might have cheered them on. The thought of messing with the royal knights, who cowered behind their walls and pretended to be superior, was tempting. I wouldn't have stopped them, and I might have even lent a hand. But, unfortunately, the royal knights had long since disappeared, and it was this very giant that had wiped them out, which meant there was no reason to overlook its atrocities any longer. It's time for you to leave. If you leave quietly now, I'll spare your life. How about it? But the giant didn't respond. I wasn't even sure if it could understand me in the first place. It looked like a brute who refused to leave the stage voluntarily. Guess I'd have to kick it out myself. As I prepared to aim my sword, rumble, the giant's hand began to move. Contrary to my caution, the massive hand didn't even try to reach me. Instead, thud, crunch, it grabbed one of the many scattered debris pieces and shoved it into its mouth. And then, crunch, crunch, it began to chew. What the hell is this? Was that not debris but a snack instead? That's how it looked as the giant busily chewed away. It was so ridiculous that I just stood there watching. The giant finished chewing and swallowing the debris and then reached for another piece. Once again, it shoved it into its mouth. Crunch, crunch, snap. What is this? Seriously. In a world with so much to eat, why choose to eat that? Could it be that buildings are actually delicious? There's no way. I shook my head vigorously, pushing away the ridiculous thought. There was no way it was eating like that out of sudden gluttony. Observing its actions closely, I finally found the reason. It's healing its wounds. Though it was subtle and hard to notice, every time its throat bobbed, the injuries healed little by little. As proof, the violet energy that had been pouring out of the eye I gouged earlier had visibly decreased. So this is what it means to devour dimensions? The ones I've seen before weren't like this. Maybe it was because they died too quickly, or perhaps only certain ones possessed this ability. In any case, watching a creature recover its strength by eating debris was a first, even for someone like me who's seen it all. If I kept it at home, I wouldn't have to worry about trash. The problem would be that it might eat the entire house. And this is just a guess, but I don't think it limits itself to eating debris. Animals, monsters, demons, humans. I had a strong feeling that living beings weren't excluded from its menu. If such a creature had fallen into the densely populated capital, wouldn't that have looked like a feast to its eyes? Even if it got injured, it could just shove whatever was nearby into its mouth and recover again. That must have been tough to deal with. If there had been fewer people, they might have been able to kill it somehow, but for it to land here, on the vast Ardena continent, of all places. If it was deliberate, it was clever. If it was a coincidence, then it was just bad luck. Anyway, I've seen enough now. At first, the giant had been cautious and occasionally tried to keep me in check. But since I wasn't approaching, it stopped paying attention and focused solely on eating. Though it occasionally rolled its eye to look at me, it wasn't really on guard anymore. Careless. And stupid. Did it forget that I was the one who severed its ankle and gouged out its eye? Even though I'd stopped attacking for now, I could strike again at any moment. Yet it let its guard down completely, focused only on eating. Edel had told me to get used to their tactics, so I tried to approach this with care. But any anticipation I had quickly deflated. Boring. I thought there might be another hidden trick, but I guess this is as far as it goes. As my interest waned, so did my enthusiasm. Still, I had a job to do. Whoosh! I raised the arm I had been keeping idle. The sword in my hand followed the movement of my arm and pointed to the sky. Flinch! The giant, which had just turned its eye toward me, flinched at my sudden motion. Its busy chewing paused for a moment. But when I remained still with my arm raised, it resumed its chewing with ease. You're just a pig, aren't you? Go on, squeal for me. Who knows? Maybe I'll let you live. The giant didn't respond. So noisy, causing a mess everywhere. Can't even do tricks, yet wasting food as well. All right, I've decided. Goodbye. I pretended to ponder dramatically while speaking, but my sword had already reached the giant. It was a simplified version of Wind Cutter, the technique I used to kill Chromo's shadow. But while the technique was simplified, its power wasn't diminished. As the blade slashed downward, 2 clean lines appeared on the giant's body. It was so preoccupied with eating that it didn't even realize what was happening. If it had run away, it might have survived, as the simplified technique didn't fully lock space. But even as its body split into 3 sections, the giant didn't stop chewing. Click. The faintly glowing crimson blade of the sword disappeared back into its sheath. There was no sound of the massive body hitting the ground. The moment it split into 3, the giant's body turned to dust and scattered. Thud. The lonely sound of the core hitting the ground echoed faintly. For a creature that had destroyed an entire nation, its end was surprisingly anticlimactic. So anticlimactic that it even felt unsettling. Scratching my mask, I muttered to myself. Is it over? I waited for a moment, but the giant didn't reappear from the scattered dust. Even after I recited a resurrection spell I found on the internet, nothing changed. Looks like this is really the end. How disappointing. Sigh. Letting out a short breath, I looked around at the ruined surroundings. No one lived here anymore, but if someone decided to settle here in the future, they'd have a hard time leveling the ground. Avoiding the various craters, I approached the core. What did Edel say again? Something about it acting as their heart, but there was something else she mentioned. I couldn't remember, probably because I didn't pay enough attention. Whatever. I'll just ask her later. Setting aside the vague memory, I lifted my foot and stomped down on the core. Crack! The core, larger than the average adult head, shattered without resistance. At the same time, the ominous glow swirling around it faded. With that, Edel's task was complete. She would handle the dimensional barrier that had confined the giant, leaving me with nothing more to do here. Wait. There was one thing left. I turned my head. Far in the distance, Yuki was approaching. She had managed to survive despite the injuries inflicted by an opponent far stronger than herself. Even amidst the chaos, where the ground trembled as if struck by a meteor, she had endured. What should I do? As she walked toward me, I briefly pondered. It wasn't a long time, but by the time she reached me, I had made my decision. Underscore 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 underscore. Dayan. Zap. Dayan stared at me intently. I was sure she had heard me since I said it right to her face, yet she simply stared back without saying a word. Dayan. If you call me Uni, big sis, I'll answer you. Just kidding? Don't look at me like that. Dayan said with an awkward laugh, though her face was full of disappointment. Uni. It's not a title I can't call her. Back when I appeared briefly on Dayan's stream to help her out, she had called me Uni. Since calling her Dayan as usual didn't feel appropriate, and calling her Joni felt even weirder, we agreed to go with Uni during the broadcast. Before the stream started, I practiced calling her that a few times to avoid messing up. She was absolutely ecstatic. Honestly, what's so great about being called Uni that she'd get so excited? Seeing her grinning from ear to ear made me wonder if I should just start calling her that all the time. Nope. Impossible. I quickly shook my head. I guess you could say it just didn't feel natural in my mind or on my tongue. It's not that I couldn't say it if I had to, I just didn't want to. Dayan. This was already the third time I had called her. The saying goes, third time's the charm, so I let it slide the first 2 times. But if she didn't answer me now, I couldn't guarantee what I'd do next. Fortunately, Dayan finally responded on the 3rd call. What's up? I'd finally gotten her attention, but now that it was time to say what I needed to, I wasn't sure how to start. Seeing me struggle to find the right words, Dayan tilted her head curiously. Then, her eyes narrowed as if she had figured something out. Seeing you hesitate like this. Could it be? Grab? Did you fall for someone? What are you talking about? That's what I wanted to say, but I couldn't get the words out. Dayan had grabbed both my shoulders and started shaking me before I could. What kind of scumbag dares to? No way. Kana, you're too young to be in a relationship. Let go of me. This Uni doesn't want to see you suffer because of some bad guy. It wasn't exactly dizzying, but the way she shook me made it impossible to speak properly. My words came out long and distorted, like a video playing at the lowest speed. This is annoying. Amid the blurry, shaken view, that thought passed through my mind. If she didn't stop soon, I was ready to kick her shin. As if sensing my growing annoyance, Dayan stopped shaking me just in time. Her survival instincts were truly something else. So, who is it? What do you mean, who? The guy who's trying to win you over. You know there's no such thing, so stop spouting nonsense. I had no plans of dating anyone, but first, I needed to correct her misunderstanding. And what's this about being too young? I'm practically an adult by this world's standards. Which also means you're not quite an adult yet. You still need a guardian to protect you. Especially someone like you. Kana, you need to be extra careful. Why? Because of your looks. Ahem. That's a secret. That's basically just saying it outright, isn't it? There's no law that says, you can't date until you're an adult. I didn't need to look it up to know that. Even with my incomplete memories, I still had enough common sense to figure that much out. Then again, can I even trust what I know with my incomplete memories? That doubt flashed through my mind for a moment but quickly disappeared. The real issue wasn't my memories, it was that Dayan had started spouting nonsense again. I don't even go outside, so what would I know about relationships? Kana. That's such an outdated thing to say. Do you know how many people meet online and even get married these days? Humans are capable of forming deep connections without ever meeting in person. Her tone was strangely infuriating. Of course, the failure rate is higher compared to meeting in person. And the chances of encountering weird people are also higher. That's why I'm worried. Worried about what? I'm worried you might have met someone strange online. I know you don't go outside, but I can't see what's on your phone. Not that I want to. That's such a useless worry. There's a phrase for this kind of thing. When people fret unnecessarily about things like the sky falling or the ground sinking. Are you talking about baseless fears? Ah, that's the one. Kana, you really know everything. So smart. I brushed off Dayan's over-the-top reaction. Let's end the jokes here. As I've already said, even Dayan knows that I don't have a boyfriend or anything of the sort. She's just rambling for the sake of it. A joke. Probably just a joke. But, now that I think about it, Dayan's words weren't entirely wrong. Not about dating, or boys, but about meeting someone online. It wasn't exactly a lie, though, that's assuming Celia Online counts as the internet world. From the perspective of someone from Earth who knows nothing, it technically is. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, and this saying fit the situation perfectly. The Great Sword Chick. Yuki. You know her, right? Huh, what? Dayan's eyes grew wide with surprise, as if she never expected me to mention that name. Why are you suddenly bringing up Yuki? Suddenly. It was only natural for Dian to react this way, not knowing what I went through during my recent visit to Celia. Even I thought my decision was impulsive, so I could understand her reaction. I owe her a favor, and she's in the same line of work. While we don't interact often, so, you're not exactly friends, but you know each other. Yeah, I'd say she's a fairly close acquaintance. Of course, that's just how I see it. Yuki might think differently. She might consider me closer, or not as close. Dian added her own perspective. Still, recently, she's been watching my streams more often because of you, Kana. Doesn't that mean she sees you as pretty friendly? Me. She said she was completely captivated by your swordsmanship. Oh, I nodded in acknowledgement. That's nice. So, why are you suddenly bringing her up? Can you call her over? Call her over. Yeah, where to? Here. Oh, Dian made a sound of understanding, mimicking my earlier reaction. She rested her chin on her hand thoughtfully. So, you're asking if I can bring Yuki to our house? Yeah, to be honest, I could call Yuki myself. If I met her on Earth, I'd have to explain some things anyway, which would reveal a few truths I'd been keeping hidden. Inviting Yuki here wouldn't cause any problems, but I chose not to do it because this isn't my house. As someone living as a guest in someone else's home, inviting another guest without the host's permission felt wrong. Complete role reversal. I didn't want to become someone so shameless. As I finished that thought, Shindayan's lips, which had been chattering non-stop while I was lost in my own mind, suddenly stopped. I could feel it. Rather than resisting the urge driven by instinct, I immediately covered my ears. What in the world are you talking about? The lion's roar that erupted from Dayan as soon as my small hands covered my ears was deafening. Once again, my intuition hadn't failed me. Ugh. Unfortunately, even this makeshift solution wasn't enough to block Dayan's powerful roar. My poor ears. A silver-haired woman lifted her head. A strange scene unfolded before her eyes. There's something interesting for me here. A sudden message. To be more specific, an unexpectedly abrupt message. And the content? It lacked any sense of effort or courtesy. There's something that might interest you, Yuki. Really? Even for someone as detached as her, wasn't that far too lacking in effort? If it had been anyone else, they might have dismissed it as a phishing scam or an attempt at manipulation. But this woman Yuki was unlike most people in many ways. This is amusing. That was why Yuki had agreed so willingly to Shin Dayan's invitation. If there was something genuinely intriguing, then that would be good. And if it turned out to be a trap or led to trouble, well, that would be fine too. Her way of thinking was purely driven by curiosity. Though her recent involvement with Celia online had somewhat tempered her restlessness, Yuki still harbored an ingrained boredom that gnawed at her constantly. It also reflected her confidence no matter what happened, she would handle it. Yuki strolled through unfamiliar streets as if they were familiar. Every time the sunlight danced across her shimmering silver hair, heads turned to follow her. Gazes full of admiration and envy bore down on her. She was fully aware of the attention, yet her expression didn't change in the slightest. Because I'm used to it. It wasn't the first or even the 100th time she'd experienced such stares. From the moment she'd come of age and started standing out, such reactions had become a daily occurrence. She'd long since stopped paying them any mind. It was partly because she just didn't care. Gracefully avoiding a man nervously approaching her, Yuki found her destination with ease, thanks to the conveniences of modern technology. So, this is where they live. Strictly speaking, sophisticated might have been a better descriptor. But Yuki had no intention of correcting her own impression. She walked forward confidently. When the security at the gate asked her purpose, she answered simply, an invitation. After a brief verification process, she was granted entry into what seemed like an impregnable fortress. What a hassle. Her interest was beginning to wane. Still, having come this far, she didn't want to waste the effort. Clinging to the dwindling embers of her curiosity, she stepped into the elevator. Arriving at the designated floor moments later, Yuki stepped out and stood before the door. Without hesitation, she pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. The familiar, cheerful chime announced her presence. Yes, I'm coming. The voice from inside was one she recognized well. Though it was Yuki's first time meeting Dayan in person, she showed no signs of nervousness. Was it because watching Dayan's broadcasts had created a sense of closeness? If someone had asked Yuki, she would have immediately shaken her head. Her demeanor stemmed purely from her personality. As Yuki waited briefly, small footsteps approached the door. She's small. Just from the sound of her steps, Yuki could estimate Dayan's foot size. Even considering she was a woman, her feet seemed exceptionally petite. While Yuki pondered this observation, clack, the door swung open, and there, peeking out, was a head topped with bright pink hair. A girl, shorter by several handspans compared to Yuki, tilted her head back to look up. As their eyes met, Yuki's face momentarily froze, her expression blank. Underscore 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 underscore. Do you really believe that and came here? I'm telling you, yes. Have you been deceived all your life? While I haven't been deceived my whole life, I've certainly been tricked a fair share of times. Believing the words of nobles only to find myself in a mess happened more than once. In my younger, more naive days, I suffered for not knowing their ways, and later on, I simply let myself be fooled. Isn't that the same thing? No, it's different. Later, I had power. The nobles' battles are dirty yet meticulous, grand but quiet. There was a time when I got to hear about the intricate schemes of nobles, and it only confirmed that staying out of it was the right choice. What appeared completely unrelated was actually part of a carefully crafted plan behind the scenes, while what seemed straightforward was just a bait wrapped in deception. And then, all those schemes were unleashed at once, bang, crushing their enemy. Avoiding their traps is simple. Either disrupt the flow they try to create, or have enough strength not to be swept away by it. Or, be so powerful that they wouldn't even dare to create one, like the Duke who held the noble faction in the palm of his hand. There's a reason nobles constantly hold banquets and participate in parties. That's why I, too, gained power. A power different from theirs. What kind of power? This. I tapped the Crimson Aegis, which I had brought from Cilia Online, as I replied. After gaining such power, I became more relaxed, even tolerant of the things they said. It was more of a, well, it's a bit suspicious, but it's too much hassle to think it through, so let's just hear them out kind of attitude. And if they revealed their true intentions and tried to trick me, I could just turn the tables on them. Did Graces not have laws? Can a country exist without laws? That's true. It is a valid point, but... Hesitating, Dayan opened her mouth. For someone who just said they'd overturn everything if it doesn't go their way, it's a weird thing to say, isn't it? Responding to a valid point with sophistry is one method. But the most effective weapon against reason is, of course, reason itself, law. Using facts against me? How underhanded. I puffed up my cheeks. Face me with propaganda and fabrication instead. Canaria, what are you even saying? Even laws ultimately need to be backed by force, don't they? Why do people follow the law? Because of the coercion that force brings, isn't it? So, I've merely cultivated the most primal form of power. That doesn't sound like something a civilized person would say. Anyway, perhaps realizing this conversation would go nowhere, Dayan switched topics. Let's drop the "have you been deceived all your life" part. I'll rephrase, have I ever deceived you? That's happened more than a few times, hasn't it? Anyway, just trust me this once. If it's Yuki, she'll definitely come. Alright. Despite Dayan's confidence, considering how she said they weren't in regular contact, I wasn't fully convinced. Still, I nodded quietly. There's no way she's coming. But, well, the thought of Dayan's smug face turning into a dejected pout seemed a bit amusing. The idea of mocking that expression was oddly tempting. Munching on a piece of chocolate, I decided to leave it for the future, only to find, right in front of me, someone who, if familiar, felt entirely familiar, and if not, felt like a complete stranger, was sitting on the sofa where I always sat or lounged. Those black eyes stared at me, from the moment the door opened until now. Except for the brief exchange of greetings with Dayan, those dark eyes hadn't left me for a single moment. Why is this real? See? I told you I was right. That's the wisdom of an adult, I suppose. I couldn't say a word to Dayan, who was now grinning with pride. The same exam paper had been given. Dayan's answer was correct, while mine was wrong. Sometimes, a single word can spark curiosity more than an elaborate explanation. Got it. Over-explaining things can even kill interest. It's the art of minimalism, you know. I said I got it. If you're going to talk about the art of minimalism, you should stop there. Dragging it out like this just makes it less convincing. Are you really my master? As if her intense gaze might drill through me, Yuki finally broke the silence and spoke. Yes. Should I show you proof? The moment I drew the Crimson Aegis, a fiery red light filled the room. Why are you pulling that out? No one's watching. Why does it matter? Still, if you keep drawing it out so casually, you might pull it out while walking down the street, and that would be a huge problem. Walking down the street with a sword strapped to your waist is already a big problem, isn't it? In the middle of chatting as usual in front of a guest, Yuki suddenly interjected. Listening to you talk, I'm sure now you're the master. That's how you're determining it. Dayan threw in a comment. But Yuki didn't seem to care about her objection at all. As if she had gained confidence from her observation, the tension that had been in Yuki's gaze faded. Her eyes returned to the ones I knew, sparkling with curiosity while carrying a deep-seated boredom beneath. While Yuki was observing me, I was also observing her. Because of this, I could notice her subtle changes in detail. You're a bit different from how I pictured you. The first thing I noticed was her hair. In Cilia Online, and now, she had silver hair, but when examined closely, there were notable differences. The Yuki in Cilia had a more natural, sleeker, and shinier appearance, something like that. Next, moving my gaze slightly downward, I noticed her eyes, which I had mentioned before. Instead of the familiar red irises, there were the typical black eyes unique to Koreans. The plainness I felt wasn't just because of the color. Other factors like her outfit and muscle tone also caught my attention. There was plenty more I could point out, but I stopped my observation there. I don't like wearing lenses. They make my eyes hurt. At the same time, Yuki started to speak. She must have noticed me watching her for a while. Lenses. They're items you put on your eyes for vision correction or cosmetic purposes. Depending on the type, they can even change the color or pattern of your iris. I know that much. I've become a proper earthling now. Well, not really, but I do know more than I used to. I snapped at Dayan with a sharp tone. I meant, why you're suddenly talking about lenses. Ah, I see. Were you curious? Or not? I was. Her seemingly oblivious demeanor hid an unexpectedly sharp insight. I dyed my hair. To feel more cohesive. Cohesive. When you move around in the game, you sometimes see your hair fluttering in front of your eyes, right? The difference in color between reality and the game bothers me. Wow. Dayan let out a small exclamation, a mix of admiration and indescribable emotion. Though I didn't say anything, I felt the same as Dayan. Why didn't you just start with black hair? That would have been boring. Ah, so this is the kind of person you are. Aren't comments like that supposed to be said quietly? You don't really care about what people say anyway, do you? Well, that's true. So, what do you think? Dayan smirked. See? I wasn't lying, was I? You weren't. At Dayan's question, Yuki's gaze shifted slightly. Her eyes, now filled with a bit more curiosity than before, settled on me. To think my master would appear here. I was genuinely surprised. You're not going to ask how this all happened. I am curious, but... Yuki stood up from the sofa where she had been sitting. Even before, Yuki had been taller than me. Now, as I sat and she stood upright, it felt as if she were looking down from a daunting height. That irked me, and I squinted slightly. Noticing this, the corners of Yuki's mouth pulled into a sly grin. First, let's spar. The moment she said those words, I found myself replying involuntarily. Ah, so this is the kind of person you are. You feel it too, right, Canaria? Yeah. Though her appearance had changed, Yuki was still Yuki. Her behavior was no different from how she acted in Cilia. Even during the times when I was grieving the loss of my father and being scolded by Aaron to get my act together, I wouldn't have acted to this extent. What on earth made Yuki this way? I pondered the question, but there was something more urgent to address than resolving my doubts. Stopping the rampaging wild horse in front of me. Calm down. The rampaging horse quieted down. In fact, it didn't just quiet down, it ended up flat on the floor, unable to get back up. Even forgetting to struggle, Yuki blinked her eyes in confusion, seemingly not understanding what had just happened. It wasn't like I had done anything extraordinary. Knowing she wouldn't listen to words, I had used a bit of force. Now Yuki, face pressed against the cold marble floor, lay sprawled out. Sitting on Yuki's back, I turned to Dayan. See? Nothing is as effective as brute strength. But still, that doesn't sound like something a civilized person would say. Why not? And why is this chair so wobbly? Since my body weight wasn't enough, I pressed down with mana, and only then did the chair stop moving. Ah, now this is comfortable. Underscore 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 underscore. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Underscore 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 underscore. In truth, fighting Yuki isn't particularly difficult for me. Calling it a fight is a bit much, it's more like a sparring session or a teaching moment. Even back in Cilia, I could subdue her in an instant. Now that she's weaker, there's even less to talk about. But just because something isn't hard doesn't mean it isn't a hassle. I intentionally provoked Yuki. I can fight you. Listen until the end. Before I could finish my sentence, the chair I was sitting on shook violently. I thought it had calmed down, but here we go again. I released my mana, pressing down firmly once more. What kind of mass? Her gaze was like she was witnessing something incomprehensible. Are you a pig, master? Do I look like one? That's right. Even though our Canaria snacks a lot, she always maintains her soft and delicate state. Please refrain from such rude remarks. Soft and delicate state? What does that even mean? Is she just trying to sugarcoat calling me fat? Even though I knew I hadn't gained any weight, I felt oddly annoyed and glared sharply at Dayan. She quickly waved her hands, signaling that wasn't what she meant. I decided to set aside dealing with Dayan for now and continued what I was saying. Do you think fighting me would satisfy you? What do you mean? You're weak. You can't even get out from under me right now. There probably aren't many people who could escape if I fully committed to holding them down, but there's no need to mention that now. I spoke with a faint trace of mockery. Do you enjoy losing one-sidedly? Does getting completely overwhelmed excite you? I don't share that preference, but if that's the case, I'll humor you a bit. Ah, Canaria's insults. Are you going to keep interrupting? I tried to set the tone, but Dayan couldn't resist chiming in again. If she interrupts one more time, I might have to sew her mouth shut. I stared at her with enough determination to make her cover her mouth and shake her head. Anyway, although I rambled on a bit, the point is simple. Why are you acting so cocky when you're weak? That's all. The Yuki I've seen is someone with a lot of pride, and I suspect that confidence comes from her innate talent. Yuki seemed aware of her own talent. Since I had thoroughly poked at that pride, she must be feeling pretty upset right now. But that's reality. Yuki must know she's no match for me. If she still insists on forcing the issue, I have no obligation to hold back. Yuki stayed silent for a long time. With her face buried in the floor, I couldn't tell what kind of expression she was making. For a moment, I wondered if she was really that shocked, but I didn't feel sorry. It was necessary to put her in her place at least once. As I sat on top of Yuki and waited, a small voice finally emerged from her. That's not my preference. That's all you have to say. Despite my scolding, I got up from my chair and moved to the sofa. Of course, the chair referred to Yuki. She was sturdy and soft enough to not be too bad as a seat, but, in the end, I still preferred the sofa. I once saw a noble who liked using people as chairs and tried it out, but it only made me understand him less. Having practically declared her surrender, Yuki brushed herself off and stood up. I thought I could fight you. Yuki didn't bother hiding her disappointment. Since she wasn't trying to charge at me again right away and was just lightly venting, I didn't feel the need to scold her further. You called me master earlier, didn't you? I hadn't exactly taught Yuki nothing, but I also hadn't taught her enough to justify being called a master. Well, even if it's a little, learning from you makes you my master. Fine, call me whatever you like. Titles didn't matter much to me. Of course, if it had been a derogatory term, I would have cracked her skull open, but master wasn't like that. Besides, what I was about to say was related to this anyway. If you're going to call me master in words, why not actually learn from me properly? What? What? The reaction was intense. Yuki, who had been sulking, suddenly lifted her head, her expression showing disbelief. Next to her, Dayan was equally shocked. Yuki's reaction made sense, but why was Dayan so surprised? Then Dayan yelled, "That's because I never expected you to say something like that? How could you decide that without consulting me? Is this really something that needs consultation? Of course, as your first disciple, I have a right to know. But you don't even call me master, Dayan." Dayan, who always treated me like a younger sibling or a child, looked like she'd just taken a massive blow. She spoke in a trembling voice. "Should I start calling you master now?" "No. Why not? Are you embarrassed? Because you're incompetent, Dayan." "Gah. I don't want an incompetent disciple. That's enough." Dayan coughed violently at my sharp, fact-based remark. "You're so cruel." Her face twisted into a look of near tears. I knew most of what Dayan said was nonsense, but seeing her make that face didn't feel great. After hesitating for a moment, I opened my mouth. Teaching someone doesn't always have to come with a formal master-disciple relationship, you know. Being called master makes it feel unnecessarily strict. Dayan's face, which had been on the verge of tears, changed. What was that expression? It didn't seem like a negative one. And then, ugh. While I was pondering over Dayan's expression, she suddenly hugged me tightly. Hihi, I knew it. Our Canaria would never do something like that. You're suffocating me. Let go. Were you worried we'd grow distant? Oh, you're so cute. I wasn't worried. And more importantly, let go already. Not only did she hug me tightly, but she started ruffling my hair wildly. Feeling the chaotic movement on my head, I let out a deep sigh. Yuki, at some point, quietly approached and began fiddling with the ends of my hair. What's with her now? Sigh. Fine, go ahead. I could stop Dayan's rampage with force, sure, but for things like this, it was better to just let her burn through her energy. Having realized this long ago, I let myself relax in her arms. Hey, how could you just touch another woman's hair so casually? Dayan, too busy ruffling my hair, finally noticed Yuki's actions and glared fiercely. Yuki responded in her usual calm tone. It's not like her hair will wear out. That's not the point. Kana doesn't like being touched, you know. Do I? I mean, I'm not exactly fond of it. But really, does anyone like being touched by strangers? Anyway, if you want to become Kana's disciple, you should show proper sincerity. But it was Master who suggested it first. Excuse me? You're not a disciple yet. The term master is confiscated for now. Then what should I call you? What are you doing? I felt an intense premonition that Dayan's antics might rub off on Yuki if this conversation continued, so I quickly stepped in. Yuki, who already had eccentric tendencies, would undoubtedly become an uncontrollable oddball if she caught the Dayan syndrome. That kind of future had to be prevented at all costs. Why is Dayan deciding that? Because I'm Kana's guardian. Dayan, who had shifted back to being my guardian after claiming to be my first disciple, said this with a smug look. If you want to serve as a master, you must first bow 9 times in reverence. Bow 9 times. Shake shake. Yuki looked at me, as if asking what that meant, and I shook my head in response. I couldn't decipher everything Dayan said either. You don't know. I don't. How could you not know? Just filter out whatever she says. Okay, I'll do that. She already figured out how to handle conversations with Dayan. Impressive. That has nothing to do with talent. Someone mumbled under their breath, but no one paid it any attention. First, I should explain why I was offering to teach her. Yuki would probably accept my offer enthusiastically without needing an explanation. Even so, I decided to explain to secure her agreement. It was my way of making an implicit agreement that, if anything happened, she would fight at the forefront. Yuki listened silently, occasionally nodding and letting out soft hums as I explained. When I finally finished, her expression remained calm. I see. You're not surprised. At her utterly dry reaction, Dayan asked incredulously. Yuki shook her head quietly. I am surprised. That doesn't look like a surprised face. If you ask anyone in the world, they'd say Demon News is a suspicious company. Yuki explained that this made it easier for her to accept the situation. Turning away from Dayan, who was staring at her with disdain, Yuki asked, Can I call you master now? Just call me Kana. Okay, Kana. Even though I thought I had sufficiently explained the risks, Yuki's attitude hadn't changed a bit. And so, Yuki officially became my disciple. Saying it like that feels a bit strange. Disciple, master, these were terms I'd never bothered with before and didn't plan to in the future. I was just teaching her a bit about fighting. I had no intention of acting like a proper master. Still, with Yuki's outstanding talent, nurturing her would undoubtedly be beneficial. I thought this as I looked into her black eyes, glimmering with interest. By the way, what's your real name, Yuki? Daeyeon's question reminded me that I still didn't know Yuki's real name. Not that I was particularly curious, but since I'd decided to teach her, it felt appropriate to at least know her name. So, I didn't stop Daeyeon from asking and instead watched as Yuki slowly opened her mouth to speak. Underscore 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 underscore. The silver-haired woman, Yuki, had her own personal gym. If someone else were to hear about this, they might respond with something like, "Are you an athlete?" Or, "You must really love working out." And 9 times out of 10, they would tilt their head in confusion. At least outwardly, Yuki didn't look like someone who enjoyed exercising. She wasn't so delicate that she looked like she might snap with a slight push, but she also didn't give off the appearance of someone particularly athletic. Her figure exuded a healthy beauty, and her features were strikingly elegant. However, her unique languid demeanor made it hard to associate her with the image of an active individual. Contrary to appearances, Yuki actually enjoyed physical activity, though what she really enjoyed was fighting other people. Still, it counted as physical activity, didn't it? It was a kind of escape she found as someone with natural talent who had grown numb to ordinary competition. In any case, Yuki had poured the prize money she had won from various competitions, along with other funds she had saved, into building a gym. It wasn't particularly large, but it wasn't cramped either, a small, functional space. She had purchased the land, constructed a single-story building, and ensured it could be maintained without issue. Thankfully, the gym was located in a slightly remote area. If it had been in the middle of Seoul, purchasing the land would have been impossible, though it was a bit of a hassle to get to the gym because of the location. "I'm so glad I built this." The building, which she had impulsively constructed to have a place to exercise alone, had turned out to be one of the best decisions of her life. To be able to hold a real sword and spar with someone as though it were an actual battle. As far as Yuki knew, there wasn't any other place in Korea where such a thing was possible. If anyone found out that Yuki was sparring with real swords, she would undoubtedly become the main story on the evening news. Athletic prodigy stirs Korea. Turns out she's a psychopath. Yuki wasn't a psychopath, of course, but she was aware that her sensibilities differed greatly from those of the average person. Even so, she doubted such news would bother her much. "I need to be careful. If she were caught, she would undoubtedly lose her current lifestyle." Determined to avoid that, she steeled her resolve once more and opened the gym door. As soon as she opened it, a scream pierced her ears. "Ah, someone save me. Don't worry. People don't die that easily." Then, she saw Kana tilting her pink head slightly. Or maybe they do. "See? The little brat's going to kill me. Little brat." Pause. Kana, who had been tilting her head adorably, suddenly froze. What followed was a scene of carnage so gruesome that, as they say, words could not do it justice. "What carnage are you even talking about?" Although Yuki wasn't particularly close to the scene, nor was anyone speaking loudly, Kana glared at her. For someone like Kana, who had already noticed Yuki's presence and been paying attention to her, overhearing Yuki's muttered words wasn't difficult. Kana turned her back to the body sprawled on the floor. As Kana averted her gaze, Yuki also looked away, leaving the body abandoned and forlorn on the gym floor. I'm not dead yet." "Oh, you're alive. I was never dead in the first place. See, I told you people don't die that easily." Between Yuki and Kana's nonchalant remarks, the body Shin Daeyeon began to stagger to her feet. Daeyeon's appearance showed no visible injuries, but her face looked so haggard that one might mistake her for an invalid. Yuki glanced at Daeyeon's face and commented, "Is it really that exhausting?" Daeyeon waved her hand weakly. "Don't even mention it. I really thought I was going to die." Their conversation flowed naturally. A week ago, the two had spoken politely to each other, but now they addressed one another casually, like old friends. It wasn't surprising, given that they were the same age. "Yuki, you wouldn't know until you try it." Daeyeon trailed off mid-complaint. She realized that Yuki's training was far more grueling than her own. Yuki's brows furrowed slightly. "I'm not changing it. I wasn't even planning to ask you to." Yuki had assumed Daeyeon would suggest switching their training regimens, but Daeyeon hadn't even considered such a thing. If Daeyeon had suggested swapping their routines, it would have meant one of two things: either she had completely lost her mind, or someone was holding a sword to her throat, forcing her to make the suggestion. "Let's rest for a bit, okay? Honestly, we've been at it since morning. I'm already resting." Kana raised an eyebrow but willingly agreed to Daeyeon's plea for a break. As Yuki quietly observed the exchange, she let out a soft hum. What? Nothing. It felt like her expressions had become richer compared to before. As I had once confided to Daeyeon, Yuki had rewatched Daeyeon's broadcasts countless times. From the moment she first met Kana to the conclusion of their journey, she analyzed everything. To overcome the wall that stood in her way, and to reach the towering mountain that lay beyond. Yuki watched those broadcasts endlessly, dissecting every move Kana made. From her gait and posture to how she shifted her center of gravity and even her minor habits. Thanks to that, she came to understand Kana and noticed the changes in her. Though her expressions were still mostly monochrome, Yuki could see that her face had grown far more animated than before. It was like a bud just beginning to sprout. Or perhaps a flower that had finished preparing to bloom. Still, Yuki kept these thoughts to herself. After all, the only thing that mattered to her about Kana was her martial prowess. Everything else was secondary. Or maybe it's not entirely irrelevant. If Kana softened a bit, wouldn't she be more willing to accept sparring requests? Thinking this might be possible, Yuki nodded in agreement with herself, unaware of Kana's reluctant gaze. Over the past week, I had learned quite a bit about Yuki. For instance, the name Yuki, which she used as her broadcast ID, was her real name. She was a mixed-race child born to Korean and Japanese parents. She preferred meat over vegetables but wasn't particularly picky about food. She had dominated various athletic competitions since childhood. And, most surprisingly, she was far crazier than I had initially thought. How can someone even like that kind of thing? That's because you're the strange one, Kana. When I muttered in disbelief, Dayan retorted in an exasperated tone. As our eyes met, she quickly turned her head away. I had no intention of interrupting her break or forcing her back into training over one comment. Didn't she realize that reacting like that only made me want to tease her more? If you check the internet, most people say they prefer meat over vegetables. Sure, they prefer it. But there aren't that many people as extreme as Kana. Honestly, how do you not gain weight eating like that? Her gaze was filled with envy and a bit of jealousy. Meanwhile, Yuki, who had been sprawled out on the floor after being knocked down earlier, suddenly sprang up. I feel the same way. It's strange, considering how calorie-dense and sodium-laden it all is. I didn't expect someone like Yuki, who seemed obsessed with fighting and adrenaline, to care about such things. It was a surprising observation. Your body has to be healthy to fight better, right? Of course, you'd think that. That thought didn't last long. Dayan, echoing my sentiments, wore a tired expression as she responded to Yuki's statement. Her words perfectly captured my own feelings, and I nodded in agreement. The statement itself wasn't wrong. If anything, it was textbook logic. But it wasn't something you'd expect to hear from a regular person. Most people, when asked why they work out, would say it's for their health. How many would answer, to fight better? Still, neither Dayan nor I found it strange anymore, as we had grown used to Yuki's peculiar responses. So, how long do we have to keep doing this? Do you not want to? It's not that I don't want to. At the subtle question, Dayan hesitated and avoided my gaze. We didn't do it like this at first. That's true. Then why are we doing it this way now? Come to think of it, I hadn't explained it to her. The training, or whatever you'd call it. Originally, Dayan's training involved flowing mana into her to help her sense its movement. It wasn't meant for physical conditioning, but it was the fastest method to teach her to manipulate mana. My calculations, however, were thrown off shortly after I started teaching Yuki. Like this? Oh, I got it. Yuki succeeded in moving mana only a few days after I started teaching her. Though she had merely achieved movement without any precision or application, it was still a shocking feat. When a stunned Dayan asked how she managed it, Yuki answered, "It's similar to what I did in Cilia, so it just worked." Was this the outcome Edel had intended? That thought led me to change the way I taught Dayan. Trying to teach her to manipulate mana without any physical conditioning was a flawed approach. I had to admit, I had been slightly mistaken. If you eat chocolate after completely exhausting yourself, doesn't it taste sweeter? In the same vein, flowing mana into someone when they're utterly drained might make them feel it more acutely. So, I started pushing Dayan harder. The new training method involved exhausting her through physical activity, such as exercises or sword swings, and then flowing mana into her. Whether or not this approach would be effective remained to be seen. After listening quietly to my lengthy explanation, Dayan finally offered a counterpoint. If you push too hard, won't it just make you less sensitive? I don't know. When I tilted my head, Dayan responded in disbelief. Wait, Kana, you're supposed to know this stuff. Her remark wasn't particularly helpful. Underscore 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 underscore. Should I call this unexpected? In my experience, even knights who live by the sword aren't too keen on sparring with real blades. Of course, I believe that sparring with live steel is necessary to get accustomed to real combat. But I'm aware that my opinion doesn't align with the majority. Some say, we're already going to face bloodshed in real battles, so why do it during training meant to improve our skills? Others argue, what if we get injured? Isn't that counterproductive? And some complain, if the swords or armor get damaged, we'll have to repair them. That's a hassle. These are valid points, and I've nodded along whenever knights under my command raised these concerns. And then I would tell them, stop whining and get over here. Or should I come to you instead? Dislike it, fear injuries, worry about expenses. All those concerns are meaningless if you're dead. A corpse with a pierced heart or a severed neck won't be complaining about anything. Looking back now, apart from a few exceptions, I couldn't care less if they got injured fighting the enemy or came back as cold corpses. If anyone heard me say that, they'd probably ask how I could think that way about my subordinates. They'd accuse me of being heartless and merciless. But so what? Why should I look kindly upon people who constantly picked fights with me, whispered behind my back, pointed fingers, and spread every insult they could think of? If someone tried to convince me with the words, human lives are still important, I'd be more than happy to laugh in their face. Most of those who bad-mouthed me didn't care much about human lives themselves, and I certainly am no saint who turns the other cheek when struck. Even so, the reason I pushed them and stubbornly tried to keep them alive was simple. I didn't want to be called an incompetent commander. Getting criticized by useless layabouts who do nothing but laze around inside the castle. If that happened, I wouldn't get any sleep that night. In fact, I probably wouldn't be able to sleep for days out of sheer humiliation. So, the reason I kept them alive was entirely out of selfishness, not because I cared about them or because their deaths would weigh heavily on my conscience. Absolutely not. How did I end up ranting about this? Realizing I had launched into a long-winded explanation no one asked for, I scratched my cheek in embarrassment. Then, after a brief pause, I shifted the blame onto the person standing in front of me. This is all your fault. Yuki, standing before me, blinked cluelessly, as if she had no idea what I was talking about. A perfectly understandable reaction. From this angle, she looked just like an ordinary person. But that impression was entirely ruined by the sword in her hand. Not a wooden sword or a practice blade, but a sharp, gleaming real sword. When she gave it a test swing, it sliced through a thick leather strap with ease. It was clear that even a light touch against human skin would result in a deep gash spilling blood. Kana, you're the last person who should be talking. Fair enough. I admitted as much to Dayan, who had interjected out of nowhere. After all, I was holding a real sword myself, one with an impressively crimson blade. As much as I hated to admit it, a small girl wielding a sword as tall as herself wasn't a common sight even in Cilia. Sure, I chose the life of a mercenary to make ends meet, but how could a little girl possibly wield such a sword? If it seemed unusual to people in Cilia, it would seem even more absurd from the perspective of someone from Earth. Just looking at you two is nerve-wracking. I keep worrying you'll hurt yourselves. At the very least, wear some protective gear. That was Dayan's remark, as she abandoned her own training to watch me spar with Yuki. That's unnecessary. I dismissed her concern. I'm not going to get hurt. It occurred to me that this might offend Yuki's pride, so I glanced at her, but she didn't seem to mind. If anything, her reaction leaned toward agreement. Not that it mattered to me whether she found it offensive or not. Sparring is sparring. Given the gap in skill between Yuki and me, it was virtually impossible for either of us to get injured. Unless I deliberately stepped into her blade, there was no way her swings, no matter how earnest, would ever land on me. Hearing my explanation, Dayan's eyes went wide. Huh? Why would I be worried about you? I was worried about Yuki getting hurt. Pause. I froze and stared at Dayan. She returned my gaze with a composed expression. But only for a moment. Twitch. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she eventually burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The look on your face? I was kidding. Of course, I was worried about you first. Are you mad? No, I'm serious. It was just a joke. I'll cook something delicious for you when we get home, so don't be mad, okay? I said I'm not mad. Anyway, since I could overpower Yuki without causing injury, there was no need to worry about her getting hurt. That was also why we didn't bother with protective gear. Ignoring Dayan's incessant teasing, I pushed her aside and resumed sparring with Yuki after the brief lull caused by my wandering thoughts. How long did we continue? I wasn't sure about the exact time, but it certainly hadn't been long. Most of the attacks came from Yuki, while I focused on dodging or parrying her sword. That didn't mean I only defended. Swordsmanship exists to defend against attacks and to effectively counter your opponent. Knowing only how to attack is meaningless, so occasionally, I would launch attacks just difficult enough for Yuki to barely block or evade. Of course, even if she failed to block, there was no risk of her losing her head. Like now, I lost. Clang! Her sword fell to the hard floor, producing a dull yet sharp sound. The crimson blade of my sword hovered just beside Yuki's neck, its edge gleaming. The fine hairs on her neck stood on end, brushing against the cold steel. If you lost, you lost. Why drop your sword? Because a loser has no right to hold a sword. Yuki responded casually. Naturally, it wasn't an answer I could accept. In the first place, there's no concept of lowering one's sword in defeat in my dictionary. Either you die, or you kill. While there have been exceptions, like the one-armed swordsman who sought me out some time ago, most encounters ended in one of those two outcomes. This is just a sparring match, so I won't say much, but you can't do that in a real fight. Admitting defeat doesn't save your life. If you're going to die anyway, struggle until the very end. Just like I did all those years ago when I faced that demon beast. Having said this so many times before, Yuki merely shrugged and replied nonchalantly. Sometimes, Kana, you sound like such a boomer. Sometimes? I'd say it happens a lot. That was me being polite. Aha. By this point, Dayan had somehow recovered and joined in the chatter with Yuki. You two really get along. It's baffling how two people with such opposite temperaments can be so in sync in moments like this. Shaking my head in disbelief, I muttered to myself about how all my advice, meant to be helpful, was dismissed as nagging. And yet, they turn around and treat me like a child when it suits them. How am I supposed to keep up with their moods? People are multidimensional beings, after all. Judging someone based on a single aspect is a bad habit, you know. Take that to heart. Ridiculous. Scoffing at Dayan's comment, I turned my attention to Yuki, who was fiddling with her sword. Still not used to it. I've gotten a bit more accustomed to it, but it's still not quite right. Whoosh. Yuki swung her sword through the air absent-mindedly. The weapon in her hands was a longsword. While longswords are generally designed to be wielded with both hands, the one Yuki held was particularly long and heavy, making it impossible to use with just one hand. It's frustrating. You should have trained harder. Yeah, you're right. If I'd known something like this would happen, I would've. What kind of conversation is this? Yuki's gaze turned wistful as she looked toward the corner of the gymnasium, where a greatsword lay abandoned. When I started teaching Yuki, she handed me the greatsword she used in Cilia, and I brought it to Earth. She had eagerly reached out to reclaim it. Thud. Huh. But her frilier earthly body couldn't handle the greatsword's weight. With all her strength, she could lift it, but swinging it was out of the question. So, I gave her a hefty yet manageable longsword instead. Technically, I gave it to you, but you said Justina told you to give it to me. So, it's mine. The sword, originally entrusted to Dayan by Justina with instructions to pass it on to me, eventually ended up in Yuki's hands. While it wouldn't be impossible for her to wield the greatsword like she did in Cilia once she became more adept at handling mana, for now, it was beyond her capabilities. Since she couldn't stop training, I gave her the longsword as a temporary solution. In my opinion, the longsword was far more practical than the greatsword in many ways. When I asked Yuki why she was so fixated on using a greatsword, she answered with surprising resolve. I like how heavy and satisfying it feels, and how every swing can cut off a limb. A longsword can do that too. It's not the same. I had no idea what made them so different in her mind, but she spoke with such conviction that I decided not to argue further. Seriously, she's anything but normal. Underscore 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 underscore. Huff. Yuki, you're doing well. You're not bad at all. Yuki and Dayan were wholeheartedly immersed in their training. To be honest, I hadn't worried about whether Yuki would struggle to keep up. Based on her actions, the likelihood of her losing interest and falling behind seemed incredibly low. Even if she did, it wouldn't have mattered much to me, so there was no need to fret. While she was undeniably the most talented earthling I'd encountered so far, she was still nothing more than an unrefined lump of steel, barely beginning to take the shape of a sword. If it were a disciple I painstakingly taught during my rare free moments, I might have been reluctant to let them go, but that wasn't the case here. So I taught her with the attitude of follow if you want, or don't if you don't feel like it. But, surprisingly, she pursued it with more enthusiasm than I expected. Not that I taught her carelessly, of course. On the other hand, there was an unexpected effect I hadn't anticipated. Do you have something to say? No. What? Don't be so bland. Pat, pat. Dayan stopped watching Yuki's broadcast for a moment and began patting my head. I closed my eyes slightly, feeling her hand tooling my hair, gentle yet playful. The unexpected effect was that Dayan became more motivated herself. Though there was a significant difference in skill levels, having a training partner seemed to spark something within her. Her newfound passion was evident in her more vigorous approach to training, and the results were correspondingly noticeable. No, not quite. Unless she experienced some life-changing, pivotal moment, she wouldn't achieve such dazzling growth. The world isn't that forgiving just because someone's mindset shifts slightly. Still, I'll admit watching someone work hard is admirable. Unless it's a mortal enemy, why would I begrudge someone striving to achieve their goals? Lost in thought, I noticed the hand patting my head had stopped. Opening my eyes, I glanced up to see a pair of dark eyes, similar yet distinct from Yuki's. But those eyes weren't focused on me. They seemed fixed on something else. SHHHK? Just then, a sound echoed. It was realistic enough, yet not entirely so, as it came through the speakers. The screen displaying Yuki's broadcast. Without taking her eyes off the screen, Dayan spoke. Yuki's fighting style is always so brutal, I guess. I stopped looking up at Dayan and turned my gaze toward the screen. Yuki, who had just severed a monster's arm, swung her greatsword again. Moments later, crimson blood splattered as a massive head flew into the air. Isn't it more reckless than brutal? They're not mutually exclusive. It's like how Kana can be cute and cool at the same time. Did you have to use that comparison? It's not a comparison, it's a fact. You could grab anyone off the street, and 10 out of 10, or even 100 out of 100, would agree with me. That's just bothersome. Why would you stop random people to ask something like that? It just shows how cute Kana is. Not that I'd actually do it. Her slim, delicate fingers pinched my cheek lightly, not enough to hurt. I stayed still, and just as I thought her hand would retreat in satisfaction, it started fiddling with my cheek again. Annoying. Chomp. Unable to move since I was in Dayan's embrace, I opened my mouth wide. I tried to bite the bothersome hand teasing me. Missed me. Having noticed my intent early on, Dayan withdrew her hand just in time, leaving me to bite at empty air. When I pouted in frustration, she let out a light, playful laugh that seemed to shatter the moment like delicate glass. Pfft, aren't you being a bit too playful these days? Does this look like playfulness to you? Gasp. Could it be that you're so naturally cute that you don't even need to try being playful? Sigh. Don't just sigh. Answer me. Do you really think that? She thrust a microphone where she got it from. I had no idea into my face, demanding a response. All I could do was sigh again. Anyway, a week passed, and then a few more days. Yuki and Dayan dedicated themselves enthusiastically to their training. I hadn't told them when to come or leave, yet every morning, they'd show up early and stay until evening, dragging their exhausted bodies home. Sometimes, they were so tired that they'd take naps in the gym, claiming it was too much trouble to leave. But people aren't creatures that can survive on just dew. Especially modern people, they need more than just food and water. They need the foundation of societal value and a core that keeps society running. To put it simply, money. Yuki, aren't you streaming? When Dayan casually brought it up, Yuki initially tried to ignore her. But it's blowing up right now. Unable to ignore the follow-up comment, Yuki stopped swinging her sword and trudged back home. Even a battle maniac like Yuki is still a modern person. Bound by the sad reality of needing to earn money to survive, she returned to her job after a long break. And the result was the stream Dayan and I were watching together. While observing Yuki hunt monsters in Cilia Online, I made an offhand comment. She's picked up a strange habit. Huh, look at that. I pointed at Yuki on the screen. Her greatsword swung just as it plunged into a monster's chest. She's swinging that greatsword like a longsword. It seemed that a few days of training with a longsword had left an impression on her, as she was instinctively fighting as if she were still holding one. Really? I can't tell the difference, but if Kana says so, then it must be true. A brief glance. Well, it's possible. That seemed to carry a lot of meaning. Care to share it with your dear big sister? No. At times like this, you're supposed to deny it, not just say no. No. Ugh, you little brat. While Dayan and I were bickering, Yuki on the screen tilted her head. It seemed like she had sensed something was off. But, true to her style, she didn't change her combat approach. Systems are cheating. And what's bothering our dear Kana this time? Does it make any sense to swing like that without any body enhancement? Ignoring the finger poking at my cheek, I muttered in frustration. It's completely unfair. Swinging a greatsword like a longsword, while it sounded simple, it wasn't an easy feat. There's a reason why each sword is suited for specific techniques. Length, size, weight. How can someone stick to the same swordsmanship when every aspect is so different? Yet Yuki compensated for all of that with her absurd physical abilities. That's why it worries me sometimes. Or maybe it wasn't worry but curiosity. What would happen if things took a turn for the worse and dimensional creatures invaded Earth? The fact that so many people play Cilia Online essentially means a flood of superhumans with physical abilities like Yuki's. Even someone like me, who isn't particularly well versed in societal phenomena, could easily imagine that it wouldn't end with just minor chaos. Hearing my musings, Dayan adopted a similarly serious expression. I realized I had unintentionally burdened her with a troubling thought and went to scratch my cheek. Oh, only to remember I was still trapped in Dayan's embrace. So instead of scratching my cheek, I tilted my head slightly. Rustle. Apparently, a few strands of my hair had slipped inside her clothing, making Dayan flinch. Huh? Oh, sorry. No, it's fine. It's actually nice. Dayan gathered my hair with care and ran her fingers through it like a comb. She briefly chuckled, saying it was as smooth as ever, before returning to a more serious tone. I get what you're worried about, Kana. She began speaking in a calmer voice. A game becoming reality, and awakened players fighting against monsters, it's the kind of thing you'd only read about in novels. Novels. Yeah, there's a whole genre for stories like that. Even as she spoke, Dayan's hands didn't stop combing my hair. They often deal with themes like, what happens when people are suddenly granted power. She explained that in such stories, dissatisfied people might run wild with their newfound power, others might rebel against existing society, believing they were destined to rule the new world, and in some rare cases, people might adapt surprisingly peacefully. After listening quietly, I asked, so, what's your point? Nothing, really. With a final sweeping motion, Dayan finished brushing my hair and set the makeshift comb aside. It's just, I think we've seen enough of those scenarios to handle it well. Like a form of indirect experience, you know? Well, half of that is a joke. Dayan smiled faintly. You're strong, Kana. Whatever happens, I'm sure you'll get through it. And honestly, even if players start running wild, they're no match for you. Yeah, maybe I was overthinking things. Hearing Dayan's words cleared my head a little. Come to think of it, I've never been the type to dwell on such things. Maybe the thought of my new home being ruined had made me sharper than usual. When I let go of the tension in my body, I felt myself relax completely. If there's ever something you can't handle, Kana, this big sister will help you. I'll pass on that. Why not? Because if it's something I can't handle, Dayan stepping in would only put her in danger. I left those words unspoken, burying them deep in my heart, and turned my gaze back to Yuki's stream while ignoring Dayan's exaggerated pout. Even after hunting for dozens of minutes, Yuki showed no signs of fatigue or boredom. In fact, the slight curl at the corner of her lips suggested she was thoroughly enjoying herself. At least one person seems happy about all this. Though my words lacked context, Dayan, sharp as always, caught my meaning and nodded. Yeah, I agree. Underscore 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 underscore. Dayan spoke in a trembling voice. I didn't think I could hide it forever. Her face was a mixture of remorse and regret. With an expression as complicated as her trembling voice, Dayan tightly shut her eyes. But I wished I could hide it forever. Even though she knew it was futile, she had desperately hoped for it. No one wishes for tragedy. Like ordinary people, she just wanted the same peace they sought. Dayan, who had been quietly murmuring, opened her eyes. A moment ago, her gaze had been unstable and trembling. So, just this once. Her black eyes, now steady and resolute, held no hesitation as they emerged. Please give me just one chance. That was all Dayan said. No elaboration on what she intended to do. Just a simple plea for trust. In her determined black eyes was the familiar face of the girl. A face revealing no hints of what she was thinking, leaving me clueless. For some reason, the expression on that face felt awkward, and when I raised my hand, the girl in her gaze also raised hers. It only made things more awkward. Lowering my hand awkwardly, I rolled Dayan's words around on my tongue. Chance. A good word. And a cruel one. A chance can lift a small bird from the muddy ground to the highest skies. But not everyone is granted a miraculous opportunity. Sometimes, people are deceived by a demon disguised as opportunity, leading to ruin. Even if someone seizes a chance, they might still fail for various reasons. Isn't it because I seized the opportunity Edel extended that I can even stand face to face with Dayan now? The silence that settled over the room was profound. The faint sound of Yuki's breathing quietly echoed in the stillness. No one had told her to, but Yuki held her breath as if compelled to, silently watching us. In the oppressive quiet, where even the sound of rolling eyes could be heard, I reached out slowly toward the gaze that sought a chance. Tap. The words that touched my fingertips crumbled meaninglessly, and Dayan let out a sigh. A chance? It was so absurd that I couldn't hold back. You sounded so dramatic, so I decided to listen, and this is what I get? Really, you come up with all sorts of things. Why at least say something I can understand. Dayan flailed about, letting out a loud cry. Why? I begged you so desperately? Can't you just let it slide once? You cold-blooded devil. Why should I let it slide? If I did, wouldn't that make me the loser? I retorted sharply, dumbfounded, and Yuki chimed in. The world of competition is harsh. The winner takes everything, and the loser faces inevitable ruin. That's the way it should be. Does this even apply here? Over a mere board game? Didn't you say it yourself? You begged for a chance like a dog, and now you're complaining. I didn't beg like a dog. A mere board game. As Dayan said, all we had done was play a simple board game. Uncovering the truth behind incidents on a small board, exposing hidden evidence and layers, and finally bringing the opponent to judgment. A board game based on psychological warfare and deduction. I was the ultimate winner of the game, while Dayan was the loser. As for Yuki, though she didn't make any significant contributions, she didn't make any major mistakes either, so when Dayan fell, she automatically became the second-place runner-up. This is unfair. How could this happen? Dayan shouted at the top of her lungs. How can every card I draw reveal only my evidence? If that were all, I wouldn't complain. But every time I roll the dice, I get a 6, and you grab all the lucky cards for yourself. Dayan, who had been lying on the floor throwing a tantrum, suddenly sprang up. Just admit it. You cheated, didn't you? How does one cheat in a board game? Then maybe you were doing sleight of hand or colluding with Yuki. If you confess now, I'll settle for you forfeiting. Dayan, you're being pathetic. I don't care if I look pathetic. Gathering every bit of stubbornness she could muster, Dayan's display was the most undignified I'd ever seen her. That aside, I had to admit I had been pretty lucky. Pretty lucky doesn't even cover it. That level of fortune is practically divine intervention from the dice god. Well, what was I supposed to do? Besides, by the middle of the game, I think your mistakes were more to blame than my luck. This wasn't a lie, but my honest perspective. At the start of the game, I surged ahead of everyone else, thanks to what Dayan herself called the dice god's descent. Initially, Dayan didn't think much of me pulling ahead. But as the gap widened, her anxiety grew, and she started making bold, almost reckless plays in a desperate bid to close the gap. Her unease was written all over her face, which gave me several hints throughout the game. If not for that, Yuki wouldn't have come in second place. Dayan might have. Despite many failed gambles, Dayan's bold moves succeeded quite a few times. Even after hearing my reasoning, Dayan collapsed back onto the floor, resuming her tantrum, rolling around as if trying to sweep up every speck of dust in the room. All over a board game, of all things. This whole chance business was ridiculously overblown. Ugh, why are you acting like this? I stopped Dayan just as she tumbled close and asked. Her teary, round eyes fixed on me. My wish ticket? My dream of using the wish ticket to see Kana act cute has been shattered. This can't be happening. So all this chaos was over something like that? Her candid confession, strangely sincere in its ridiculousness, left me heaving a sigh. That's why I told you we shouldn't bet anything. But playing a board game without stakes is boring? You've got to at least wager something small, like getting bopped with a toy hammer. That's a gambling addiction. It's not like we're betting money. It's purely to make the game more exciting. This game's prize and punishment had been a wish ticket. How about this? The first place winner gets to give any command to the last place loser. It had been suspicious when Dayan suddenly suggested playing a board game. Sure enough, she brought up wish tickets. Even though Yuki and I were lukewarm about the idea, Dayan pushed her agenda. Well, you can see how that turned out. For that plan to work, not only would Dayan have to come in first place, but I'd also have to come in last. I was going to talk Yuki into it somehow, like promising that if she helped me make you the loser, I'd spar with her or something. Wait, hold on. That hit a nerve. She accused me of cheating, but here she was scheming to manipulate the game herself. Justice prevails. You were punished because of that wicked mindset. Wicked mindset? Justice? Where do you even learn those expressions? On the internet. We really need to cut back on your internet time. I didn't bother asking. Why? It was obvious. Dayan was just spouting whatever came to her head out of frustration from losing the game. Instead of questioning her, I sharply pressed my toes between her knuckles and gave her a little kick. Yah! Dayan tumbled like a soccer ball, rolling until she landed on the couch. Ignoring her faint groans, I turned my attention to Yuki. Any progress? Not really. Yuki shook her head. At first, it was easy, but Cilia Online, speak comfortably. Okay, it's not as easy as it is in the game. Of course not. The mana density is different, and Cilia Online has the help of a system. That's the power of the system, it even allows novice swordsmen to wield mana. Still, you're picking it up quickly. I came across a term online, reverse adjustment. It's when you feel the disparity after going from using something high performance to something subpar. I interpreted it as feeling like you've gone from using a masterful blade to wielding a rusty iron sword. Yuki must be experiencing reverse adjustment too, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Is it because you've experienced it once before? Once someone has reached their destination, they know what it looks like and how to get there. Even if the path is long and arduous, it's better than drifting aimlessly in a vast sea. From what I've observed, most players of Cilia Online rely on the system when handling mana. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Manipulating mana isn't easy, after all, but it feels like a waste to see so much mana being used in such a limited way. That's why I admired Yuki for learning how to control mana on her own. Even if the system helped a little, her achievements were remarkable. Really. Yuki looked frustrated, probably because things weren't going as she wanted. There was a hint of impatience on her face. It was meant as a compliment, so why do Dayan and Yuki both fail to understand my intentions? With a sigh, I showed Yuki a practical example. Look at Dayan. She hasn't even gotten the basics down yet. Comparing people is wrong. Yuki, don't find comfort by comparing yourself to others. From afar, Dayan rolled back toward us while yelling. But seriously, why couldn't she just get up and walk? Why did she insist on rolling everywhere? I shook my head at her white clothes now covered in random patches of dust. Underscore 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 underscore. Dayan hummed a tune. Bubble, bubble. The sound alone was enough to lift anyone's mood. Each time she stirred with the ladle, waves rippled through the red-tinted broth. It looked quite spicy at a glance. Perfect. Dayan's face brightened after tasting it. It was a bit spicy, but still within acceptable limits. The perfect balance of spiciness, deep umami, and the subtle aroma of the broth coming through. It's perfect. Dayan marveled at her own cooking skills. I could totally compete in a cooking show at this rate, don't you think? She muttered, recalling the cooking competition show she'd recently watched with great interest. She'd enjoyed it so much that her frequency of ordering takeout had significantly decreased afterward. Instead, she pulled out a white chef's jacket she didn't even remember buying, proclaimed herself a chef, and began cooking her own meals. And as it turned out, it was more fun than she expected. Prepping ingredients, cleaning up afterward, including washing dishes? Sure, it was tedious. But even so, the positive aspects of cooking far outweighed the annoyance for Dayan. The satisfaction of making and enjoying exactly what she wanted to eat, saving on food expenses, reducing waste, and the sense of eating healthier. But even when considering all of those reasons together, none could surpass one thing. This will make Kana happy, right? The greatest joy was seeing someone she cared about enjoy her cooking. Dayan chuckled softly to herself. She never thought she'd have someone to associate with the word love other than her family. No, wait. It's family. What was she even thinking, calling her precious younger sibling that? Shaking off the thought, Dayan returned to cooking, her smile turning into the kind Kana would teasingly call silly. The longer the broth simmered, the richer and more aromatic the scent wafting from the pot became. This should be good. Dayan lowered the heat and checked the time. It was a bit later than she'd planned, but not late enough to call it brunch. Her previously relaxed pace quickened ever so slightly. She opened the door and stepped into the room, immediately catching sight of the large bed. At first, she regretted buying something so big, but now, it had proven to be the best decision. Life always has its surprises, she thought, as she carefully perched on the edge of the bed. From under the fluffy comforter, a few strands of pink hair poked out. Doesn't that feel suffocating? The face beneath was only partially visible, with half of it covered by the blanket. Only Kana's closed eyes peeked out as she slept soundly, her rhythmic breathing peaceful to watch. Oh no, what am I doing? Dayan snapped out of her daze, realizing she'd been staring at Kana's face for quite some time. The scent of the food wafted in through the open door, bringing her back to her senses. Trying to hypnotize me with your sleeping face. What a scary kid. She mock-shivered as she gently pulled the blanket down from Kana's face. Kana's expression crinkled slightly. Kana stirred and let out a small whimper, twisting her body to burrow deeper into the warmth of the comforter, clearly displeased by the loss of warmth. Don't lose it, heart. Dayan clutched her chest, her breath coming out in short gasps. Click. Yet, she didn't forget to snap a picture. Should have taken a video, she muttered. The brief regret faded as she glanced at her growing collection of pictures, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Kana, wake up. Breakfast is ready. Time to eat, right? I don't want to eat. No. At first, Dayan had been helplessly swayed by Kana's nonchalant whining, but how many times had this happened already? Strengthening her resolve, Dayan gently but firmly dismissed Kana's complaints. Kana's eyelids slowly lifted, revealing pink pupils. Her gaze was heavy with drowsiness, as though she still hadn't fully woken up. It wasn't like she had stayed up late, nor had she slept less than the recommended amount. And yet, she was still so sleepy. Such a sleepy head. Aaron's words echoed in Dayan's mind. Kana always sleeps a lot. At the time, she hadn't understood what he meant, but now she knew all too well. Sometimes she worried that Kana might be sleeping too much. Kids naturally sleep a lot. You're having weird thoughts again. No. Kana, squinting groggily, gave Dayan a suspicious look, causing her to flash a wide smile. Her answer was a little delayed, but it should still be acceptable, right? Stretching deliberately, Dayan pretended to be completely unbothered. I'll be waiting outside, so wake up and come out soon. Don't take too long. Feeling Kana's piercing gaze behind her, Dayan hurried out of the room with quick steps. Not long after she left, the door opened again. Kana emerged, rubbing her half-open eyes and walking toward the dining table in a sleepy daze. Looking at the empty table, she pouted. You said it was ready. It's almost ready. Just wait a bit. Dayan pulled the same trick her mom used to play on her as a child. Grumbling, Kana obediently sat down at the table, only to start nodding off again shortly after. In truth, Dayan had called her out early just to see this drowsy side of her. No, that's not it. Really. I called you early so the food wouldn't get cold and so you'd have time to wake up. Dayan mumbled an excuse to no one in particular, preemptively defensive. Her behavior might have seemed suspicious, but Kana, already halfway to dreamland, didn't hear her. All right, time to wake up, Kana. Dayan clapped her hands, setting the table and rousing Kana. The meal wasn't exactly to Dayan's taste, morning meat dishes and a slightly milder broth than the recipe called for, but how is it? It's good. Watching Kana eat, her face now free of sleepiness as she chewed, made Dayan feel like none of that mattered. It wasn't her favorite style, sure, but it wasn't bad, nor was it something she disliked. And seeing Kana happily eat what she'd made was more than enough to make her day. As they chatted over breakfast, a sudden quiet settled over the table, unprompted by either of them. Watching the little girl diligently chew her food, Dayan set down her chopsticks. If not for the dimensional creatures, none of this would have happened, right? Kana tilted her head curiously, confused by the sudden statement. Even so, with her cheeks puffed out from the meat she'd stuffed in her mouth, she reminded Dayan of a squirrel hoarding acorns. If there were no dimensional creatures, Graces wouldn't have fallen. Kana wouldn't have been trapped in that mountain, and I wouldn't have climbed it either. If you start thinking like that, there's no end to it. Kana swallowed the meat with practiced ease before replying. Besides, Graces would have fallen even without the dimensional creatures. Really? But I heard people say it could have lasted at least a few more decades. Decades? No way. At that point, Kana let out a cynical laugh. A kingdom that could last decades wouldn't have fallen like that. Wow. Every time I hear you talk about Graces, it's clear you really hate it. Is there a reason to like it? Not everyone likes the country they live in, right? Well, that's true. Dayan couldn't refute that. A quick glance at online communities would reveal countless posts full of criticism. People mercilessly tearing apart the country they were born and raised in. Some of the reasons were understandable, while others were just baseless hatred. Let's not think about it. Dayan shook her head. What she was trying to say was that such posts existed in abundance, there was no need to delve into specifics. Kana, you better not write posts like that. If you do and get caught, you'll get a scolding. Posts, scolding. Do you even have the authority to do that? Kana's expression, as she held a fork in her mouth, seemed to ask the question. Resolving not to back down, Dayan replied to herself. I'm Kana's guardian, so I can't let this slide. I need to teach her what's right and wrong. Anyway, it's true that we met thanks to the dimensional creatures, right? But what actually came out of her mouth was a complete diversion from the topic. It was akin to realizing at a crossroads, oh, this isn't the right way, and turning back. Well, if you want to call it thanks to, then sure. It's true. Kana nodded this time. For Kana, who had secrets she hadn't shared with Dayan, it was a statement she couldn't deny. After all, Kana's reincarnation from Earth to Cilia was due to the battle between Edel and the dimensional creatures. Moments like these make me think that the phrase blessing in disguise might be true. But that doesn't mean I'm defending the dimensional creatures. It's just ironic when you think about it. I know. Kana poked her fork into a piece of meat, responding indifferently. Dayan, you're such a scaredy cat. Scaredy cat? That's not fair. Unable to argue against the truth, Dayan let out a soft whimper. But I am grateful for it. Kana murmured softly, not meeting Dayan's gaze. However, Dayan didn't miss Kana's words. And since Kana kept her head down, she didn't see the warm smile spreading across Dayan's face. But gratitude is gratitude, and crunch. Under the sharp pressure of Kana's fork, the piece of meat was crushed. I still have things to do, so don't worry about it. Hehe. You're so reliable. Dayan hadn't said it out of concern, it was a passing thought. But not wanting to ruin the atmosphere, she simply looked at Kana with pride. And she hoped. I wish moments like this could last forever. She silently wished. Underscore 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 underscore. Wheel. A misty breath puffed out and hung in the air. Crunch. An icy shard shattered beneath my thoughtless step. Though it wasn't quite winter yet, I found myself in the middle of an unexpected deep freeze. But this will be over soon. Snort. As if answering my muttered words, the massive bull before me let out a fierce grunt. Unlike the warm breath that left my mouth, the air from its nose didn't condense into a mist. That was to be expected. After all, this sudden winter was entirely its doing. SSSHHH. A bitter, icy chill poured from the bull's nostrils, so cold it felt like it could freeze me solid just by looking at it. The rapidly dropping temperature crystallized the surrounding air, causing ice shards to form and fall to the ground. Should have brought a hand warmer. Though my body could usually withstand most temperature changes, the cold radiating from it was something else entirely. It was bad enough to make me feel like even breathing was a challenge. Then again, maybe it wouldn't have made much difference. What good would a small hand warmer do against a cold capable of freezing a roaring bonfire solid? If it didn't turn into a solid block of ice immediately, I'd count myself lucky. Thinking about lugging around a literal block of ice made me feel better about my decision to come unprepared. In truth, I hadn't even considered bringing anything like a hand warmer since I had no idea I'd be fighting something like this. Would it kill her to give me a heads up? I sighed and vented a minor complaint. From the giant I first hunted to the few dimensional creatures I had taken down since then, all Edel ever told me was their locations. Not a word about their appearance, traits, weaknesses. Nothing remotely helpful for the actual battles. Of course, I understood Edel's reasoning. The whole point of this exercise was to get me used to fighting dimensional creatures. If she had spoon-fed me all the details, it would have defeated the purpose. Still, that's just how things are sometimes. Even if you understand something rationally, you can't help but feel annoyed when you're the one dealing with it. You get me, don't you? I casually addressed the bull glaring at me, though calling it a bull might not have been entirely accurate. Its head and horns did resemble a bull's to some extent, but ordinary bulls aren't the size of small buildings, nor do they exhale freezing air. Even its legs and body were shaped differently. It was more like something trying to become a bull, but splitting hairs about its identity was exhausting, so I decided to stick with bull. The putrid wolf, the fire-spewing giant, the frozen beef bull. And then there was the flying, eyeball-covered tentacle monster from last time. They were so inconsistent that I started looking forward to seeing what would come next. Anyway, this bull wasn't the strongest dimensional creature I had faced so far, nor was it the most troublesome. That title went to the aforementioned tentacle monster. Its appearance alone was enough to stir a deep, inexplicable disgust, and the way it wriggled made it even worse. When I told Diane about that fight, she nearly fainted and frantically asked if I was okay. It's strange. The whole situation felt off to me. Dimensional creatures are entities from beyond dimensions. They don't belong to Cilia or Earth. So why do they look similar to animals I know? Maybe it was just coincidence, like how Earth animals exist in Cilia. Who knows? A strange sense of discomfort clung to me and refused to let go. As I followed that train of thought, another question popped into my mind. Is there some kind of habitat for dimensional creatures outside the dimension? They couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere from the void and started invading. Unfortunately, Edel didn't have an answer for that either. She'd grumble about how, if they'd known something like that, they wouldn't have been invaded in the first place. What could I say to that? So, I decided to brush it off, thinking, well, Edel and the god of Earth are putting their heads together, so we'll figure it out eventually. Have you been waiting long? I'd been lost in thought for quite some time, but the bull simply glared at me with its wide eyes, not charging forward. Then again, its legs were all severed, so if it could charge at me, that'd be even stranger. All it could do was cling desperately to its last breaths and fix me with a dying glare. Seeing the fear lurking behind those violet eyes, I smirked in satisfaction. You know, they say it's respectful to make livestock's deaths painless during slaughter. The same principle applies to hunting. From that perspective, my actions right now would be considered anything but respectful. After all, I had immobilized the bull by cutting off its legs and was now taunting it with my monologue as it writhed helplessly. But you're not just any ordinary life form, are you? Maybe it could feel pain, maybe not. Either way, it wasn't my problem. My musings were unnecessary and lengthy. The conclusion, however, was simple. I slit the bull's throat with the sword I had been holding and muttered to myself. I want beef. Tonight, I'll insist on having beef for dinner. Preferably fresh meat, not frozen bull like this. As soon as I crossed the dimension back to Earth, Diane greeted me eagerly. Oh, Hiro Kana, you've returned. Here we go again. No, it wasn't just a figure of speech. She really had been waiting for me. If not, there was no way she could greet me the moment I arrived, dressed so unnecessarily well. Would you like to eat first? Take a bath? Or perhaps? Diane trailed off, winking dramatically. Me, beef. Huh. I want beef. Diane pouted in frustration for a moment, disappointed that I didn't play along with her joke. Why the sudden craving for beef? Determined to satisfy her curiosity, she asked me. Today, it was a bull. A bull? Oh, you mean a dimensional creature that looked like one? Yeah. It was nice not having to explain everything in detail when she could put the pieces together from a simple comment. Normally, wouldn't fighting something like that make you lose your appetite? It wasn't a real bull, so what does it matter? Besides, it wasn't even that fierce of a fight. When I added that, Diane gave me a slightly confused look. Is that so? I feel like I wouldn't want to eat it regardless, but it's your choice. Anyway, you said you wanted beef for dinner, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not happening. Why? Because beef is expensive. And lately, Kana, you've been eating way too much chocolate, so our finances aren't looking great. Just kidding. Diane, who had been speaking with a deliberately serious expression, burst into laughter. Ahaha, look at how shocked you are. So, Kana, you do realize you eat a lot, huh? No, I don't. Don't lie. If that wasn't the case, there's no reason you'd look so shocked. Stop lying and tell the truth already. I'm serious, I don't. I shook my head at Dayan, who looked triumphant and was demanding that I confess the truth immediately. I was only shocked because I thought you lost your one redeeming quality. Dayan without money? That's like fish bread without the fish. That's so mean. And by the way, fish bread doesn't even have fish in it to begin with. It was a joke. Well, you hurt my feelings. I'm going to cry now. Then I'll show it to Yuki. You're not going to cry. Not crying. What a shame. I shrugged and put my phone back down. Still, don't you think it's a bit harsh to throw a real punch just because I poked you a bit? Anyway, I wasn't joking about dinner not working out today. So let's have beef tomorrow instead, okay? Even if you give me those longing eyes, no is no. Why not? Perhaps it was because my expectations had been dashed, but my voice naturally came out sulky. Did you forget? We're having dinner out with my parents tonight. Oh, right. That's right. We did have plans. Dayan's words reminded me of the promise I had completely forgotten. I scratched my cheek awkwardly. I almost made a mistake. Of course, even if I had forgotten, Dayan hadn't, so it's not like the plans would have been ruined. If you really want, I can suggest having beef tonight. My parents probably wouldn't mind. No, it's fine. It's not like I'm going to die if I don't eat beef. Fighting that dimensional creature that looked like a bull had just triggered a craving. And when I remembered how Dayan had been gushing for days about how she found this amazing restaurant and how much she wanted me to look forward to it, I carefully pushed her suggestion aside. There's no way I could throw cold water on her excitement when dinner was just a few hours away. Thanks for understanding. There's nothing for you to thank me for. If anything, I should be thanking you. After all, I owe the life I'm living now to Dayan. She smiled warmly. Yeah. Our Kana's so thoughtful. Still, this feels a bit much. Her voice was so gentle, as if she were praising a child for completing an errand, that I couldn't help narrowing my eyes slightly in mild annoyance. Underscore. I suddenly had this thought. Lately, I've been too focused on finding food. There's a reason why people say food, clothing, and shelter are essential. Clothes to protect the body, food to gain energy necessary for life, and a house to stay safe from all kinds of threats. So, searching for food isn't exactly unusual, but I think it might be a bit excessive. To be honest, my pursuit of food had long surpassed the basic need for survival. There's the word preference attached to food, so insisting that I eat solely to live would be shameless, right? Eating a lot doesn't harm my health. No one nags me for eating too much. Well, not exactly, but yeah. Still, I couldn't help but wonder if I looked like someone overly obsessed with food, in other words, a glutton. Oh my, a glutton? Nonsense. Kids should eat a lot to grow properly. During the growth phase, even if they seem a bit chubby, it all turns into height later. From what I see, Kana eats too little, and that's the real problem. Come on, Kana doesn't exactly eat little, but it's not like she eats a lot either. Oh, listen to this one. Kana, do you know how much Dayan used to eat in high school? Once, we bought a whole sack of rice, and it was gone in a week. Wow, it wasn't that much. Oh, it absolutely was. I'd cook side dishes and put them in the fridge, and they'd disappear in no time. Even for a teenager with a fast metabolism, it was extreme. Can you believe the grocery bills became unmanageable? It wasn't that bad. Not bad, huh? If you don't believe me, ask your dad. See what he says. At this, Dayan's eyes shifted to her dad. Ahem. Pretending not to hear, pretending not to know. Her dad desperately avoided Dayan's gaze, but in the end, he succumbed to her persistent stare. The grocery bills were quite high, but honestly, it wasn't unmanageable. Dad. The expression on Dayan's face was as if she'd been betrayed by her most trusted subordinate. This time, her dad successfully avoided her betrayal-filled gaze. This is the truth, dear. Bang! Aunt's words struck Dayan like lightning. While Dayan was left in shock, Aunt wore a triumphant smile. I really ate that much. Of course. Your grandma even gave up trying to keep up. She really did. She really did. Have you been living in ignorance all this time? No wonder she stopped telling me to eat more at some point. Today, Dayan uncovered several secrets of the world. Thus, the match seemed to end in Aunt's victory. But Dayan, cornered, still burned with determination. Finally, she seized the moment when her opponent was basking in her victory and delivered a critical blow. But considering you're telling Kana to eat more, isn't that proof you're becoming just like Grandma? Aunt's face froze at the unexpected counterattack. Even Dayan's dad, who had been quietly eating, also froze. Once again, Dayan proved herself a dutiful daughter. What followed was so horrifying that I couldn't bear to put it into words. Dayan, now truly fire in every sense of the word, was ignored by me. Even her dad, who had been pretending not to notice, turned to me with a question. Is it good? Yeah. The awkwardness between us hadn't completely disappeared yet, but after a few encounters, it wasn't as suffocating as when we first met. I figured he probably felt the same. Looking at him speaking naturally now, it was hard to imagine the stiff, hesitant way he had spoken before. Times have changed, so you can get ingredients regardless of the season, but still, seasonal foods taste the best. Try this, too. Okay, Returning to the original topic. Even though I realized I ate much more now than when I was in Cilia, I couldn't stop because of moments like this. It's delicious. How could I resist when it tasted this good? Even though I had tasted delicacies in the other world, why did everything here seem so delicious? As soon as I emptied my spoon, another piece of meat was placed on top of my bowl. When I slightly lifted my head, I saw a faint smile on a face that wasn't easy to notice. I hadn't expected such warmth. It's because Kana is so adorable. How could I not adore a child like Kana when she eagerly accepts whatever I give her? Ahem. Freed from Ant's attention, Dayan whispered. Though, calling it a whisper was an exaggeration since her voice was loud enough for her father to clearly hear, prompting him to clear his throat awkwardly. At the same time, the chopsticks holding a piece of meat retreated discreetly. But Dayan, not missing the opportunity, smirked. You've turned into a total daughter fool, haven't you? Dad, can I have a bite too? Serve yourself. What's this? You're only taking care of the younger daughter and ignoring the older one? That's so unfair, Ak. Stop it and just eat your meal quietly. Violence is not the answer. Violent Ant. Dayan, muttering under her breath, shut her mouth when the ant sharply raised her eyebrows. Although 4 people were seated at the table, it felt like 2 separate worlds. One side was a war zone with bombs and bullets flying, while the other side was a peaceful dining table. Since we knew this wasn't a serious fight and just a playful bickering between a mother and daughter, neither the uncle nor I paid it much mind. It was like a staged drama, a scripted WWE match. Slap? Ak. Or maybe not. After finishing a satisfying meal, Dayan politely declined her father's offer to drive her home. Since it wasn't far, she said she would enjoy the cool night air and walk home. After sending off Dayan's parents as they drove away, we began walking home along the dimly lit street. The moonlight was sparse, as half the moon was hidden behind clouds, but the occasional streetlights compensated for the lack of light, so it wasn't entirely dark. Come to think of it, was this our first time dining out together? No, remember? Last time, we ate out when we went shopping. Oh, right. That's true. Dayan, you're so forgetful. How dare you call your older sister something like that? I don't think Dayan is one to talk. Did she already forget everything she said to her mom at the restaurant? She's such a fool. It's just hard to imagine Kana going out, so I got confused. I go out quite a lot, though, only recently. And even then, it's just to Yuki's gym and Cilia. That's enough, isn't it? Why would I need to go out for anything else? Well, there's that. But Kana is so cute. If you wandered around carelessly, you'd become famous in no time. Talent agencies would give you their business cards, begging you to join. They'd cling to your legs, pleading for you to come. Sigh. I thought it was strange that she had been quiet until now. I shook my head, which caused some hair to slip into my hood and tickle my back. Twisting my body only made the tickling sensation worse, not better. Maybe I should just cut it all off. What? Why are you so surprised? And no reason. I just thought you meant you were going to cut off my head or something. I was so dumbfounded that I stopped walking and looked up at Dayan. Coincidentally, we were standing in a spot without a street light, so only the faint moonlight illuminated her face. Still, I could clearly see the embarrassed expression on her face. What do you even think of me? Cute, kind, sweet, and sometimes a little scary little sister. I've never done anything scary, though. If anything, I treat her far more kindly than I treat others. As I unconsciously pouted, Dayan let out a sharp cry. Eek! I'm sorry, I was wrong, so please don't make that face. When Kana looks downhearted, it makes me sad too. Her dejected voice made it clear that this was genuine. I was just joking. It's just that when Kana trains, she becomes so strict. So, well, it's not that I mind or anything. I asked for it, after all. But the contrast with your usual self is so stark, it's striking. It reminds me of when we first met and when you made me fight those players. So, you're saying it's scary because it reminds you of the past. No, I was just joking when I said it was scary. Even though she said that, her words revealed just how much of an impression that time had left on her. It stung a little, but since she brought up the past, it was hard for me to argue. Honestly, back then, I didn't care if she lived or died. Sure, dying would have been unpleasant, but since she'd just revive anyway, I figured, what did it matter? That's how I thought. I'll be more careful. What? Really? Ahem. Dayan's voice rose in excitement, but upon receiving my glare, she quickly cleared her throat. If you're doing it for my sake, there's no need. Like I said, I asked for this. It'd be pathetic if I started complaining about it being hard now, wouldn't it? So, you can keep doing things the way you've been doing them. Her words carried a strong sense of determination. For someone as timid and fearful as Dayan to say something like that. Outwardly, I acted calm, but inwardly, I was quite surprised. If Dayan was willing to go that far, I couldn't afford to let her down. Got it. I'll give it my all. Wait a second. Can I take that back? When Kana says she'll give it her all, it suddenly sounds terrifying. Too late to back out now. At my firm response, Dayan pouted. Underscore. Dayan knew she was fairly well known. Of course, not on the level of a celebrity who frequently appeared on TV. Even though times had changed, and many people preferred platforms over terrestrial broadcasts, public recognition was still higher for terrestrial networks. She wasn't as popular as a successful celebrity, but she was recognized by people on the streets occasionally. That was how Diane perceived her own level of fame. Being well-known was a good thing. She wasn't an ordinary office worker. Well, even for an ordinary office worker, being well-known wasn't a bad thing, as long as it wasn't for negative reasons. That person is so good at their job. Or, Mr/Ms. So-and-so, they're a reliable person. Or even, I can trust you with this task. Who wouldn't like hearing such remarks? Office workers strive for recognition like that, so for someone like Diane, who made her living as an independent streamer, public recognition was practically a lifeline. So, being recognized and liked by others was good, but just like medicine can become poison if misused, high recognition could also become a curse. People would nitpick at trivial words or actions, exaggerating their meaning. Some would envy her popularity and spread baseless rumors. Strangers would ask for money, or even worse, send photos of their private parts. By now, she had gotten used to it, but back when she was new to the internet, Diane had been stressed and even cried into her pillow at times. And then, there were stalkers and doxers, yet another downside of high recognition. These were people who went beyond wanting to simply befriend their favorite celebrity, idol, or influencer. Diane had heard stories of idol group members being tormented by obsessive fans or having their personal information leaked, causing their families to suffer. She was always wary of attracting the attention of such problematic individuals. However, there was something she underestimated. The dark night sky was heavy with silence. A man out on the streets, supposedly on a noble mission to eliminate monsters threatening humanity, or, to put it simply, playing an augmented reality game, suddenly looked up. He heard voices in the distance, faintly drifting through the quiet. At first, he thought, who's making noise at this hour? In reality, it wasn't that late, nor were the voices particularly loud, but such details didn't matter to the man. His mood was already soured after being stood up by a friend he had planned to game with, and what he needed was something to vent his frustration on, not facts. So, he grumbled about the voices he heard, but the more he listened, the more familiar they seemed. Something about them nagged at the edges of his memory. With his brows furrowed as much as possible, the man suddenly exclaimed as if he had just discovered a groundbreaking scientific principle, much like Archimedes shouting Eureka. Isn't that Joni? Joni, the name she was more widely known by rather than her real name, was a popular streamer and content creator. The man wasn't an ardent fan, but he considered himself a fan nonetheless. Once that thought crossed his mind, the tone and inflection of the voice sounded even more familiar. Of course, it wasn't as though they were personally acquainted. It was merely a sense of internal familiarity. Seeing someone he had only ever seen through a screen in real life. Should I ask for a photo? Damn. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have brought something for her to sign. There was no way to foresee such an encounter, so how could he have prepared for it? Mumbling to himself, half excited and half amazed, the man started walking toward the figure across the street. They really should fix this. The man grumbled as he passed under a broken street light. It had been out for who knows how long, yet no one had repaired it. He vowed to file a complaint about it when he got home. But first, he was going to brag to his friends about meeting Joni. Though the distance between them narrowed, the voices seemed to grow quieter, suggesting that the person was aware of his approach. That makes it sound kind of weird. Normally, when walking at night, he would simply pass by or pretend to be engrossed in his phone, but this time he was deliberately approaching a woman. Does she think I'm dangerous? Realizing how odd the situation might appear, he hesitated for a moment. But then he steeled himself. While it wasn't a once-in-a-lifetime chance, it was still a rare opportunity. Especially for someone like him who had no interest in fan meetings or autograph events, this was an even rarer occasion. As he drew closer, something caught his eye, something he hadn't noticed before, a small figure sticking closely to Joni. Joni, who was taller than the average woman in Korea, the darkened street, the thrill of meeting an idol. These three factors had aligned perfectly to obscure the small figure until now. A man. That was the first thought that crossed his mind. Her boyfriend. That was the thought that immediately followed. Though they seemed like close sisters, it was hard to say for sure. Wait, sisters? Mumbling to himself, the man suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. Come to think of it, wasn't her younger cousin on her stream not too long ago? Though the stream had been short, and the cousin spoke softly with few words. The viewers who watched that day were captivated by her calm voice bantering with Diane, and her small stature contrasted with her sharp, assertive manner. And what truly sealed the deal was the scene toward the end of the broadcast. Slumped in her chair, nodding off as she dozed. Her face was hidden beneath a mask, but that only fueled the viewers' imaginations. What started as a cousin helping her older sister clarify things quickly became a small, frail, yet dependable and adorable cousin helping her older sister clarify things. Had they not seen her at all, it might have been fine. But the brief glimpse left the viewers clamoring for more. From casual questions about how she'd been, to requests for her to appear on stream more often, and eventually demands for her to take off the mask and show her face. But all those who raised their voices met the same end. They were metaphorically decapitated by Joni's sharp refusal. Seeing the proverbial heads displayed in the public square as a warning, others refrained from mentioning the cousin. And gradually, Joni's cousin faded from public memory, or so it seemed. While it appeared that way on the surface, Beneath the radar in darker corners people still gossiped about the cousin, though the fervor had cooled due to a lack of new material. Could it be? It was a stretch. Even as he thought that, the man compared the cousin in his memory to the small figure beside Joni, and came to a conclusion. It's her, isn't it? He had no solid evidence or data to support this, but he decided the small girl in front of him was the same one who had appeared on the stream. In truth, it wasn't so much a conclusion as it was wishful thinking. But once the man made up his mind, the two figures before him seemed closer than ever. This is it. Surely, no one else had seen the elusive cousin in person. The only thing in his mind was how much attention he'd get if he shared his experience. The fact that the cousin might be an ordinary person didn't matter to him at all. Tap, tap. The sound of light footsteps mixed with slightly heavier ones. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he spotted a face obscured by sunglasses. Sunglasses, even though the sun had long set. It was clear they were trying to hide their identity, but seeing her lower face, the man became certain it was Joni. The man tried to summon the courage to speak, to ask if she was Joni, to tell her he enjoyed her streams. But his lips refused to move. Having little experience talking to women, let alone famous ones, it wasn't easy for him to approach her. As he hesitated awkwardly, the two walking toward him subtly stepped aside. Even though the sunglasses made it impossible to see her eyes, he could almost feel her wary gaze. The woman quickly passed him, as if shielding the child beside her. By the time they brushed past, taking a few steps further away, the man snapped out of his daze. At least a picture. He closed the game he'd been playing and hastily opened his camera. An action that could easily earn him criticism, if not outright legal trouble. Just as he zoomed in and prepared to press the shutter, the small figure, clinging tightly to the woman's side, turned its head. In the faint moonlight, violet eyes gleamed. No, it was dark, so they only looked violet. In brighter light, they'd surely be. Before he could gather his thoughts, the child turned her head back. The fleeting glance left him disappointed, but only briefly. Let's hurry. He was left staring blankly at the retreating figures. Their pace was noticeably faster than when they had approached him, and he was certain it wasn't just his imagination. Glance. Watching their shrinking silhouettes until they disappeared entirely, the man lowered his gaze. He tapped his phone, waking it from sleep mode, and its bright screen lit up the darkness, brighter than the pale moonlight. This is huge. On the screen, the pink eyes he had captured stood out vividly. Underscore 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 underscore. Who told me the location of the dimensional creatures and asked me to hunt them? Answer, Edel. Of course, since not hunting them would harm me as well, it's technically more of a recommendation than an order. Hello. As I was organizing my thoughts, I spoke as soon as Edel answered the phone. Give me money. Have you been drinking? Order or recommendation? Who cares about the difference? If you don't give me money, I'll report you. Looking at it broadly, isn't this just outsourcing work from Edel? It's only right that I get proper compensation. Besides, hunting dimensional creatures isn't a normal task, it's a life-threatening job. Shouldn't I at least get a generous risk allowance instead of getting paid nothing? You know that in Korea, it's illegal for kids to drink alcohol, right? Don't worry about that. I'm not really interested in alcohol. Still, you sound like you've had several bowls of it. Edel, flustered at my sudden demand for money, quickly regained her composure. Are you short on money? Do you want me to send some? No. Then why bring it up out of the blue? Just because. What are you doing? If Edel's earlier tone was flustered, now it was laced with disbelief. Just poking a fruit I can't eat, to see what happens. If it works, great. If not, oh well. Either way, having money wouldn't hurt. If you really need it, let me know. I can give you some to maintain your dignity. Hearing this, I asked Edel. If I ask, how much could you give me? Roughly, this much. Honestly, I had spoken without thinking. But hearing the amount from Edel made me pause. With that money, how many chocolates or snacks could I buy? Most people would think of other things first. The fact that your mind goes straight to snacks proves you're still a kid. Startled, I gulped unconsciously. How did you know? Could it be? Has her authority returned? How did I know? You said it all out loud. Should I send you snacks instead of money? That might be better for you. No thanks. If I get snacks instead of money, Diane will definitely catch me. She's already worried that I eat too much, so if I receive a box full of snacks, her reaction would be predictable. Thinking about it, I don't even have an account to receive money. Edel could probably figure something out if I asked, but the more I thought about it, the more tedious it seemed. Still, I can't rely on Diane forever. Save it for later. I'll take it then. There is no later. I'll report you to the labor board. Go ahead. We've never had an employee like you. With a mix of half jokes and half seriousness, I deferred the issue. I'm sure Diane would like this too. When I thought the conversation was wrapping up. Knowing you, you wouldn't call just to mess around. What do you really want to say? Edel seemed to share my thoughts as she brought up the topic. I figured it's about time to get to work. While I joked earlier, Edel is the one who provides me with tasks. If she doesn't say anything, there's no way for me to know what to do. On the flip side, if I decide not to cooperate, there's nothing Edel can do either. You could call it a mutual aid relationship. So far, I'd finish one job, take a break, and then a few days later, Edel would ask if I was ready to work again. But after the last hunt, even though enough time had passed for her to contact me, Edel didn't reach out at all. Sure, I could wait and think, she'll call eventually, but that only lasts for so long. Frustrated by the lack of any calls, I finally made the first move and called her. You seem pretty restless. That's not it. It would be more accurate to say I was bored. Anyway, I just called to ask if there's been a delay or something. Not exactly a delay. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Tell me what. It's nothing major. With words that felt far too human for a goddess, Edel explained. I killed them all. Killed them what? I said I killed them all. When I repeated her words like an idiot who didn't understand, Edel kindly clarified again. Still, it didn't help me comprehend. You mean, all of them? Yeah. Explain in detail. From someone who's used to hearing things like speak shorter or be more concise, it was surprising even to myself that I was now saying explain in detail. Truly, you live and learn. There's no way you mean all the dimensional creatures, right? Of course not. Then what do you mean by all of them? I mean, I killed all the ones we had contained. You said it yourself before, didn't you? Waiting for them to come to us was an inefficient way to handle things. So now, your work is done. And so is my paying you. Not that you ever paid me. The way she spoke, as if she had actually paid me before, left me dumbfounded enough to retort. So that's it? All that fuss, and it ends with barely 10 kills. And the world staggered under the weight of those 10 kills. Do you really think that's the reason? Even though I hadn't explicitly said it, Edel picked up on my tone and responded with a dissatisfied voice. Actually, there are still some left. Then, they're just not ones you can handle. I told you before, didn't I? Cilia was turned into a game so Earthlings could gradually wear down their strength. If I left everything to you, what would be the point of that? And besides, some escaped after breaking their seals. You're telling me this so nonchalantly. What do you want me to do about it? Hunt them down, for starters. Most of them are already dead or have fled beyond this world. Either way, the ones left will be turned into raid bosses for Earthlings to deal with, so you're on vacation for now. Isn't it nice to have time off? Not that I get any. I had been resting plenty already. I thought about teasing her by saying that, but hearing the weariness in her voice, I held back. The more I interacted with her, the less she seemed like a goddess. After finishing my call with Edel, plop, I slumped onto my bed, still holding the phone absent-mindedly. Suddenly, I have too much free time. Sure, I'd been free before, but now even the occasional tasks I had were gone. Of course, I prefer lounging around at home over running around outside. But when your work suddenly disappears, it does take the wind out of your sails. It felt like prepping yourself to go out despite not wanting to, only to have the plan cancelled at the last minute. Ugh. Lying on the bed, I let out a meaningless groan. Naturally, it did nothing to relieve my frustration. Should I ask Dayan if she wants to hang out? When was the last time we went to the campground? It felt like just yesterday, but when I did the math, it had already been a few weeks since our last outing. Isn't time flowing faster on Earth compared to Cilia? Of course, that can't be true. It must feel that way because of everything that's happened since I came to Earth. I went on outings with Dayan, met her parents, trained with Yuki to help her improve, hunted dimensional creatures in Cilia. Wait, now that I lay it all out, haven't I been living quite diligently? Actually, it might be better to say I've been living quite fulfillingly. Though there were gaps between all the events, compared to the days when I was holed up in the mountains, it's like night and day. Back then, I was merely watching the sun rise and set, living simply because I couldn't die a life with no purpose. So, just as Edel suggested, maybe enjoying this vacation isn't such a bad idea. Yes, I've decided. I bounced off the bed where I had been lazily rolling around. You know what they say, you've worked so hard, now take a break. I recall the slogan I'd once come across while browsing the internet. Dayan has been working hard too. In truth, despite teasing me and training with Yuki, Dayan never skipped her personal broadcasts. Even if her training with Yuki was less intense, it couldn't have been easy. Since she's been working so hard, Dayan definitely deserves a break too. So if I suggest an outing to her, it's entirely for her sake, not because I want to relax. But where did Dayan go? Until a moment ago, she was lazing around beside me, but now there was nothing but a pile of blankets where she'd been. Just in case, I rustled through the blankets. Of course. No way she'd be hiding here. With Dayan's height, even if she contorted herself, she wouldn't fit in there. But what if I could fit? Staring down at the messy pile of blankets, I quickly shook my head. Not only was there no reason to try, but I also had a feeling I'd feel bad if I actually succeeded. Ignoring the temptation of the blankets, I hopped off the rather high bed. Now, where to look? I set out to search for her, full of determination, but it didn't take long. I found her as soon as I opened the door. Yes, understood. Then let's proceed that way. Thank you. Dayan was on the phone, looking unusually serious. Did something happen? It didn't look like an ordinary matter, so I quietly sat beside her, waiting for the call to end. Focused on the call, Dayan didn't even notice I'd come over. Whew. It was only after a long while that she hung up, letting out a heavy sigh. The moment she put her phone down, I spoke up. What's going on? Kana. She flinched, startled, then relaxed when she saw me. I almost thought I saw a ghost. Well, if it's a ghost this cute, wouldn't it be welcome? Dayan grinned and hugged me tightly, her earlier seriousness completely gone. Stay in this house as our resident ghost. Are you telling me to die? As if. Her quick reaction made it oddly fun to tease her. I thought my heart would stop. Your heart doesn't stop over things like that. It's just a figure of speech. Are you going to keep doing this even though you know that? Dayan squinted at me with a playful glare. Teasing her was fun, but I had to get to the point eventually. But before that? What's going on? Huh. You looked serious earlier. I decided to address her expression from earlier, which had been weighing on my mind. Call it curiosity or concern. Weo. Dayan hesitated, sighing deeply before finally speaking. Yeah, Kana should know. Okay, sure. It's something that concerns you, after all. Okay, me? My head, which had been nodding without a second thought, froze mid-motion. When I pointed at myself, Dayan silently nodded. Why me? Underscore 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 underscore. Title, meeting a certain streamer. Before getting into the story, I won't reveal who it is since it might get deleted. Let's just call them Jay, a streamer who loves traveling and plays Cilia online a lot. This happened a few days ago, details omitted. At first, I wasn't sure, but the more I listened, the more familiar the voice sounded, and I realized it was Jay. If I'd known, I would have brought some paper or something. Damn. I decided to at least ask for a picture, so I approached, but there was someone else next to them. At first, I thought it was their boyfriend and almost panicked, but then I remembered that Jay's cousin had appeared on their stream not long ago. Photo of Kana looking back.jpg. Screenshot from Joni's stream.jpg. They've never stood side by side on stream, so it's hard to compare directly, but don't their builds look pretty similar? Also, Jay mentioned living together for a while, so it's not strange for them to go out together. But that's not the important part. Close-up of Kana looking back.jpg. Do you see their eyes? In broad daylight, they'd probably look purple or pink, but they definitely don't have the typical Korean eye color. I think they might be a foreigner. If Jay hasn't mentioned this until now because they live abroad, it makes sense. It's a shame I couldn't see their face because of the mask, though. Still, it seems they live nearby, so I'm thinking of wandering around for a while in hopes of running into them again. How can anyone resist? They're the ultimate beauty, frail-looking, foreigner vibes, everything? Comments. Isn't this just pure imagination? This guy wrote a whole essay of nonsense. Why is this nonsense? If it's not nonsense, then what is it? You didn't even get a clear picture, video, or anything. You're claiming it's Jay, so why should we believe you? LOL. Then don't believe me. Why are you picking a fight? What's the point of calling them Jay? To avoid keyword searches. Fake. Isn't this a crime? Seriously, taking secret photos and openly declaring stalking? What gives this guy so much confidence? I used a VPN, you can't catch me. This dude thinks VPNs make you invincible. LOL. Bye, kid. Wow, secretly filming a stranger and proudly posting it? What a genius. Just chef's kiss, a brilliant mind. Don't you understand why the stream VOD was taken down? Other people also recorded it. Why are you only coming at me? You're the only one dumb enough to proudly post about it. This is why men are treated like criminals. I never said I was a guy, though. Assuming he's a guy just proves you're a man-hater. LOL. Still, am I the only one who finds the eye color familiar? It does feel like I've seen it somewhere before. For real, same here. Upvote. People who stream need to be cautious. That was Dayan's thought. The internet is fast and relentless. If you let your guard down even for a moment, you'll get swept away. It's normal for a viral meme to be outdated within a week or for a beloved influencer to fall from grace overnight. A single word can make you famous, but a single word can also ruin everything. To avoid falling behind in such a fast-moving world, it was necessary to stay attuned to the flow of trends. Though Shin Dayan didn't find much enjoyment in community activities, she regularly kept an eye on them for that reason. She often encouraged her managers and editors to monitor trends as well. As someone who followed trends and sometimes even led them, Dayan was able to respond quickly to an unexpected message from one of her editors. Editor 1, boss, have you seen this? Joni, Joni, seen what? Editor 1, link. Dayan frowned at the cryptic message, only to be met with a link instead of an explanation. It's not phishing, right? The world these days was dangerous enough, with countless cases of impersonation. If scammers could pretend to be family members, they could just as easily fake a messenger nickname. Editor 3, boss, don't fall for it. I clicked the link, and money started disappearing from my account. Editor 1, shocked emoji. Editor 1, no, seriously. Editor 3, scammer alert. Editor 1, completely stunned emoji. Watching another editor interrupt the conversation to argue about the link eased Dayan's suspicion. What is it they want me to see? Since this wasn't the first time she'd received a link without context, Dayan clicked on it casually. But her previously calm expression hardened immediately. The link led to a post on an online community. It began with the headline claiming someone had encountered Joni. Although it didn't explicitly mention the name Joni, the content left no room for doubt. Skipping past the trivial and uninteresting details, Dayan's gaze landed on a photo. A dark, nighttime street. Instead of streetlights illuminating the area, a sliver of moonlight pierced through the clouds, faintly lighting the scene. At first glance, it was unclear what the photo was trying to capture. Two figures were walking down the dark street. Though the lack of movement in the still photo made it feel less vivid, there was an unshakable sense of urgency. That day, as soon as Dayan saw the photo, a memory flashed through her mind. It was from the day she had gone out to dinner with her parents and Kana. On her way back home, Dayan had crossed paths with a man. Judging people based on appearances wasn't ideal, but his awkward posture and unsettling demeanor had made her wary. It must have been that guy who took this photo. When did he even take it? She hadn't heard a shutter sound or anything of the sort. Not only had the man taken a photo without her knowledge, but now he had written about it on a community site. This only confirmed Dayan's suspicion that her initial impression wasn't wrong. The post didn't end there. The author not only referenced previous streams that Dayan had asked people not to mention but also posted overlapping shots from episodes where Kana appeared, comparing them. Although Dayan had never expected everyone to respect her wishes, she couldn't have imagined someone would write such a detailed post so brazenly. They're saying the body types look similar. How could they not be? They were the same person. Unless Kana had somehow grown significantly over the past few days, an impossibility, considering that Dayan knew her height hadn't changed even by a millimeter over the weeks. An adult-sized Kana would be kind of cute in its own way, but I just can't picture it. As Dayan stared intently at the photo, a short sigh escaped her lips. Distracted by the mention of a cousin, she had overlooked something more critical. The photo, zoomed in excessively, showed a pair of pink eyes. Though the dim lighting made them appear somewhat dull, to Dayan, who knew the person behind those eyes, they were unmistakably pink. She wasn't wearing sunglasses. Then again, how many people wear sunglasses at night? Dayan recalled Kana grumbling about her sunglasses sliding down her nose and feeling uncomfortable. If she had known this would happen, she would have bought sunglasses that fit her face better. In Celia Online, Kana always wore a mask, and on Earth, she rarely went outside, so Dayan had put it off, something she now regretted. At least the hat and hood had concealed her hair, sparing them from further exposure. The rest of the post didn't sit well with her, either. Contrary to what the author assumed, the location where she encountered the man wasn't particularly close to her home. But if he decided to expand his area of activity, there was a chance of running into him again. Dayan put down her phone after skimming through the comments with a serious expression. While some agreed with the post, the majority of the comments were criticizing the author. The author's replies to those criticisms were oddly defiant. With just that photo, people could guess the girl who appeared on a stream with her cousin but not definitively identify her as Kana. The photo could have been edited, and there was no evidence linking the person next to the girl to Joni. Believing that a game NPC had somehow come to life was a leap few were willing to take. What should I do? Dayan bit her thumbnail. Responding carelessly would only confirm that she was the person in the photo. Yet ignoring it felt wrong, given the malicious intent behind the post. If it were just idle nonsense from the community, she could easily dismiss it. But knowing the truth made it difficult to overlook. As she agonized over the matter, her phone vibrated. Editor 1, boss. Editor 1, what should we do? Curiously, the editor didn't ask if the story was true or how this happened. Instead, they simply asked what action to take. It seemed they had brought the post to her attention not out of doubt but to seek guidance on how to handle it. Seeing the calm and direct nature of the question helped steady Dayan's nerves. Joni, hold on. Joni, don't take any action for now. I'll consult someone else. Joni, managers, if anyone mentions this during the next stream, please block them immediately. Editor 1, got it. Editor 3, understood. Manager 1, confirmed. Editor 1, but who are you consulting? Joni, who else? The editor's cautious inquiry made her smile faintly. Dayan replied and then made a call. Joni, of course, my lawyer. Because it was time to figure out how to deal with this. So, I called a lawyer I know to ask for advice on what to do. We decided to discuss the details in person. That was what had happened while I was on the phone with Edel. Since my conversation with Edel wasn't very long, Dayan must have seen the post while I was lazily rolling around on the bed. I'm sorry. Kana, why are you apologizing? It's because I turned around, isn't it? I only turned around for a moment because I felt something suspicious, but who would have thought they'd take a picture during that short moment? Honestly, I didn't expect it. No, that's not entirely correct. It's more accurate to say I didn't think someone would take a picture. I have no interest in taking pictures myself. That's why I didn't really understand things like Dayan asking to take pictures together or squealing with excitement while snapping photos, but it's all about making memories. Even if time passes and you forget this moment, you can look back at the pictures and reminisce, like, oh, that happened. I really like that. Seeing Dayan say that with a warm smile, I thought that even if I didn't quite understand it, it wasn't such a bad thing. But using my photo as a phone wallpaper? Isn't that crossing the line? That's not reminiscing about memories at all. Well, you could say it was careless, but, ugh. Dayan suddenly lifted me up and sat down on the sofa with me in her arms. I don't want to blame Kana for something like this. The person who randomly took a picture of someone passing by is in the wrong. How is turning around your fault? Should people only walk around staring straight ahead? It's weird to blame the victim when the responsibility is clear. Still, like you said, if I'd at least been wearing sunglasses, that might have helped a little. But in the end, it would just change how the topic became a buzz. It still would have happened. Though I can't really talk, wearing sunglasses late at night would have looked suspicious. would it? Of course. What's the point of wearing sunglasses when there's no sunlight? It's like announcing you want to hide your face. The arms holding me tightened slightly. Not enough to suffocate me, but enough to make me feel a little breathless. At the same time, though, it wrapped me in an odd sense of security. To me, Kana is a little cheeky but always confident. So don't let something that isn't even your fault get you down. I'm not really feeling down. I just felt a little sorry, that's all. Anyway, seeing her talk like that, it doesn't seem like I need to feel guilty. Kana being shameless is cuter. Shameless. Yeah, like a cat that knocks over a vase on the shelf and then acts all proud. Dayan, who had been excitedly chatting away, suddenly let out a startled sound. Thanks to that, I lost the timing to say something back and closed my mouth. Now that I think about it, Kana is at fault. All of a sudden. It hasn't even been a minute since she said it wasn't my fault. While I was still dumbfounded by her sudden change in stance, Dayan carefully set me down and darted off to her room. Soon after, a loud noise came from her room. Clatter, crash, bang. After what sounded like a textbook example of chaos, her door opened again. In the short time she was gone, her neatly arranged at least somewhat tidy hair had become a total mess. Her sleeve was rolled up awkwardly, though I wasn't sure if she even noticed. Dayan approached with something in her hand, grinning brightly. She proudly held it out to me. Tada. What's this? It's a gift and punishment for Kana. A gift? Out of nowhere. If it's a gift, why call it punishment too? Does it have to be a special occasion to give a gift? I guess not. That's true, maybe. Then again, isn't it strange to give someone a gift for no reason at all? Pushing aside my desire to nitpick, I took the item Dayan handed me. The first thing I noticed was the soft texture. It wasn't the highest quality, but the smooth fabric was pleasant to the touch. Rustle? Unfolding the neatly folded cloth revealed what it truly was. A white pajama set? Why? Tilting my head in confusion, Dayan gave me a somewhat awkward smile. Having only 2 sets of pajamas is a bit inconvenient, don't you think? It's not like having more is a bad thing. That's why I bought it. No other reason. Really? That couldn't possibly be true. I trust Dayan, but at the same time, I don't. I know it's a contradictory thing to say. I also know that anyone who hears this would find it nonsensical. But in essence, that's how it is. I know that someone like Dayan would never harm or betray me, but I don't take everything she says at face value. It's not that she lies, it's just that she doesn't always reveal the full truth. Of course, as I said earlier, her intentions aren't malicious. At most, they're harmless whims that are easily exposed, so I let them slide. So, what she just said was probably true, but I was certain there was a bigger reason behind Dayan gifting me new pajamas. If you don't like it, I'll just... Whoosh. Taking back a gift is mean. I turned my body to avoid her outstretched hand and carefully examined the pajamas she had handed me. They were oversized. Not ridiculously so, but definitely larger than the clothes I usually wore. The reason became clear as I looked at the front of the garment. The buttons were sparsely placed from top to bottom, suggesting that it wasn't a 2-piece set but a 1-piece outfit. As I glanced at Dayan's anxious face, I continued my inspection of the pajamas. Other than that, there wasn't much to note. There were some small pink patterns here and there, but they were subtle enough to overlook. See? You're suspicious for no reason. I really was just thinking about you, Kana. That can't be true. What? How can you say that? I care about you so much, how could you think otherwise? No, not that. It wasn't suspicious, yet somehow it was. With that contradictory thought, I inspected the pajamas again. Then, I noticed something I hadn't before. The fabric around the head hole had been tucked in, and when I unfolded it, 2 pointed shapes popped out. Cat ears. Attached to the hood, which seemed designed to cover the head, were what looked like cat ears. Of course, they didn't look like real cat ears, but it was clear they were inspired by them. As I stared at them, the details I had previously overlooked started to stand out. The patterns I had thought were just decorative turned out to mimic the markings of a cat's body, and similar designs appeared on the arms and legs. The most decisive detail was the buttons. Pink buttons shaped like cat paw prints. I couldn't believe I hadn't noticed something so obvious earlier. What? Why are you staring like that? I didn't say anything. As I silently met her gaze, Dayan couldn't withstand the heavy silence between us and burst out shouting. Fine. I wanted to see you wearing cat pajamas. Is that a crime? If wanting to see something cute is a crime, I'll accept my punishment. It's not a crime. I nodded. This wasn't the first time Dayan had acted like this. She often hugged me out of nowhere, saying I was cute, so I had no choice but to get used to it. But, it's a little pathetic. She had just said something cool about how I wasn't at fault, but now she was admitting to doing this for selfish reasons. Hearing my honest assessment, Dayan clutched her chest dramatically. Ugh, using facts against me, that's unfair. Isn't it unfair for you to pounce whenever you feel like it? Stop. My life points are already at 0. I could wear it if she asked, but I didn't really want to sleep in a hooded outfit. It seemed like it would be uncomfortable and bothersome. Also, I was a bit annoyed that she tried to slip this past me so casually. After neatly folding the pajamas and setting them aside, I ignored Dayan's sulky expression and spoke. About that post earlier, can't we just ignore it? Well, I've considered it. It might be the most effective approach. There's even a saying, indifference is the best cure. Returning to the main topic, Dayan's sulkiness disappeared as she spoke seriously. But it could also make the issue escalate. Especially with this type of person. This type of person. Why else would they take a picture and post it in such a public place in such a short time? It's because they want attention. Look at this. Dayan held out her phone. The screen showed someone's activity log on a community site. The number of posts they've written far outweighs the comments they've left on other people's posts, right? Yeah. People like this are often warned about. They don't care about others and are only interested in talking about themselves. That makes sense. Well, it's half joking, but... So, you're saying half of it is serious. Hihi, you could say that. Dayan chuckled and patted my head. If she's going to laugh, why does she always have to pat my head while doing it? Though I found it odd, I let her continue without complaint. In my opinion, people like this won't stop just because they get attention once. On the contrary, they might do something even weirder to get more attention. Or try to prove that they were right. Yeah, I think I get what you mean. I've seen that a lot, too. Mainly with nobles who were full of vanity. So, what are you going to do? What else? Ding! At that moment, Dayan's phone rang. Handle it legally, of course. She smirked sharply. She was going to show them just how terrifying the law could be. Thud. Ah, shit. The man grimaced. I'm only halfway through. If he wanted to think positively, maybe he could say he got halfway through. As if. The sole of his sneaker harshly ground the cigarette butt into the pavement. Should I light another one? The man's hand rummaged through the pack of cigarettes. Empty. When he had come to the smoking area, there had still been a few left. The answer was at his feet. Scattered across the ground were countless cigarette butts. The number easily exceeded 5, so it wasn't surprising the pack was now empty. Only then did the man snap back to reality. At his usual pace, the pack should have lasted him a few days. It was bothersome to go out and buy more, and with the recent price hike in cigarettes, his wallet wasn't in great shape. He placed the last remaining cigarette between his lips. Click, click. They say bad days are bad no matter what you try. No matter how many times he flicked his finger, the lighter refused to spark. Just as irritation was about to overwhelm him. Whoosh. The flame ignited, as if fueled by his frustration. Finally managing to light the cigarette, the man took a deep drag, filling his lungs with nicotine. As the nicotine seeped deep into his chest, the man felt his head clear. With his mind clearer and a sense of calm returning, he picked up the phone he had momentarily set aside. Oh, idiots. Why are there so many stupid people in this world? Scrolling through the comments on his post, the man chuckled. There was no point in hiding it. The man currently smoking the last cigarette was none other than Streamer J, the one who had written the post about Joni and her younger cousin. It had only been a day since he uploaded it, but the post had already amassed hundreds of comments, even excluding his own replies. It was by far the post that had received the most attention among all he had written. Of course, not all the comments were favorable toward him. Some people had come out of curiosity due to the commotion, while others outright accused him of being a criminal. Criminal? Please. How could snapping a single picture be a crime? If anyone made a fuss about it, he could just say it was a landscape photo. Stalking? He could brush it off as a joke. The reason he used a VPN to post wasn't because he was scared, it was just a habit. Still, it's annoying. He had gone out of his way to satisfy people's curiosity, but now they were accusing him of fabrication and saying his evidence was weak. At that moment, the man felt like he understood the struggles of noble-minded individuals. He didn't care whether people believed him or not, but being accused of lying still grated on him. Tui. Chewing on the cigarette filter, the man spat the butt onto the ground. Evidence? If they want evidence that badly, I can show them. Once he presented clear evidence, the doubters wouldn't be able to talk nonsense anymore. He would savor his victory, mocking them as they scrambled to retreat. Throwing the now empty cigarette pack into the trash, the man left the smoking area. His steps were light, filled with the noble mission of revealing the truth to everyone. Hey, kid. What do you think you're doing leaving your cigarette butt there? Get back here and pick it up. Sorry. People like you are why smokers get a bad reputation, you know that. Just as he was about to leave, the man turned back under the scolding of a nearby older smoker, picked up the discarded butt, and muttered internally. Damn, old geezer. Swallowing the words he couldn't bring himself to say aloud. Ding dong, ding dong. Ding dong. I pulled the blanket over my head, but the persistent sound of the doorbell continued to dig into my ears. Who on earth is ringing someone's doorbell so early in the morning? Well, technically, it's not that early. Does that even matter right now? Pfft. Since you're already awake, why not just get up? Oversleeping isn't good for your health either. I don't want to. If I really wanted to, I could get up. But since there's nothing I need to do, is there any reason to? Ignoring the hand patting me gently, I burrowed deeper under the blanket. Goodness. With how much you sleep, someone might actually carry you off one day. And with you, Kana, even if you noticed someone carrying you off, you'd probably just go back to sleep. You'd be like, it's too bothersome, I'll just sleep. That might be true. To be precise, it's less about being lazy and more about being confident that I'd make it back safely anyway. In any case, without bothering to rouse my drowsy mind, I let myself sink into the cozy warmth surrounding me. I could hear Dayan's footsteps gradually moving away. She was probably going to check the source of the relentless doorbell ringing. Trying to fall back asleep didn't last long. Ugh. The doorbell that had been tormenting me finally stopped, but the sleepiness that had fled earlier didn't seem to return. Caught between wakefulness and drowsiness, I eventually poked my head out from under the blanket. It was practically a declaration of defeat. I wanted to sleep more, but if sleep wasn't coming back, there wasn't much I could do. Even though this uninvited guest had forced me to confront reality, it wasn't enough of a reason to crawl out of bed. As I mentioned earlier, there wasn't anything waiting for me outside. So, lazing in bed seemed like the better option. Creak. Kana. The slightly ajar door revealed a familiar face. Are you sleeping? No. That's what I thought. What kind of conversation even is this? Momentarily forgetting about rolling around on the bed, I stared at her blankly as Diane approached me with a sly smile. She plopped herself down at the edge of the bed. Her movement made the bed bounce lightly. Diane just sat there, smiling as she looked down at me without saying a word. Who was it? In the end, I broke the silence first. A guest. What kind of guest rings the doorbell like that? Maybe a debt collector. When I spoke grumpily, Diane let out a quiet laugh and reached out her hand. Her long fingers gently brushed aside the strands of pink hair that had been tickling my eyes. This guest said they wanted to see Kana. Do you want to meet them? A guest? Me. Yup. Who is it? That's a secret. Huh. It's no fun if I tell you in advance. This is just nonsense. No bad words. How is that bad? Anyway, there's no way a complete stranger would want to see me, and it's not like Diane would bring someone random over either. If it's someone visiting early in the morning, then, is it Aunt? Who knows? Could it be Mom or not? It's either yes or no. Just answer. I gave Diane a dissatisfied look before propping myself up against the headboard of the bed. Do as you like. Surely Diane wouldn't bring over someone strange. With that, I begrudgingly granted permission to meet the so-called guest. Not that preparing was anything more than going from lying down to sitting up. Upon hearing my approval, Diane smirked. You heard that, right? Come on in. The slightly open door swung fully open, revealing the person standing behind it. I turned to Diane and remarked. You said it was a guest. It is a guest, isn't it? That's not a guest, that's an intruder. Well, technically speaking, it's not an intruder but an intruderess. The guest, or rather, the so-called intruderess, replied nonchalantly and approached the bed. About to sit down, she seemed to realize she was still in outdoor clothes and instead plopped herself onto the floor. Her behavior seemed a bit pathetic, and I stared down at her silver hair from my vantage point before asking, why did you come so early in the morning? Kana hasn't come to the gym in forever. Forever. She counted on her fingers. No matter how many times she counted, one hand's worth of folded fingers didn't even carry over to the other. It hasn't even been that long. Anything beyond a few days is forever. Sure. This was exactly the kind of person Yuki was. She seemed perfectly normal at first glance, but the moment you talked to her, you could tell she was a bit off-kilter. Still leaning against the bed, I slid back down and burrowed under the blanket. What are you doing, Kana? You can't just hide under the blanket in front of a guest. You just admitted she wasn't a guest. Still. Ugh. No sooner had I gone back under than Diane slipped her arms under my armpits and dragged me out of the blanket. So this is how Kana usually is, huh? Well, not all the time. Kana just isn't great with mornings, so it's only like this in the morning. Stop answering her so kindly. And the only reason she's grumpy now is that you woke her up. Don't explain every little thing. What kind of chaos is this so early in the morning? With my peaceful morning already ruined, the only thing on my mind was figuring out how to end this commotion as quickly as possible. So you came to find me just because I didn't show up. Well, if you disappeared for days without saying anything, of course I'd come looking for you. Did I really not say anything? You didn't. Yuki's tone was firm. Diane scratched her head awkwardly. Now that I think about it, I guess I didn't tell Yuki. It's not like I'm obligated to say anything, though. Still, if you suddenly go radio silent, it can be alarming. It's kind of a matter of courtesy. And considering Yuki knows our situation better than anyone, and she's experienced with these sorts of issues, she might have had some good advice if you'd told her. She's not exactly the most reliable, but, fine. It wasn't like she needed to convince me, anyway. But Diane was more socially adept than I was, so she was probably right. With my silent agreement, Diane began explaining to Yuki why I had to take a break for a few days. Not that my holing up at home was entirely because of that. I see. Having heard the whole story, Yuki nodded. Well, in that case, it can't be helped. Have you gone through something similar, Yuki? Yeah, plenty of times. Though she didn't outright expose personal details, Yuki explained that she didn't go out of her way to hide things either, which naturally attracted stalker-like individuals. It's fascinating, really. All I've ever done are things like 24-hour no-commentary hunting streams, and yet those kinds of people still show up. It's not always because they want to get close to the streamer. Sometimes, they just get a sense of superiority from manipulating someone famous. Or so I've heard. Really? So, how did you deal with it, Yuki? My method probably won't help you much. Yuki tilted her head at Diane's confused reaction and answered kindly. I dealt with it by fighting them head-on. What? To be exact, I settled it with sparring. When I caught those stalkers, I'd invite them into the ring and say, if you beat me, I'll do whatever you want. And they'd jump at the chance. What a simplistic and brute force solution. But because it was such a straightforward method, it suited Yuki perfectly. Dayan and I exchanged glances, both too stunned to respond. Dayan spoke up first. What if you lose? I've never lost before. I'm asking what you'd do if you did lose. Those kinds of people wouldn't make reasonable demands. I just accept it. The world of competition is harsh, after all. Are you seriously insane? Dayan turned her head sharply, her words filled with genuine exasperation. Don't tell me, Kana, you agree with Yuki's approach. Not a chance. Why would I ever bother making a wager with such shady people? I just wiped them out completely. Dayan nodded at my reply. All right. This confirms that I can't leave this to Kana, which is why I've been staying out of it. Of course, I'm aware that my values differ somewhat from those of this world. It might make me seem irresponsible, but I've been leaving everything entirely to Dayan. I only answered because I was asked. I had no intention of getting involved. And what if they refuse the challenge or keep harassing you even after losing? That rarely happens. Usually, after getting beaten up in the ring, they run off with their tail between their legs. If they don't keep their promise, I just involve the authorities. Same goes if they refuse the match. Isn't that supposed to happen in the reverse order? Either way, as long as it's resolved, isn't that what matters? No, not at all. Yuki sulked at Dayan's firm rebuttal, while Dayan sighed deeply. I was foolish to think this would be helpful. I told you it wouldn't be. I did say Yuki wasn't exactly reliable. I should have listened to Kana. Our Kana is never wrong, right? I'm not that reliable. Wait, are you teasing me? Hehe. I glanced sideways at Dayan, realizing her intention, and gave her a sulky look. Dayan, smiling harmlessly, pulled me into a hug. It was an obvious attempt to smooth things over because she had nothing else to say. So, are you planning to stay holed up at home until this is resolved? It's not like I'm completely shut in. I'm just avoiding going out as much as possible. I don't want to give them any excuses. Want me to handle it for you? No, thanks. Rejected outright again. Yuki looked dejected and, for some reason, a bit envious as she watched Dayan and me. Using a car might keep you out of trouble, but there's always the what-if factor. This won't blow over in just a day or two. Yeah, I think so too. But still, this might be a good chance for some bonding time with Kana. Lately, Kana's been so busy that we haven't had a chance to relax like this. Right, Kana? I think I've been relaxing just fine. I'll give you chocolate, okay? Okay, I agree. That's bribery. Yuki, watching the obvious bribery scene unfold, muttered awkwardly. Then, she offered another solution. Why don't you stay at my place until this is resolved? Not really. Neither Dayan nor I were particularly fond of that idea. They say leaving home is the start of a hard life. You know that saying. Hehe. Sorry, I was just joking. Don't growl at me. I'm not growling. What am I, some kind of animal? Not an animal, but you are a cat. Kananian. Out of nowhere, something was plopped onto my head. I couldn't see it, but it wasn't hard to guess what it was. It was undoubtedly the hood of the pajamas I was wearing. Yuki, look at Kana. Isn't she adorable? Oh, what? I shook my head, brushing off Dayan's hand and whatever she had placed on my head. But it was cute. Yeah, I don't care. The only reason I'd reluctantly worn this was because Dayan had practically begged me with bribes and whining. It's not like I'd ever wanted to wear this outfit. Though, admittedly, it was pretty comfortable. If you want to train, just meet me in Cilia online. I'll see you a few times. A bit disappointing, but it can't be helped. I thought Yuki might persist, but surprisingly, she accepted it easily. Maybe because she had similar experiences. Whatever the reason, I was glad I didn't have to say more. Since I'm here, how about sparring for a bit? Sure. Wait, I'm right here, listening. What are you two planning to do to my house? Don't worry. We're not going to mess it up. I didn't want to see the house I lived in get wrecked either. Like when we first came here. Ugh. Can't you just forget about that already? Dayan shuddered at the memory, clearly fed up with the teasing. Well, that's what she gets for randomly putting weird things on my head. Scoffing, I stood up. Even if it wouldn't cause any damage, I didn't want noisy activities happening in a space meant for resting. Come on, Dayan. Me? Why me? Do you have something else to do? Not really, but... Then hurry up. Ugh. I was planning to laze around hugging Kana all day. This is your fault. How is it my fault? Ignoring the racket behind me, I went to the living room. Anyway, as Dayan said, it seemed like I'd be staying indoors for a while. It might get a little frustrating, but it couldn't be helped. But the situation didn't unfold as we expected. Filing a lawsuit for infringement of portrait rights will be difficult. That was what Dayan heard when she consulted a lawyer. A calm voice reached her as she looked puzzled. This and that, more legal explanations followed, making Dayan's head spin. So, you're saying we can't punish him based on just this post? Struggling amidst a flood of technical terms, Dayan barely managed to lift her head above the surface. The lawyer shrugged. He hasn't profited financially, and it's hard to claim the post defames your reputation. If there's anything actionable, it's the statement at the end. But even that's ambiguous for legal action, right? Yes. Ugh. The lawyer watched Dayan, who had fallen deep in thought. While it wasn't impossible to prove the offense with time and effort, doing so would be inefficient, or as the saying goes, not worth the cost. If the goal was merely to inconvenience and mentally exhaust the other party, it would be a different story, but that didn't seem to be Dayan's intention. So why not change your approach? Change my approach. Dayan's face once again showed confusion, as if she couldn't understand what he meant. If the other party is treading a fine line, why not respond in kind? Knowing the law is necessary to use the law. The same applies when finding ways to avoid it. Wow. Dayan let out a small exclamation. Is it okay for a lawyer to say something like that? What does it matter? No one's listening. Besides, that's more. Perhaps I shouldn't say it. What does it matter? No one's listening. Dayan echoed his words playfully. She seemed curious, but the lawyer shook his head. Then, he shifted the topic. If the goal is to bury the post, there's no need to turn it into a legal issue. Doing so might even draw more attention, just as you feared. This feels more like talking to a detective than a lawyer. They're similar in what they do. Really? Dayan tilted her head. That didn't seem right. Though doubtful, she nodded in agreement. Once he had her consent, the lawyer began to speak slowly. Make them look like a liar. Nothing lasts forever. Even the emperor who created seas and rivers of mercury and wielded absolute power couldn't escape death. Fires that seem eternal will one day burn out. The man knew this truth. So, it was natural that the number of comments on his post would gradually dwindle. Natural, but still. What the hell? His phone buzzed incessantly while he was immersed in a game. At first, he ignored it. But after the first, second, and then several more vibrations, he couldn't help but get distracted. The moment he glanced at his phone, his in-game character died, and the screen turned gray. At the same time, chat messages poured in. Casual greetings asking how he was, heartwarming messages wishing his parents well. How touching they were. Damn it. Not one to just sit back, he politely returned the favor, wishing peace and harmony upon their families before picking up his phone. What had caused such a flurry of well-wishing for his parents? He sought an answer. What the hell? The culprit behind his buzzing phone and the flood of greetings was an app. A community app that notified him whenever someone commented on his post. It had been relatively quiet for the past few days after buzzing nonstop. So, what had caused it to start up again? Curious yet vaguely hopeful, he clicked on the notification, and was met with a flood of ridicule and mockery. It was nothing he had expected. Staring blankly at the screen filled with words, the man froze. He didn't notice his game screen returning to color, nor the messages his teammates were sending to his immobile character. What the hell is going on? His wandering mind returned to him. The inactivity warning message on the game screen now loomed large. He had been idle for quite a while, but he thought he could still turn things around if he refocused. But instead of dismissing the warning and concentrating on the game, he opened his browser. He had already lost interest in the game. Why are they blaming me for their mess? His character had more deaths than kills in the game, but that was because of his teammates. If they had played the way he intended, things wouldn't have gone so poorly. You guys aren't worth winning for. Even if he received a penalty for abandoning the game, he didn't care. Unlike those who lived for the game, he wouldn't froth at the mouth over skipping a few matches. Leaving the game behind, he searched the internet for answers. And what the hell? Fabricated. The man couldn't hide his disbelief. The accusation of fabrication had been around before, but it hadn't gained traction, so he had brushed it off. But why was it resurfacing now? The flames that once roared had died down, and even the person who had lit the fire was searching for new kindling. The cause was a post from a user. A post that dissected every part of his original post and rebutted it, even claiming the photos he had taken were manipulated. The post was so well organized that for a moment, even the man thought, could it be? No way. What nonsense. The post claimed there were deliberate blurs in the photo, that the background didn't match. The man frowned at the series of arguments presented as evidence of photo manipulation. If you take a photo in a rush, it can get blurry. What annoyed him more were the people agreeing with the post. Despite the weak and flimsy evidence, they flocked to his post, tearing it apart with comments. Among them were a few usernames he recognized. Just days ago, they had praised his dedication, but now they acted like they never had, shamelessly erasing their tracks. The man tried to turn the tide of public opinion, but holding back a torrent with his bare hands was impossible, and he was swept away in the flood of comments. These idiots. A mix of disbelief, dismay, embarrassment, and anger. All kinds of emotions were packed into that one outburst. But the man didn't realize that the post criticizing him wasn't so different from the ones he had written. No, in terms of malicious intent, his posts were even worse. Perhaps he knew but chose to ignore it. The man steeled his resolve. He picked up his phone and dialed someone. Ring, ring. The dull dial tone echoed as he waited for the other person to answer. Hello, what's up? He didn't have to wait long before a familiar voice greeted him. I can't play games right now. I didn't call to play games. What else would you call me for? Or wait, is this about drinks tonight? No, you idiot. Then just say no without freaking out. You cursed first. The man swallowed back the words that rose to his throat. Anyway, you still have that camera, right? The one you bragged about finally buying. The man he called, his friend, loved photography. When he had proudly announced that he'd saved up to buy the camera of his dreams, the man had clicked his tongue. But who knew it would come in handy? Yeah, I have it. Why? The voice over the phone sounded apprehensive. Can I borrow it? AFK off. The response was immediate and uncompromising. I'm hanging up. Hey, wait. Hold on. As the voice on the other end started to fade, sounding ready to hang up, the man hastily pleaded. After several minutes of persuasion, explaining that he had his reasons and promising to return it in perfect condition, the friend's tone softened. I don't know what this is about, but you wouldn't even know how to use it. All I need to do is press the shutter. Then why not use your phone camera? If you're asking for a high-end camera, there must be a reason. I won't lend you the good one, but I'll let you borrow something suitable. It'll work better for simple shots. Oh, thank you. Just as he was about to be disappointed, the man's face lit up. But this one's expensive too, so if you break it, you're dead. How expensive? It's worth more than you. Even though it's a few years old, it still cost thousands today. Are you insane? How is it worth more than me? Enough. Just buy me drinks later. All right. Thanks. The man put down the phone after the call ended. The photos were blurry, so they claimed they were doctored? Fine. I'll take proper photos and show them. This time, I'll even capture their faces clearly so they can't deny it. When I do, they'll stop criticizing me and praise me like they did before. No way. He anticipated this and had taken screenshots. When the curtain falls, he would expose the masquerade of those who danced at the ball. The act he was about to pull off would become a legend, passed down for years. We'll see whether you're pathetic or I am. The results will speak for themselves. The man muttered a once popular phrase. The game that had coined the phrase had spectacularly failed, but he believed his situation would be different. Thinking this, the man closed his browser. You have been banned for 7 days due to leaving a game. The results screen of the game he abandoned, along with the ban notice, greeted him. Everyone has a desire for recognition. It's just a matter of degree. The lawyer adjusted his glasses, which had no prescription. If no one had a desire for recognition, no one would enjoy being acknowledged or praised by others. But there's no such person, is there? Well, actually, there are? Sorry. But seriously, don't such people exist? The kind of people who remain indifferent even when praised. It didn't feel like she said something completely wrong, but Dayan didn't argue further with the lawyer. After all, she wasn't talking to the lawyer to win an argument, but to seek advice. The person who wrote this post seems to have a strong desire for recognition. And the stronger that desire, the less likely they are to tolerate being accused of lying. The best course of action would be to ignore them entirely, but since that doesn't seem feasible, we have to go for a second best option. Have you studied psychology before? I've studied it briefly, but not professionally. I thought so. Then what should we do? Should we release a statement denying the claims? No. That might make you look guilty, like you're confessing to something. We need to take a different approach. Isn't that why you came to me? You're right. If the post had appeared on a fan cafe or caused disruptions during a broadcast, responding like that would have been fine. But right now, it was still at the level of whispers in the community they frequented. Even so, knowing that the murmurs were swirling beneath the surface and choosing to ignore them didn't sit well with Dayan. Letting weeds grow while smugly watching wasn't in her nature. So, we have to act discreetly too. This is what they call a comment brigade. We'll write a post claiming that the original post was fabricated and hire people to leave supportive comments. Once the flow is started, the others caught in the current will do the rest for us. Wow, that sounds so shady. You mean like a hidden mastermind? The lawyer admitted it outright. It's true. Hiding in the shadows and scheming fits the description of a hidden mastermind. That sounds like something out of a comic book. Oh. Realizing she'd spoken without thinking, Dayan covered her mouth and glanced around. It wasn't exactly a mistake, but she realized her comment wasn't suitable for the situation. However, the lawyer didn't mind her words. This wasn't Dayan's first time hiring him, and he already had a good understanding of her personality. Besides, he found such topics somewhat interesting himself. I happen to know a company that can handle this. If spending some money isn't an issue, would you like me to introduce them? A company? What kind of company? Public opinion manipulation. Ah, but will it work? They've got photos on their side. If a single photo could ruin everything, no one in this line of work would make a living. It's not hard to edit photos cleverly or find something to nitpick and then claim they're fabricated. That's scary. It's not scary at all. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Want me to tell you about something I handled last time? Are you even allowed to tell me that? Of course not to ordinary people. But since you might use their service, you deserve some level of trust. Think of it as a portfolio. I'm fine, thanks. But knowing such details made Dayan wonder if describing the company as just someone I know was a gross understatement. The more she learned, the more cynical her view of the internet became. She hadn't been particularly naive before, but now it felt like she couldn't look at the online world the same way ever again. Even so, there was a sinister thrill and a strange sense of dominance that crept into her heart at the thought of stepping into the darker side of the world. What nonsense. A thrill? A sense of dominance? As if she'd ever feel that way. One wrong move and she could end up drowning in it before she even realized it. Please handle it. And so, she decided to stop just short of stepping in too far. No further. The lawyer smirked at her request. A wise choice. Watching him, Dayan recalled a conversation they had a while back. Back then, when they'd started chatting casually outside of work-related matters, she once saw him take off his glasses while reading some documents. When she asked if he could even see without them, he'd replied that the glasses weren't prescription. They were just for appearances, to give off an intelligent and gentle impression. Back then, she just thought, oh, I see, and moved on. But now, she truly understood what he meant. Without those glasses, he'd really look like a villain. Or maybe it was the glasses that made him seem even more so. Shaking off the thought of characters who take off their glasses to reveal themselves as the final boss, Diane vigorously shook her head. Are you sure I didn't accidentally come to a detective agency instead of a lawyer's office? I'm thinking of trying out that line of work if I get tired of being a lawyer. Really? Of course not. Not convincing at all. Diane awkwardly laughed, staring at the glint of his glasses. Yawn. Sleepy. Not really? Then why are you yawning? Why am I being questioned for yawning now? Shooting her a sullen glare, Diane quickly picked up on the meaning behind her look and waved her hands. Oh, no. I wasn't criticizing. I was just asking if you were sleepy. I'm not. It's just boredom. Bored of lying on the bed, she'd come out to the living room and sprawled on the sofa instead. Diane commented that lying down here or there was the same thing. You're saying that because you don't know. It's so different. Diane said this before. That when you travel, even the air feels different. Me lying on the sofa now is kind of the same thing. The open air of the living room and the cozy atmosphere of a room, it's different right from the air. Really? I don't really get it, but if you like it, then that's what matters. Should I open the window for you? I don't want that. Why? It'd be refreshing and nice if we opened it. Not really. Honestly, you can't really call Soul's air refreshing, can you? As I shook my head, Diane, who had been walking toward the window, stopped. Seeing how bored you are, I guess you're the outdoor type. I don't think so. Huh? If not, then why are you bored? Because I'm not doing this by choice. If I wanted to rest and hole up inside the house, I could do it for days, or even weeks, without a problem. In fact, it's only recently, because of the dimensional creatures and Yuki, that I've been going out more often. Before that, you could count on one hand the number of times I went out. But this, maybe it's a psychological reaction? Hearing Diane say I shouldn't go out for a while just made me feel annoyed for no reason. Maybe it's because I'd decided to ask her to go somewhere, and then she said that. You're such a contrarian. You sound like a rebellious teenager. Sorry. Given the environment I grew up in, I can't take people's words kindly. Stop with the guilt traps. In an instant, I've become the bad guy? My indifferent remark made Diane squirm. Just kidding. You know, even an insignificant joke can ruin someone's day, right? No, I didn't. And I don't want to know. You little brat. What followed was exactly what I expected. I rolled out of the way as Diane came charging at me in a huff. Diane tried several more times to catch me, but each time, she failed spectacularly. Huff. Huff. Why, are you so good at? Huff. Rolling away. Finally, out of breath, Diane surrendered. How is rolling faster than my running? Running around inside the house isn't polite. You have to consider the downstairs neighbors. Don't suddenly say something reasonable like that. And I wasn't running that much anyway. Even as she said that, Diane glanced at the floor. How could she not know something even I, who just arrived on Earth, knew? Diane, you're such a fool. Ugh. As I said this with a look of pity, Diane let out a frustrated groan. But remembering what had just happened, she didn't jump at me as she normally would have. Instead, she plopped down next to me. Because of our earlier chase, she ended up sitting on the cold marble floor rather than the sofa. But she didn't seem to mind. I'm working on it, so just hang in there a little longer, okay? I'm not so frustrated that I can't take it. But your face looks like you're dying of boredom. Unlike before, her hand reached out slowly. I stayed still, not bothering to avoid it, and her hand softly stroked my hair. I'll sort it out as quickly as I can, alright. I wasn't trying to rush you. Fufu, is that so? What a patient and well-behaved child you are. Ack. But this, I can't tolerate. Diane toppled backward after I headbutted her. Looking down at her as she flailed from the surprise, I scoffed. Who told her to treat me like a kid? Ding dong? While we were messing around, a sound I'd never heard before echoed. As I tilted my head in curiosity, Diane jumped up and answered my unspoken question. It's a call from the security office. Oh, so that's why it sounded unfamiliar. But, a call from the security office? Why? Well, we'll only know for sure once I answer, but maybe it's to tell us they caught a fish in the trap. Saying this, Diane grinned. I nodded as I watched her expression. Oh, I see. Huh? Really? Kana, you figured it out. Finally. That it's middle school second year syndrome. It's not. Seeing her try to act cool, it definitely seems like it. Even as she begrudgingly went to answer the phone, Diane continued to deny my words to the very end. Yuki, can you help me out? An unexpected call. And the request that followed made Yuki let out a short sigh. You said last time that you didn't need my help. Did I say that? Yeah. When I asked if you wanted me to help, you said no. That's because... From the other side of the phone, Diane's voice suddenly raised in irritation, followed by a soft whine from a young girl, startled by her outburst. Diane's voice became faint as she tried to soothe the girl, but it wasn't long before she returned. That was because of what you said. What I said. You know, about calling weird people into the ring to fight. I thought you'd say something like that, so I said I didn't need your help. Is there any other kind of help I can give? I really don't think so. What's with that outrageous self-awareness? I've always been like this. You're unbelievable. So, she must be pulling an incredulous face right now. Yuki imagined Diane's expression on the other end of the line. What kind of help are you asking for? Are you going to help me? I don't know. Let me hear it first. Instead of giving a clear answer, Yuki subtly delayed her response. From a general perspective, it wouldn't seem like a particularly positive signal. It carried a similar nuance to, "I'll review it and get back to you later." In reality, Yuki truly intended to decide after hearing her out, but Dayan, assuming it was a rejection, reluctantly explained her request without much hope. "So, here's the thing. Can you walk around near my house? What kind of request is that? What kind of favor was this supposed to be?" Even more ridiculous was the fact that she had agreed to it. Yuki muttered in self-mockery as she trudged down the street. According to Dayan, it was supposed to spread bait. Initially, Yuki didn't think much of it, but as she aimlessly walked the streets, she began to feel like bait hooked onto a fishing line. "This is something I don't even need to do." Yuki's grumbling had been anticipated by Dayan when she made the request. Since the focus was on Kana, it wouldn't mean much if Dayan wandered around alone. However, she didn't want Kana to be exposed either. Of course, you wouldn't want to show yourself to someone like that either. When explaining her reasons, Dayan spoke in a voice heavy with guilt. Even though she called it help, it was, in a way, taking advantage of another person. That was why Dayan felt uneasy even as she made the request. "I don't mind." But as always, Yuki didn't think much of it. Her face was already plastered all over the media countless times. What difference would it make if it was shown a bit more? Of course, having her privacy exposed was a different story, but either way, Yuki wasn't the type to care about such things. What did bother her was how this situation disrupted her training, which made her accept the request without hesitation. She would act as new bait for the fish, a net to catch the intruder. Despite the earlier conversation, Yuki's mind now only held the simple cause and effect. Dayan asked for help, and she agreed. "And one more thing. If I finish this quickly, I can get back to training." Feeling restless from a lack of physical activity, Yuki preferred to wrap things up as soon as possible. It was a principle so straightforward that it bordered on simplistic. Does this even work? No matter how she thought about it, just confronting the person directly seemed easier. Still grumbling, Yuki followed Dayan's instructions and kept walking. A strange sensation crawled up her spine, sending tingles to the back of her head. Following her instincts, Yuki stopped and looked around, but nothing unusual caught her eye. Was it just my imagination? Yuki turned her head to scan the area again. If she had been a protagonist in a horror movie, she would have come face to face with a ghost the moment she turned. If it were a comedy, she would have comically fallen into an open manhole. But since this was reality, nothing happened. Even after reciting "it's just my imagination," a mantra as potent as "is it over," no immediate events occurred. However, as Yuki turned her head, she caught the fleeting shadow of someone quickly slipping into an alley. She couldn't make out the person's details. Yuki rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Why does this even work? When a storm brews, Yuki would rather fight than avoid it, which made this situation incomprehensible to her. But her job was to faithfully execute Dayan's orders. She didn't need to understand. She had braced herself for several days of effort, so if the bait worked on the very first day of the plan, wasn't that a good thing? After confirming that the fish had taken the bait, Yuki slowly but surely began reeling in the line. I didn't get caught, right? Meanwhile, the fish that had taken the bait, the man who had written the online post about Joni and her younger cousin, exhaled the breath he had been holding. Though he had ventured out confidently with an expensive camera borrowed from a friend hanging around his neck, the truth was that he didn't have a solid plan. To be honest, his guess that Joni lived in the area was just that, a guess. It hadn't been confirmed as fact. For all he knew, Joni might have been visiting an acquaintance in the area that day. If that were the case, he would have wasted both his time and money. He was, as they say, time rich. But watching the sands of time slip away from his hourglass still felt like a waste. That he never did anything about it was another issue altogether. At any rate, he had thrown his hat into the ring, but once he was out, he had no idea what to do. That's when he caught sight of a silver-haired woman. Walking confidently, her face fully visible, the man, a regular viewer of live streams, instantly recognized her. Yuki. But Yuki doesn't live around here, does she? As that thought passed through his mind, a realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. Didn't Joni and Yuki cross paths when Celia Online began? Even though the girl who initially connected the two was no longer around, it wouldn't be surprising if they stayed in contact because of that. Something feels off. It was the same uneasy feeling you get when you're not sure if you turned off the gas stove before leaving the house. The man couldn't shake the nagging feeling that he was missing something. But unable to figure out what was causing his discomfort, he raised his camera. If Yuki was indeed meeting Joni, as he suspected, this could be his golden opportunity to find the clue he had been desperately searching for. Careful not to be noticed by Yuki or to draw suspicion from others, the man began to move stealthily. He almost felt like a detective, or perhaps a secret agent. In reality, his attempt at tailing her was laughably poor, and he had already been noticed. However, he remained blissfully unaware that Yuki had caught on to him. He was equally oblivious to the wary glances he was receiving from people passing by on the other side of the street. And so, the man continued to follow the swaying silver hair as it beckoned him forward, unaware that he was heading straight into a trap. Here, the man following Yuki stopped in front of a building. At a glance, it was clearly a high-end office hotel, a place he vaguely remembered. Even so, it didn't immediately come to mind because he rarely ventured into this area. It made sense why they wouldn't run into each other often if Joni lived in a place like this. Looking up at the office detail, lost in thought, the man suddenly realized that the silver-haired woman had vanished from his sight. What should he do? Should he go in and figure out which floor she went to? No. The man shook his head. That would be too dangerous, wouldn't it? It was the kind of action that could easily get him branded as a criminal. What he wanted was proof, not to commit a crime. For that reason, the man decided against entering the office detail, but he also didn't feel like going home after finding just a vague lead on his quarry. Click. Ugh, another miss. The man had positioned himself in an inconspicuous corner and spent a long time taking pictures of people entering and exiting the office detail. He didn't realize it. Tap. The point of no return had passed long ago. Are you a photographer? A pale hand rested lightly on his shoulder. I like looking at pictures too. Could you show me some of the photos you've taken? The hand felt so cold it made him shiver. Turning his head slowly in the direction of the voice, the man saw her. The silver-haired woman who had been in his camera lens earlier now stood before him, her expression icy cold. She wasn't alone. Beside her was a large man in a uniform. Can't you show me? Even someone completely oblivious to social cues would recognize that Yuki's words weren't a request. Unfortunately for the man, he wasn't clueless. If he had been, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess to begin with. Countless excuses raced through his mind, but none made it out of his mouth. The moment his gaze met the scar-covered hand of the uniformed man, extended towards him, all the courage he had mustered evaporated. In the end, all he could do was place his camera into the outstretched hand. The person who wrote this post probably isn't the cautious type. Dayan initiated the conversation. They wrote the post based solely on assumptions, and their way of handling the situation feels impulsive, doesn't it? Someone like that would definitely take the bait. Impulsive and strong need for recognition. Individually, neither word feels particularly positive. But when combined, they create a significant synergy that's hard to ignore. According to Dayan, this was likely why the person had taken secret photos and posted them on an online community for countless people to see. Oh, that's unexpected. If I said it like this, Dayan might think I was dismissing her. But I wasn't trying to disregard her opinion, I was just stating the truth. The Dayan I know isn't the type to coldly judge others like this. If anything, she seems like someone who trusts people too much, to the point it might cause problems. That's what the lawyer said. Of course. Of course? What's that supposed to mean? Like, oh, that explains it. It means I'm relieved that you're still the Dayan I know. Is that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? Is that really what's important? It's important to me. I tilted my head in confusion while Dayan nodded fervently. If it's a compliment, I'll give you a pat on the head. If it's an insult, I'll pat you even harder. Wasn't that just an overly roundabout way of saying she'd fulfill her desires regardless? If I had to choose between the two, I'd say it's a compliment. If it's a compliment, it's a compliment. What's with I'd say it's a compliment? Well, I like that part of you, Dayan. What if Dayan didn't have that kind of personality? I know there's no point in adding a what if to the past, but if she didn't, she'd probably be living a completely different life now. And since I'm relatively content with the life I'm living now, I don't see a reason to think negatively about Dayan's personality. Ugh. Dayan turned her gaze away slightly. Suddenly saying something like that is cheating. That's what I mean. Normally, you act all stoic, but then you suddenly say something heart-flattering. Heart-flattering? I don't think I said anything that would make her heart flutter. Well, if she says so, I guess that's how it is. Dayan, clutching her chest and taking deep breaths, opened her eyes slightly. Don't say things like that to others, okay? Especially not to guys. You don't need to worry about that. I only say those things to you, Dayan. To be precise, it's more like I don't really talk to other people at all. But anyway, it's true that I don't say those things to anyone else. When I said that, Dayan clutched her chest again. Are you feeling unwell? It's because of you, Kana. Where on earth did you learn to say such dangerous things? Oh, I see. It's just the usual Dayan. What do you mean, the usual Dayan? That's too much. It's not like she's a pigeon on the street or something. Although Dayan shouted that, I had my own reasoning. Even I know that there are a lot of pigeons on the streets of Seoul. But since I rarely go outside, I end up seeing Dayan more often than pigeons. So, isn't it natural to use the word Dayan when describing something as familiar? Dayan yelled and protested but calmed down a bit after hearing my logical explanation. I guess that makes sense. Right, it does. Yeah, it does. Crumple? The paper in Dayan's hand was suddenly crushed into a mess. Or not? How does that even relate to this? Oh no, she's getting aggressive again. I told you to stop talking like you're watching a wild animal. I thought my explanation made perfect sense, but unfortunately, it seemed Dayan didn't quite understand me. Well, that's her karma for acting so bizarre all the time. If she didn't usually say strange things, I wouldn't respond like this either. Even though she told me not to treat her like a wild animal, Dayan started jumping around like an angry boar. Unable to watch any longer, I forced her to sit down. So, what's your point? The operation was a success, Commander. I've never had a subordinate like you, Dayan. So, you mean you think of me as an older sister rather than a subordinate? You can interpret that however you want. So, she set the stage for such a grand statement just to say that? Well, that's good, I guess. I spoke calmly, hiding my true thoughts for a moment. To be honest, I hadn't been very confident about this plan. It felt somewhat flimsy. I couldn't help but question whether it was necessary to lure the target so close to where she lived. But as someone who was just watching from the sidelines, it would have been petty of me to nitpick. So I just kept quiet, and now that it worked out as planned, I was a little surprised. We're planning to check things out now. Do you want to come, Kana? If I go, doesn't that defeat the whole point of me staying indoors? Oh, right. Seriously, what is she thinking? Dayan. Would calling someone pathetic be considered rude? If it's not meant as a joke, then it probably is. Why? Never mind. Dayan tilted her head curiously but then stopped herself. Wait, no way, right. I'm not sure what you're thinking, but it's probably not that. What do you mean probably? You're obviously calling me pathetic in a roundabout way. Whoa, that was unexpectedly sharp. I didn't say anything, but you're thinking it, right? This time, since I was in the wrong, I quietly let myself get caught. Dayan enthusiastically poked and prodded, squeezing my cheeks and stroking my hair for quite a while, until her phone rang again, and she finally let me go. I'll be back, so don't cause any trouble while I'm gone. Who's causing trouble? Who else? Kana, who shattered a plate trying to grab a snack. A faint warmth rose to my puffed-up cheeks. Dayan chuckled lightly and poked my cheek. I'll be back. Take care. Okay. Hihi, don't I look like a husband going off to work? Stop saying weird things and just go already. I'm going. Don't push, hey, I'm leaving, okay. After giving Dayan a gentle shove out the door, I was left alone in the house. Well, saying I shoved her out sounds a bit strange, but I did send her off to handle her tasks. Being alone, I focused my mind. Even if I didn't follow her, the distance wasn't far enough to prevent me from keeping track of the situation. Of course, I wouldn't be able to hear anything, but if something unexpected happened, I could intervene. I closed my eyes as I felt Dayan leaving the house and heading toward Yuki's presence, along with a few unfamiliar ones. If there's no justification for punishment, then you create one. That was the core strategy Dayan devised with her lawyer. Are you saying we should frame him? When she first heard the plan, Dayan asked hesitantly. It's not framing. Framing is when you falsely accuse someone of something they didn't do. This person has already committed an act, and they'll do it again. But what if things don't go as planned? Well, that would at least mean they have some basic decency, which wouldn't be a bad outcome either. Though, the odds of that seem pretty low. Recalling her conversation with the lawyer, Dayan noticed the elevator doors opening and stepped out. As she approached the security office, the faint voices scattered along the quiet hallway grew louder. What the hell are you doing, huh? Why are you taking pictures of other people without permission? A sharp-looking woman, someone Dayan occasionally saw in the elevator or around the building, was interrogating a man. The man, who Dayan had never seen before, stood stiffly under her questioning. So that's the guy, Dayan thought as she looked at the man dressed in nondescript, rather dull clothing. Would taking photos of people coming and going really count as a crime? It may not be a crime, but it's still a problem. Doesn't Dayan live in a high-end office-y tell? That means the residents are likely wealthy, too. I guess that's true. Such people usually know how to make things difficult for someone without even needing to file charges. It's exactly as the lawyer said. Several people glared at the man with disdain, each raising their voices. The words Dayan overheard grew increasingly concerning, and the man's face turned paler with every accusation. Dayan approached Yuki, who was standing with her arms crossed, slightly apart from the crowd. Yuki, you're here. Yeah, what's the situation? Just what you see. Yuki shrugged. Then, lowering her voice, she said, he was flustered and came quietly when confronted. We confiscated his camera and found out he'd been secretly photographing the residents. Seriously. They had intended to corner him for loitering suspiciously, but this was far beyond what Dayan had anticipated. The man's actions exceeded even her expectations. This guy is completely nuts. Are you okay with someone like that knowing where you live? Well, this time, it was Dayan's turn to shrug, just as Yuki had earlier. The building has security, and if worse comes to worst, Kana can protect me, but honestly, I was considering moving if things got too serious. The house was spacious enough for 2 people, but something about it always felt lacking. Every time she saw Kana cooped up inside, Dayan couldn't help but feel guilty. If they lived in a house with a garden, Kana could enjoy some fresh air. Yuki, listening to Dayan's musings, looked incredulous. Kana isn't a dog. What? Where did that come from? Of course I know that. You don't seem to. Kana is more like a cat than a dog. No. Considering how much she likes me, maybe she is like a dog. That was a joke. Dayan erased her feigned serious expression and smiled brightly. Still, I meant it when I said I was thinking about moving because I thought she seemed stifled. Well, do as you like. How do you plan to wrap this up? Leaving him like that should be fine, I think. Dayan pulled out her phone from her pocket and fiddled with it briefly. Then she took a step forward, then another, slowly approaching the man. The man, who had been hanging his head, noticed her presence and looked up. Upon seeing her face, he gasped audibly. Feigning ignorance of his reaction, Dayan frowned slightly and asked the security guard beside him. This person was taking pictures of us coming and going. Yes. Only a few people's photos were found, but to be safe, we informed others who might have been affected. He could have done the same thing before, even if there's no evidence on the camera. Given the unfortunate situation, the security guard's expression was understandably grim. After all, it wasn't pleasant for an issue to arise under his watch. I should bring him a drink later. Making a mental note, Dayan crossed her arms. What's the plan? We're planning to report him to the police. Some residents have mentioned filing personal lawsuits as well. No. The words police and lawsuits made the man, whose face had turned ashen, cry out in a panic. Pointing at Dayan, he exclaimed, I wasn't following anyone else. I was following this woman. His unintentional confession brought silence over the scene. Dayan checked her phone screen, which displayed recording in progress, and lowered her gaze slightly. Pretending to be shocked, she covered her mouth with her hand. But behind her hand, the corners of her lips unmistakably curved upward. At a time when, for some, having an early dinner wouldn't be strange. Shin Dayan, who had left the house earlier in the day before noon, returned home well past lunchtime. She brought Yuki along with her. As soon as Dayan returned home, she let out a deep sigh and headed straight for the kitchen. Did you eat well while I was gone? Yes. Wow, our Kana is all grown up. As if concerned someone might doubt her Korean identity, the first thing Dayan did was ask about the meal. Then, she opened the fridge and took out 3 bottles of juice. She handed one to Yuki, one to me, and twisted the cap off the remaining bottle in her hand. Gulp, gulp. Phew. She quickly emptied the bottle. Seeing me still holding my unopened bottle, she spoke. Want me to open it for you? No. Click. I twisted the cap off my bottle, just like the other 2, and brought it to my lips. The scent of oranges wafted up. Unlike Dayan, I didn't gulp it all down but sipped slowly. Seeing this, Dayan smiled faintly at me. What's so funny? Why are you smiling? Even when I pouted and asked, Dayan didn't answer, she just kept smiling. Even Yuki was now staring at me. Is it funny? Oh no, it's the delinquent mode Kana. My school PTSD is kicking in. Tremble, tremble. So scary. Yuki, you should never take up acting. After hearing Dayan's words, Yuki looked a little crestfallen. It wasn't like she was genuinely trying to act, so it was probably just my imagination. Even textbooks would have been read with more enthusiasm than that, so there's no way she was serious about acting. As I murmured this, Yuki's expression darkened even further. Kana, that was too much. Me. What did I even do? As Dayan pointed at me, her expression was more serious than ever. She said I should apologize to Yuki. Well, sorry. Under Dayan's strict gaze, I apologized without even knowing what I was apologizing for. But seriously, what did I do wrong? Dayan never told me the answer. I gave up and went back to sipping my juice. By the time the bottle was almost empty, I spoke up. So, how did it go? I knew it wasn't a major issue, but that's about all I knew. We resolved it smoothly, though I'm not sure the other person would call it smooth. I think it was too smooth. If we'd shown them what a fist tastes like, they wouldn't have dared to come near again. That's too violent. Isn't it better for civilized people to use the law instead of fists? Don't even think really, in your head. Dayan could read Yuki's thoughts just by looking at her expressions. After bickering with Yuki for a bit, Dayan noticed my gaze and cleared her throat. She started explaining what had happened downstairs. That's how it went. I let out a small hum and fiddled with the empty bottle. Even though it had long been empty, the surface was still faintly cold. It did seem like it was resolved smoothly. That was my impression after hearing everything. According to Dayan, here's what happened. That night, the man who had taken our photos and posted them online confessed under the pressure of the residents' criticism and Dayan's confrontation, specifically, stalking us. However, since he had also been caught taking photos of Yuki and other residents, his confession didn't absolve him of the residents' anger. Dayan said she forgave him on the condition that he delete the controversial post and write another admitting it was fabricated. When I asked why she forgave him, Dayan replied, I wanted to handle it quietly. Does it sound strange, coming from someone who caused such a fuss? Apparently, she wanted things to remain quiet in real life, even if they caused a stir online. So, on the spot, she made him write the post and sign an agreement never to do such things again. If things go south, I've got the recordings. Dayan shook her phone. And I was the only one who forgave him. The others didn't, so he'll be too busy dealing with them to cause any more trouble. Yeah, the residents were furious enough to tear him apart. When you say it like that, it doesn't sound like a joke. It wasn't a joke. Anyway, Kana, resolving everything through extreme measures isn't always the answer. Have you heard of the saying gentle overcomes strong? It means that softness can triumph over hardness. Sometimes, coaxing and reforming someone is better than punishing them harshly. Our laws are based on rehabilitation, after all. Why are you telling me this? You seemed like you were dissatisfied. I'm not. Not really. At most, I'd had a few small questions, but those were cleared up during the explanation. Seeing my expression soften, Dayan's face brightened. Well, that's good, then. Then, does this mean you'll be coming back to the gym now? As the conversation wrapped up, Yuki, who had been fidgeting impatiently, suddenly chimed in with urgency. I've been so bored being by myself. There are so many things I wanted to ask. You really are. Dayan, you should learn from her. Huh? Am I the weird one here? Dayan, who who had been staring at Yuki with a fatigued expression, flinched in surprise at my words. When it comes to dedication to training, Yuki does have the upper hand. Well, really. It's not really, it's just the truth, though, you've improved a lot compared to before. It feels like you're giving me poison and medicine at the same time. But it's a compliment, right? Yes. Then it's fine. Stretch? Dayan spoke cheerfully as she stretched her body. Her stiff joints let out a chorus of cracks, and Dayan herself groaned in pain. That's because you don't exercise enough. I exercise plenty. Dayan, flustered by Yuki's remark, suddenly averted her gaze. She looked at me, then at Yuki, back at me, and then at Yuki again, before finally lowering her head in defeat. I'd like to say I do enough, but standing between you two, I just can't. Is this how a normal person feels stuck between gods? Hang in there. Don't comfort me. If I were to be comforted, I'd prefer it to be Kana who comforts me. Glance. A subtle, hopeful gaze landed on me. Naturally, I didn't respond to that gaze. There's no need for comfort over something that doesn't require it. Instead, I ignored Dayan's pouting and fell into my own thoughts. I feel like I'm forgetting something. It wasn't something terribly important, but not something trivial enough to just forget either. A vague feeling like that. Kana. Hello Kana? Can you hear me? Do you want a snack? Some chocolate? You're sure you don't think of her as a dog? I told you earlier, I don't. For someone who doesn't, the way you treat her. This is just how I show affection. While the two whispered to each other about me, I continued mulling over my thoughts. Finally remembering what I'd forgotten, I couldn't hold back and tugged on Dayan's sleeve, interrupting her playful bickering with Yuki. Dayan. Yes. Let's go out. What? Even I thought it was a random suggestion, so how must Dayan have felt hearing it? She blinked her round eyes in silence, unable to respond. Then, she suddenly tugged at her own cheek. Ow. She winced as she cradled her now reddened cheek. Am I dreaming? If you wanted to check, you should have told me. I could have done it for you. Why would I ask you to do that? Maybe Kana, but not you? Didn't I hear a similar exchange earlier? Tilting my head, I threw out another question. Don't want to. It's not that. It's just. I didn't expect you to suggest it first, so I'm a bit taken aback. You must have been feeling really cooped up. Suddenly, Dayan began stroking my head. To be honest, Dayan stroking my head was nothing new, so I didn't mind. It wasn't like she ruffled it carelessly. Her gentle fingers running through my hair always had a soothing effect on me, but looking down at me with eyes filled with both guilt and pity while stroking my head, that was something I wasn't used to. I wasn't that frustrated, though. Sure. I get it, Kana. Just so we're clear, no matter what you're imagining, Dayan, that's definitely not it. Okay, I get it. Your big sister is just useless and only makes you suffer. I'm sorry. What does she mean? I get it. If she was going to say something like that, she shouldn't have done it with those sad eyes. Before I knew it, my body was lifted into the air, my legs dangling helplessly. Kana. Yes. Did she really need to say this while holding me like this? Without a word, Dayan hugged me close and chuckled softly. Should we move? To a house with a garden in a place with fresh air and clean water. Let's do that. Sounds good, right? Okay, decided. Wait, hold on. Dayan looked as if she was ready to rush out and find a real estate agent right then and there. I had no idea what led her to this conclusion. Unable to understand her thought process, I stood in her way as she headed toward the front door. Is this how Dayan felt when I suggested going out? Reflecting on my actions, I quickly shook my head. No, it's definitely not the same. There's no way Dayan and I are on the same level. Wow, a house with a garden sounds amazing. Dayan, you're the best. Surely she didn't expect such a reaction from me. Then again, knowing Dayan, maybe she did. Are you calm now? Yes. After securing her surrender, I got off Dayan. I thought this was just another one of her usual antics, but this time she was unusually hyper, and it had taken some effort to stop her. As Dayan calmly dusted herself off a rare sight, I asked her. I'll humor you and ask. What's this whim about this time? Well, Dayan hesitated before finally answering. The place we live now is in the city, right? Even if we go for a walk, it's just to a nearby park, and there are always people there. So, well, Kana doesn't like being seen, right? That's why you don't leave the house much, and even when you do, you're all bundled up. Her slender fingers fidgeted non-stop, as if they were speaking for her when she couldn't. They stopped moving only when Dayan spoke again. I thought maybe Kana would feel more comfortable in a less populated area. Me. Yes. If we moved to a house with a garden, you could enjoy the breeze freely. And like before, you could tend to a flower garden. A flower garden. It's not just because of you, you know. I've vaguely thought about it for a while, knowing something like this might happen. I just figured this might be a good opportunity to move. So you don't need to feel any burden, Kana. That's what Dayan said, but I didn't take her words at face value. Even if she had thought about it before, the biggest reason was probably still me. Honestly, I was slightly tempted when she mentioned the flower garden. But when I thought about it more, there was no real reason for me to tend to one. The only reason I had ever dirted my hands with soil and pollen was to show it to Dad, not because I found it fun. Sure, when the wind blew, and the colorful flowers danced all at once, it was quite the sight. But to go through all that effort just to see it again? Pulling weeds growing among the flowers, fertilizing them when they wilt, catching pests that nibble the leaves or drain their nutrients, and pruning dead flowers. Even listing out just the things that come to mind right now feels exhausting. I'm not sure I want to go through all that again. I scratched my cheek, lost in thought. It felt odd to say this after exuding such a negative vibe, but Diane's suggestion wasn't entirely bad. Even without the concern about being seen, my personality naturally gravitated toward quieter, less bustling environments. So if Diane had said, I don't want to live amidst people anymore, I want to move somewhere quieter, I wouldn't have argued and just accepted it. It's not like it would be my money anyway. If the homeowner wanted to move, who was I, a guest, to object? Like the saying goes, if you don't like the temple, the monk leaves. If I didn't like the homeowner's decision, it'd be on me to leave. Of course, in this case, since it suited my preferences, I wouldn't have left. And from what I've seen online, it's not uncommon for people tired of city life to opt for rural living. Do you want to become a naturalist, Diane? Huh? A naturalist? Diane tilted her head at my sudden remark, but only for a moment. Then she clapped her hands together. Wait, are you talking about that old show? The one about people living in nature? Yeah, that's the one. Technically, I wasn't referring to the show itself but the image of naturalists popularized by it. But Diane probably understood what I meant, so I didn't bother correcting myself and just nodded. I've thought about it, but I don't think I could live like that. A life without infrastructure would be too miserable. But why do you ask? It's just that what you said earlier sounded like that. Only then did Diane's face light up with realization. No, Kana, I think you're misunderstanding something. I wasn't talking about living like that. I just meant moving to a quieter place, not isolating ourselves in the mountains. Would that solve the issue? Maybe it would be better than now. Yeah, it would. Then isn't that good enough? Nope. My words trailed off at the end. Add in a shake of the head, and it becomes a perfect expression of denial. The phrase "the answer lies within the question" wasn't wrong this time either. It'd just be less bad. Not a perfect solution. Ultimately, to address all of Diane's concerns, we'd have to move to the mountains and sever ties with society, a solution Diane herself had already rejected. Spending money and time to move somewhere only marginally better seemed unnecessary. And such places would inevitably lack the infrastructure Diane valued. Still, isn't less bad better than being miserable? Who's miserable? Well, Kana is. Why would I be miserable? I had told her repeatedly that her assumption was wrong, but clearly, she hadn't been listening. She sighed as Diane widened her eyes. It's true that it's a little frustrating. But it's no different from the small frustrations that anyone in society would feel. Do you think I'm someone who just puts up with everything? Definitely not. If you flipped everything upside down, maybe. I intended her to react that way, but hearing her say it so bluntly was infuriating. If I really hated it, I would have ignored Edel's recommendation and just walked around proudly. In fact, despite knowing I shouldn't, I had lost count of the number of times I'd punched those snobbish nobles for their insolence. Walking around confidently might bring trouble to Diane, though. Maybe I could just call it cosplay or something. Or cover it up with a bigger scandal. Diane, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke. Well, that's exactly how Kana is. I'm not a child. You'll always be a child in my eyes. Must be nice to be old. This little brat? Is this your rude mouth criticizing a lady's age? Take this. Hey Marja. Maybe her mood had shifted because her stiff expression returned to normal. Not that pulling at my cheeks needed to make a comeback too. After playing around with me to her heart's content, Diane let go, smiling contentedly. Finally free, I rubbed my cheeks. Then I said something I hadn't had the chance to earlier. If we lived in a house with a garden, there'd be tons of bugs. I wondered if Diane could handle all those insects. Recalling the time she freaked out over a moth on the elevator wall, I doubted she'd fare well against swarms of bugs. A faint look of dread crossed Diane's face. Still, people should live in the city. There's an old saying, send horses to Jeju and people to Seoul. Do you know it? Saying that makes me want to visit Jeju again. Kana said we should go out, so maybe we should go to Jeju this time. You're all over the place. Yuki, who had been quiet, bluntly commented. It was so spot on that I couldn't refute it. How can you hate bugs and still dream of a house with a garden? But, Diane made a pitiful face. It's a dream? Living in a detached house with a garden is every Korean's dream and ideal. At that, I silently looked at Yuki. She shook her head firmly. Yuki took a step back from Diane, as if to distance herself from being lumped into the same category. Diane glanced at me nervously. Kana, wouldn't you take care of all the bugs? Keep dreaming. You're so mean. Seeing her bury her face and fake cry stirred a mischievous desire in me. Specifically, the urge to catch a bunch of bugs and release them in Diane's room. The only reason I couldn't was because we shared the same room. So, that's the end of that topic, right? Yes. Do you think I'd do something Kana hates? It's not that I hate it. I just don't see a reason to move. Well, that's not what's important right now, so let's move on. Diane winked. What's important now is where we're going to go. So, let's start the trip destination selection meeting? Woohoo. Woohoo. Wow, Kana, you're actually playing along? You're so sweet. It's just service. Since I was the one who brought up going out, it's the least I could do to humor her. Otherwise, I would have just let Dayan do her usual thing and moved on. Even then, I didn't think it was that enthusiastic a response, but Dayan seemed satisfied with it. Dayan, now in high spirits, chattered away while Yuki and I quietly listened or occasionally chimed in. It felt less like a meeting and more like Dayan hosting a presentation. The lively explanation suddenly paused. This time, Yuki, why don't you come with us? Me. Yuki blinked, clearly not expecting that. Underscore 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 underscore. The delicate brow furrowed slightly. It was like a line drawn across a flawless masterpiece, or like a crack appearing on a perfect sculpture. If someone had seen it, they would have likely let out a sigh without realizing it. However, the woman's beauty was not diminished by that small flaw. In fact, the small imperfection that appeared on an otherwise perfect face made her unreal beauty seem more human. Considering who she was, though, I'm not sure if that's a good thing. It's too quiet, Edel murmured. There's a saying in Korea that no news is good news, but Edel didn't believe in that. Looking back on her experiences, silence was never a good sign. Could it be considered good news if you didn't know a cockroach was digging tunnels in your house? To Edel, dimensional beings were like cockroaches. Horrible, sure, but dangerous enough that they had to be driven out quickly. The only difference between them and cockroaches was that they were fiercer, more violent, and devoured with more gluttony, making them more dangerous. It's too quiet, it's suspicious. These creatures, who had relentlessly tried to invade Edel's world, had suddenly gone quiet. At first, Edel thought her plan with the administrator was going perfectly. However, as the days and weeks went by, and then months and years, unease slowly crept up. Even if things were going smoothly, the creatures that had once been hammering away at doors and walls were now eerily silent. Wasn't that suspicious? If they were the type to give up just because walls were repaired and the house's location was hidden, they would have fallen apart during their battle with Edel. And Edel wasn't the only one who thought this way. The administrator, too, had grown concerned, and recently, they had been talking about it more and more. However, their opinions didn't align perfectly. Edel argued that their silence was suspicious and that they should check outside. Since the dimensional creatures wouldn't give a warning before attacking, an unexpected assault could happen at any time. No matter how well defended you are, once the initiative is lost, you're bound to struggle in the fight. And the indisputable truth was that attacking was always easier than defending. So, Edel's opinion was to take the risk and check outside. On the other hand, the administrator was skeptical of Edel's viewpoint. He understood the importance of information, of course. But there was no guarantee that taking the risk would yield useful information, and no guarantee that the information obtained would be worth the risk. The effort and the risk involved were immense, and the potential gains were unclear, so it wasn't a good strategy to take such a gamble. There was even the risk that their own information could be exposed. So, the administrator suggested strengthening their defenses rather than taking any unnecessary risks. Even if they were attacked suddenly, they should be strong enough not to be shaken. Both sides had valid points, so they understood each other, but neither was willing to change their stance. Whenever this happened, it was always Edel who reluctantly gave in. Although it seemed like they were equal, in truth, it was always Edel who had more to lose and was therefore in a more vulnerable position. Sigh. That's why Edel sighed today, her frustration apparent. The reason for the significant difference in their opinions, which usually reached amicable compromises, was something Edel vaguely understood. It's probably the difference between having experienced something and not having experienced it. While the administrator had heard about the horrors Celia had endured, he had not witnessed it all firsthand. As such, his sense of urgency was naturally weaker. That wasn't to say he was being careless, he had still been vigilant despite not experiencing it himself, so Edel didn't blame him. Anyway, I hope it's nothing. Edel didn't expect that it would end with the creatures giving up just because she had been persistent. She only hoped that when they came, she would suffer as little as possible. And, we're the same in that we need time. The silence from the dimensional creatures wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Edel's weapon, for example, wasn't yet sharp enough to pierce through their hide and strike their heart. She needed to make it sharper, stronger. Once she finally reached the divine level, then, we'll be able to reclaim what we lost. We'll reach Jeju. Thud. We've arrived. As soon as she stepped out of the airport's gate, Dayan energetically shouted. Her loud voice drew a lot of attention from the surrounding people. But that was fine. Let's pretend we didn't hear anything. Yeah, Yuki and I had already sensed the situation and had moved a bit away from her. Nodding at Yuki's words, I turned and walked away. Wait a minute. Just as we were about to head to the other exit, Dayan quickly ran up and blocked our path. You're ignoring me, that's too much. It's you who's being too much. Yeah. Nodding along. I don't want to look like I'm with someone shouting in the middle of the airport. So, please, move away. Yeah. Nodding again. When did you two become so close? As I kept nodding along with Yuki, Dayan puffed up her cheeks. No way. Kana's my little sister. I can't give her away. Kana's my little sister, too. I'm not talking about age. Kana and I are tied by an unbreakable bond, not just a simple number like age. Really? That's news to me. Does Kana not understand? It's fine. Even if Kana doesn't know, the red string of fate connecting us won't break. Dayan said this while raising her pinky. I couldn't help but stare at her hand and was astonished. When did you prepare that? Hihi, when it comes to being prepared, Who else could it be but me? Shindyun. Daeyeon grinned, and as she wiggled her pinky, a thin red string attached to it swayed in the air. Had she prepared this in advance, or had she somehow guided the conversation to lead to this point? Either way, it was impressive for a number of reasons. Have you done this reaction at every trip? No? Why would I? Honestly, Daeyeon's job might not be as a streamer, but as a hook collector. I wouldn't be surprised if the number of hooks she'd collected in her life exceeded the tens of thousands. What does she do with all those hooks? She probably uses them to exchange for sweets. I'd sell them to a junkyard before I did that. You're not Kana, there's no way I'd do that. By the way, how do you even know about this? The old times when you'd trade scrap for sweets. I read it in a textbook. Textbook. Technically, since I gained knowledge from it, could the internet not also be considered a textbook? Or not? Speaking of sweets, I'm suddenly craving them. Oh, Kana, you've never had any, have you? The taste is different from chocolate, and the freshly made ones are delicious, unlike the ones sold in stores. Daeyeon continued rambling. Normally, I just let it go in one ear and out the other, but unfortunately, thanks to the little ruckus Daeyeon had caused earlier, the attention was still lingering on us. We exchanged glances. Then, as if by silent agreement, Yuki and I both nodded at the same time. Without saying a word, we quietly moved away from Daeyeon, leaving her to her own world. It wasn't even a conversation, but it was like we were perfectly synchronized. Why are you running away from me? It's not like I did anything embarrassing. So, you realized it was embarrassing. Isn't the bigger problem that you did something embarrassing even though you knew it was embarrassing? That was actually a good point. Though Yuki might be a little off in some ways, she had her moments of surprising rationality. Sometimes, she even seemed more reasonable than Daeyeon. And it's not even that embarrassing? The hosts of travel shows used to do this all the time. But Daeyeon, you're not a host, and we're not filming a travel show. True, but there's such a thing as memories. Well, I don't get it. Neither do I. If it's not a shared memory, I can't really empathize. You don't get it, but Yuki doesn't either. Daeyeon asked Yuki, who quietly shook her head. Still, after several attempts to ask again, Daeyeon looked utterly defeated. Is this the loneliness a time traveler feels? So lonely. Maybe you're just a little out of touch. No? It was a really popular show? Well, sure, by the time we watched it, it was kind of outdated. Are we the same age? Anyway, I stepped in, knowing they'd start bickering if I left them alone. What are we going to do now? I was the one who originally suggested going out, but Daeyeon was the one who planned the trip. So, I asked her about the plan, only for her to respond. I don't know. Daeyeon shrugged her shoulders and said that. I blinked, completely caught off guard by the answer. A gust of wind brushed past us. It was truly the beginning of a smooth journey. Underscore 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 underscore. Can Kana stop the wind from blowing? Or stop the flow of water? People's hearts are the same. Even if the head says no, the heart feels otherwise. Sometimes we do foolish things, and sometimes we fall in love at first sight. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Daeyeon spoke with a slightly melancholic smile. Even if that causes fights, hatred, and sometimes we turn away from someone we were once close to, as long as there's a heart, there can be salvation. Daeyeon, if there's no heart, there's no discord, but I believe a world where everyone makes decisions only with logic would be a cold, heartless one. Fighting, making up, hating, loving. That, I think, is what it means to be human. So, I believe that wandering wherever my heart takes me, without a fixed plan, is one of the beauties of travel. The heart is a blessing, a miracle given to humans. When Daeyeon finished speaking, none of us could say anything. Was it because her words resonated with us? Or was it because of the bittersweet smile on her face that made us unable to speak? No, you're making having no plan sound like some grand thing. Yup. If all of that was her response to the question about the plan, who would believe it? I, for one, couldn't understand it. Did you not hear everything I said? I heard it. Very well. Then how can you react like that? How touching my speech was. Touching. I wouldn't say it was touching, but it was certainly impressive. For someone to be able to say something like that meant they must have been thinking this way for a while. Or maybe they had seen it somewhere. After all, crops don't just grow in a field where no seeds have been sown. Daeyeon must have learned a lot. In other words, her long-winded speech didn't leave me with any feelings beyond that neither awe nor disdain. And it's not that I don't have a plan. Let's just wander around and do whatever comes to us. That's the plan. Well, I guess that could be a plan. I didn't particularly mind there being no plan. After all, this whole trip was decided impulsively, and there hadn't been much time to prepare. And, having left all the details to her, it wasn't really my responsibility. I wasn't the type to make detailed plans, anyway. I didn't say anything, but now you're speaking like this, Daeyeon. Ugh. Do we have a place to stay? Yuki casually asked Daeyeon, who had invited her along and was therefore unaware of the details. I've prepared the basics accommodation and a rental car. I've also looked up places to visit. Well, more like I've been here before, so I know the area. So, you do have a plan. I'm the one who's prepared, Shindyun? But I haven't decided on any specific things to do. We'll just do whatever comes to us as we wander around. I agree. What about you, Kana? I nodded quietly. It wasn't like we were here for some grand adventure, and the trip itself had been an impulsive decision. So, in a way, Dayan's idea of doing whatever felt right at the time seemed to fit the purpose of the trip. Exactly? That's exactly what I was thinking. I had such a hard time deciding, and you two just criticize everything. Your voice is shaking. And we didn't criticize you that much. Why does everything match perfectly when it's time for me to be the bad guy? Am I public enemy number one? You're not a public enemy, just someone with questionable behavior. That's harsh. You two have been leaving me out and criticizing me. That's because Dayan is the one who always says strange things. If it were Yuki speaking, the focus would be on her instead. I wanted to say that, but I'm upset. Dayan suddenly shouted, cutting me off. She ran off quickly and jumped into the car parked in the airport parking lot. Poking her head out, she said, "Unless you apologize to me right now, I'll leave you both behind this time." What? I might give up on the world, but I won't let the world give up on me. Those kinds of words came from Dayan as her eyes narrowed with determination. Suddenly abandoned by Dayan, Yuki and I exchanged looks. Why is she acting like this? I don't know. You're the one living with her. Shouldn't you know? It's Dayan. We exchanged glances, but the meaning behind them seemed to click together. Maybe it was just my imagination, but in that moment, it felt like our thoughts had aligned. Sorry. Yuki apologized, but there was one problem: her apology was clearly lacking sincerity. I could feel it, and there was no way Dayan wouldn't pick up on it. It's not sincere. As expected, Dayan's fury was only fueled by that. Honestly, I didn't think she was really upset. I had seen something similar online, this kind of playful WWE-style drama. Don't just apologize, do it with sincerity. Sorry. Just adding one more word doesn't make it sincere. I'm sorry. So, saying it longer doesn't make it a sincere apology. An apology needs to come from the heart. That's too picky. What kind of apology do you want? As if waiting for exactly that, Dayan slammed the steering wheel. Beep. The horn blared, and Dayan jumped, which was very typical of her. Ahem. As I said earlier, what I want is a sincere apology. She cleared her throat, then cast a quick glance at us. And Kana's ego is what I consider a sincere apology. I'll just stay upset forever. Let's go, Yuki. See, this is WWE. It wasn't even real anger, it was just a hidden agenda, so there was no need to apologize. I decided to ignore it and walked away from Dayan. It wasn't worth listening to anymore. I thought Yuki would stop reacting, but she seemed unusually quiet. When I looked up, I saw Yuki thinking for a moment. Well, I'm a little interested in that too. Oh, it looks like Yuki is also affected by Dayan now, right? It's so cute even when she's just standing still. Don't you wonder how much cuter she'd be if she actually did ego? It's not just me, right? Yeah, definitely. When did you start caring about stuff like that? I've always preferred beautiful and cute things over ugly ones. And in that sense, Kana's about. Yuki raised her thumb up. Looks like I'm the target now, but Dayan's infection is incurable, but slowing down the progress of those infected is easy. The walk to the accommodation would be good exercise, wouldn't it? Yuki flinched. But it seemed like that wasn't enough. She quickly masked her unease and pretended to be calm. Looks like I need to apply a bit more pressure. If you walk to the accommodation, I might give you a reward. I lowered my voice slightly from my usual tone. At that, Yuki started trembling. I'll go dash. Thunk. I want to go too. Dayan, who had been sitting in the car, jumped out. I'm going to get a reward from Kana too? So say the same thing to me. Why are you only saying that to Yuki? Well, that wasn't expected. Fortunately, we didn't end up walking, and the car we rented was still intact. I suppose the rental company was okay with it since they got their money. But, now that walking was cancelled, Yuki looked a little disappointed, while Dayan was totally unfazed. Did she really want me to say that? She wanted me to say the same thing to her as I did to Yuki, so I did. Why does she like this? Even the service? Thank you, thank you. Honestly, I felt a little annoyed at that moment. Why would she want to hear something like that? I just couldn't understand it. I've been thinking. Dayan, who had handed over the driving to the car's autopilot, looked over at me from the passenger seat. I think we should see Halazin now that we're in Jeju. What do you think? We can go tomorrow morning since it's already late. Halazin. Yeah, it's the highest mountain in our country, and the view is amazing. It would have been better if we came in spring, but oh well. Halazin, huh. It wasn't like I didn't know about it. It was just more of a reflex to ask. If you like it, sure. Climbing a mountain wasn't going to be a struggle, and since the purpose of the trip was to have fun together, I nodded without any hesitation at Dayan's suggestion. What about you, Yuki? Do whatever. Yuki's voice came from the back seat, a little grumpy. She didn't seem to dislike the idea, though, so she gave her approval. Great. Then let's wake up early tomorrow and hike, Dayan said enthusiastically. It was an impulsive decision, but it's not a bad idea. Maybe going with the flow like Dayan suggested won't be so bad after all. Underscore 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 underscore. Late evening. Though it was still too early to go to bed, we had arrived at the accommodation that Dayan had reserved. We decided to sleep a bit earlier to prepare for tomorrow, and we would be sleeping in the same room. Although it was a large pension that was far too big for just the three of us, I couldn't understand why we had to all sleep in one place. Isn't it a little weird to sleep together when we're out for fun? What's the problem? What's fun about just being out? Talking late into the night and then sleeping together is one of the best parts of a trip. Really? Yeah, Yuki would think so too. It does seem a bit impersonal. See, even Yuki thinks so. That Yuki. Whether Yuki clenched her fists or not, Dayan spilled the pillow she had been holding in her arms. Why do you think they make you sleep in the same room on school trips? It's to build camaraderie and make memories. Huh? I slept in my own room though. Huh? Really? I did share a room with someone, but like you said, we didn't all sleep together. After hanging out, we'd just go back to our own rooms when it was time to sleep. I've heard that kids today are more individualistic, but hearing it like this makes it really hit home. You're the same age as me, but you're speaking like an old person. Anyway, bang! Dayan hit the pillow hard with her hand. Kanya, do you know what I regret the most about my time in the hospital? It's that I didn't get to have a normal school life, like the others. And especially, I regret not going on a school trip. By the time I started high school, my health got better, so I was able to keep up with school, but what I really regretted was not going on that school trip when I was in middle school. Dayan spoke. When you were the right age to be out playing with your friends, you were out fighting on the battlefield and didn't have any real memories. That's why I wanted to make some memories for you, even if it's just this. Of course, I know it's not enough. Going out to fight on the battlefield is a kind of memory too, right? Just be quiet. Yuki, who hadn't caught the mood, got hit with Dayan's sharp glare and sank down. I, who had been watching silently, finally spoke up after a long silence. So, what's your true intention? I've become someone who can't sleep without Kanya by my side, so you have to take responsibility, Kanya. What do you mean by, I'm not listening. Dayan covered her ears and spun around. Not like a kid, what is this? Watching in confusion, Dayan now lay on the bed and started squirming. Ugh, I didn't actually have a problem with sleeping together. Since we started living at Dayan's house, we'd always slept on the same bed, so there was no way I would suddenly be opposed to it now. In other words, what Dayan was doing right now was just unnecessary. I had simply said I didn't understand, but I never expected she would hit the accelerator and take it so far. I get it, so stop rolling around. You're making dust fly everywhere. I waved my hand and scattered whatever bits of dust or fibers had risen from the motion. Are you going to sleep together or not? Don't you think it's a bit late to ask that now? Hehe. You're right. With that foolish laughter, the commotion finally ended. We both lay down next to each other on the bedding. If you were an adult, we could have had a drink together. Dayan, lying sideways, said. Do you like drinking? Yuki, also lying sideways, asked Dayan. I don't particularly love it, but you know, there's a certain mood to it. When you're out having fun, it's nice to have a drink together. I think I understand what you mean. Then, we can go out again after Kanya turns 20. I don't like that idea. Why? Kanya as an adult. It's hard to imagine. The Kanya I know is this cute little thing. Even as an adult, you might still be cute. Well, I suppose so. What a curse you're casting. Listening to the back and forth, I opened my eyes and glared sharply from beneath the blankets. Do you know I'm listening to you? But saying something about someone who isn't here is a bad thing, right? Of course, what we said wasn't gossip, but a compliment. Don't start spouting the truth now. And to me, it was gossip. Huh? You're making that confused face again. I turned away from Dayan, who still had no idea what was going on. Ignoring her disappointed voice, I faced Yuki, who was now staring blankly at me. Seeing that face, I couldn't help but complain. Why do I have to sleep in the middle? Well, Kanya is the center, the mascot, the emotional pillar of our group. I fled under the blankets to avoid the endless barrage of words. Getting tangled in useless nonsense would defeat the purpose of trying to sleep early. Now that I was under the covers, Dayan's meaningless ramblings gradually turned into a lullaby that was just about bearable. We had to wake up early tomorrow for hiking, and yet she was making all this noise. Instead of clicking my tongue, I curled up tightly. I should have brought it. Then, with a bit of regret, I flexed and relaxed my hand a couple of times. I didn't bring the pillow I always hug when I sleep at home. It felt a bit empty. If I'd brought it, Dayan would have probably teased me saying, Kanya is such a kid, and so I had left it behind. If I went back to that moment, I would have made the same decision, but still, a bit of regret lingered. Feeling that regret, I tightly hugged the blanket around me, and slowly, my eyes began to close. I could have shaken off the sleepy feeling by opening the door, but I didn't want to do that. Instead, I opened the door and happily welcomed the sleep that had come for me. Cool. The sound of breathing coming from the bulging bundle of blankets made Dayan and Yuki stop their conversation. Well, she's asleep. I noticed she was quiet earlier. She must have fallen asleep inside the blanket. Fearing that Kanya might wake up from hearing their voices, the two lowered their voices and whispered to each other. Isn't it suffocating sleeping like this? Yuki, looking at the blanket bundle, expressed the same sentiment Dayan had once shared. Kanya says it's comfortable. She feels secure. Like a cat in a box. Right? That's why I call her Canon Yang. Perhaps, the reason Kanya liked burrowing into the blankets was due to memories from childhood. Having grown up in an environment where she was abused by her parents and had no one to trust, maybe it was instinctive for her to seek out a safe place, even if it felt a bit stifling. She met someone she could eventually call dad, but not all those memories would fade away. Dayan, thinking that the hypothesis she'd made had a good chance of being right, didn't vocalize it. Instead, she gently patted the blanket where Kanya was nestled, doing so softly and carefully, making sure not to wake her. I thought I was dreaming at first. At first? Oh, when we first met Kanya at my house. That could have been it. I thought so too. In truth, I almost grabbed God by the collar and shook him. Dayan laughed awkwardly, hiding the rest of her thoughts. And even now, sometimes, I can't believe it. You sure say that, but there's honey dripping from your eyes. Hehe, I'll take that as a compliment. Saying that, Dayan accepted Yuki's words with a happy smile. Throughout her childhood, adolescence, and part of her youth, Dayan had fought against illness, and she was more accustomed to being cared for than taking care of others. Even when living with Kanya, there were times when doubts would creep into her mind. Am I really doing this right? Kanya wasn't the type to express her feelings easily, though, if you paid close attention, you could read the emotions and thoughts that were hidden beneath her calm surface. And Dayan knew they were quite varied. However, Kanya wouldn't easily open up about them, so Dayan couldn't help but doubt herself. Perhaps she was being too bothersome. Maybe Kanya didn't open up because she didn't trust her enough to. Dayan wanted to show her affection, but maybe it was a little too much. That's probably not something you need to worry about. Yuki, who had been listening to Dayan's quiet thoughts, spoke. If Kanya didn't like it, she'd have told you. She's not the type to keep that kind of thing to herself. Still, well, I do think you can be a bit annoying, but even while complaining, she's still playing along. That's because Kanya is kind. Kind? Yuki barely managed to swallow the words that rose to her throat. If you really want to think that way, then think about this. Kanya plays around with you sometimes, but she almost never does that with me. She didn't do it at all, really, but what little she did was more like light teasing. That's because she feels comfortable with you. I guess so. Dayan mulled over Yuki's words. It was something she told herself to comfort her, but hearing it from someone else made it a little more reassuring. After a while of thinking, she smiled softly. I hope so. Stop thinking about useless things. Why don't you focus on becoming stronger instead? Ah, that's a bit. And with that, Dayan firmly cut off Yuki's attempt to motivate her. After that, Dayan and Yuki continued their conversation. Little everyday stories, stories about broadcasts, experiences, etc. Contrary to the image of Yuki being all about battle, she was surprisingly a good conversation partner. As Dayan had said to Kanya, the two girls, who were the same age, talked softly and fell asleep, just as the first light of dawn began to break. I wasn't looking in the mirror, but I could tell what expression I had. It was probably one of disbelief. What time did we even go to bed? Ugh, ugh. I sighed as I looked at Dayan and Yuki, who were sluggishly moving like zombies, barely awake. Somehow, I had a feeling they hadn't slept at all and had just been chatting away. How were we supposed to climb the mountain in this state? Sigh. Honestly, I wasn't sure who was calling who a kid. Underscore 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 underscore. 10 years ago, or even just 5 years ago, I could have stayed up all night without any problem. Time is so cruel. So cruel. Muttering that, Dayan had dark circles under her eyes. It's amazing how dark circles can appear that quickly. Seeing her in such a state, I found myself asking her without thinking. Are you sure you're okay? Connie is worried about me. This is really precious, isn't it? Stop talking nonsense. If you're really tired, just sleep some more. No, it's not that. Dayan shook her head. I'm not that tired. That's completely unconvincing. You know that, right? Is it really that obvious? It really is. Dayan, unable to believe what I said, touched her face before rushing off to the bathroom. After a while, the loud noise from inside the bathroom calmed down. Soon, Dayan walked out with a dazed look on her face. It really was that bad. I told you. Did she not believe me? I unconsciously pouted at the thought. I didn't not believe you. But you didn't believe me. It's not like that. What do you mean by not like that? What are you two doing? Yuki, who had been yawning widely, glanced at us with a confused look. Ignoring her, Dayan and I kept arguing. You looked a little tired, but I thought you were exaggerating. Then you didn't believe me, right? I didn't think I was being a bad adult by not believing you. I thought maybe you were just joking around. Ugh, if it wasn't for what I heard earlier this morning. Earlier this morning. Ahem, forget it. Her reaction seemed suspicious. Did they talk badly about me while I was sleeping? I didn't want to believe they would do something like that, but seeing how quickly Dayan denied it made me want to probe further. Alright, like I said, my appearance isn't exactly flattering. So, is the story over now? I didn't say it like that. Ugh, anyway, you were right, I was wrong. That's all that matters, right? Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong again. No, that's not it. Yeah, I started to wonder if I had eaten something strange at dinner last night. At this point, I felt like questioning was the least I could do. But despite that, I hesitated and took a step back, under pressure from Dayan's intensity. What else could I do? With veins showing in her eyes, dark circles hanging beneath them, and her face pale like someone sick, How could I possibly not run away when she was approaching me with wide, crazy eyes? Of course, if I had a sword and could swing it, I wouldn't have been scared. Do you know what you need to live? Sunlight? Water? Carbs? No. Muttering like a mad woman, Diane rushed to the kitchen. She opened the fridge and, what modern humans need is caffeine? Oh, caffeine? My life, my soul, my blood. She shouted as she pulled out the coffee that had been resting in the fridge. Shouldn't she go to the hospital instead of hiking up Halazin or something? I think so too. Yuki, who had been silently watching Diane's behavior, murmured quietly. Yuki's worldview was very different from the typical Korean mindset, but she knew she was different from others. Though this was just my guess, I didn't think it was far off, given that she only acted within the rules set out for her. The method Yuki used to deal with stalkers wasn't really breaking the rules either, was it? If I had to analyze it. Socialized beast. Yeah, that seemed right. Quite ferocious, but knowing when to show her teeth, so she wasn't much of a threat. But Diane was different. I knew she wasn't serious, but seeing her act like this once in a while made me wonder, was I wrong all along? Gulp, gulp. AHH. As Diane downed the whole bottle of coffee, she threw it down with a satisfying gesture. Anyone who saw that would think it was alcohol, not coffee, by how dramatically she drank it. Shin Diane, fully resurrected. That's impossible. Without thinking, I reflexively made a snarky remark. How could drinking one coffee, even if it was right after drinking it, suddenly make her feel better? Why do you think it's impossible? Why? Aha, Konya, you haven't tried coffee yet, right? So you wouldn't know. Aha. Diane's eyes curved into a mischievous shape. You know, these days coffee works so well. It's basic to wake up immediately after drinking it, and if you drink more than 2 cups, you won't need sleep for the day. Stop lying. Really though, you always say you're tired after drinking coffee. I remembered clearly that she used to complain about being tired after drinking coffee. However, Diane didn't flinch despite my skeptical look. That's because I diluted it. If you drink it straight, it's so strong that I can't sleep properly. Stop lying. Really though? Wait, didn't we just say the same thing earlier? I couldn't shake the feeling she was messing with me. Even though I thought that, Diane's bold attitude made me think, could it be true? Science and medicine on Earth are certainly better than in Silya, aren't they? We've invented all sorts of medicines, and even some things that are borderline torturous tools, so surely there's an effective fatigue reliever out there. When I thought this far, Diane's face, which had looked like she was on the verge of dying earlier, now seemed more like a normal person. Thud. What's this? Suddenly, Yuki's hand appeared on top of my head. I glared at her, and Yuki, surprisingly, pulled her hand away without resistance. Don't be fooled. It's obvious that's a lie. Huh. Well, the products she mentioned do exist, but the kind of effect she's describing is only in stimulants or high caffeine products. The kind of cheap coffee you buy at a convenience store definitely wouldn't have that effect. Liar? Konya, you're not believing her, right? Why are you so silent? Choose, Yuki or me. If I had to choose. I lifted my foot and took a step toward Yuki. Of course, Yuki. No way. Thud. Diane collapsed like a doll with its string cut. We've spent so much time together, how could you do this to me? Who tried to fool me first? You can't prove that Yuki's words are true, can you? Isn't that basically admitting that what you said was a lie? Diane fell silent, her eyes spinning. I, as if I had turned into a mute, spoke casually to her. Think carefully. What do you mean? If I find out later that what Diane said was a lie, find out. I won't sleep with Diane anymore. I shuddered, my body shaking. I never imagined I would say such things. It's honestly embarrassing, but there was a reason I said it. Diane stood frozen, mouth agape, as if in shock. She was the perfect example of someone who'd just been hit with a huge shock. If I could shock her with my brief embarrassment, that would be enough. Is she dead? Yuki placed her hand on Diane's shoulder and shook her back and forth. Diane, who had been frozen like a stone statue, finally came back to life. I'm sorry, I won't lie to Konya again. Please take back what I just said. I won't lie again, I'll eat vegetables too. Please, you know someone who has felt warmth can't live without it. Soft and warm Konya. I can't lose you. What's with that last part? Did you understand that? When you live with Diane, you get used to this kind of thing. Must be tough. Once again, a hand slowly rose above my head. But this time, I didn't brush it away. As Yuki had said, it really was tough living with Diane, so I figured I could accept this small comfort. That spot should have been mine. Ugh. Diane glared at us with envy, chewing on a handkerchief. Where did she even pull that handkerchief from? Most of Diane's words I treated as nonsense, but I couldn't deny that she was thoroughly prepared. Even though I still couldn't understand why she went that far. Are you really okay with not sleeping? It's fine, it's fine. I'll just nap on the way. That's what the self-driving feature is for. It's such a great feature, it didn't exist before. It's such a shame. Right. What? It didn't seem like just the driving was the problem. I was doubtful if I could even hike the mountain with all this exhaustion. But since Diane said it was fine, I nodded reluctantly. All right, then let's go. Diane exclaimed energetically. Of course, no answer followed. Underscore 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 underscore. Ugh. Ha. You fH. Slow down. Ha. If we go slowly, won't. Ugh. Really. Unbelievable. Sighing at her words, I stopped walking, and Yuki, who had been walking beside me, also came to a halt. She turned her head and said, "Lack of exercise." Hui. A zombie-like figure was staggering toward us along the path we had just walked. Screech. Oh, it's a person. I thought it was a monster. A hiker coming from the opposite direction stopped dead when he saw Dayan, surprised, then let out a sigh of relief. Looking as if he'd seen a ghost, he passed us, casting quick glances back at Dayan until he turned the corner and disappeared from view. He was probably wondering if Dayan was really a zombie. How startled must he have been to react like that? Here. Meanwhile, Dayan had caught up with us. I handed her my water bottle, and she silently took it. There was no thank you, but I wasn't upset by it. I'm not someone who would expect that from someone who had almost died and narrowly survived. Drink slowly. You could choke like that. If it were usual, Dayan would have said something like, "Kanya, you're so kind." Or "This is so touching." But instead, she was gulping down the water without a word. It's surprising that she wasn't choking while drinking that fast. Dayan emptied half the bottle in an instant. Now, I feel like I can breathe. She wiped her mouth and spoke. It's not that I'm out of shape. You guys are just walking too fast. Didn't you see how the people earlier were shocked? Then I guess those people are out of shape too. Yucky, the world isn't as simple as you think. Have you ever considered that maybe you're the one over-exercising, not the rest of us? Nope, I haven't. I thought so. Yucky. Always the same. Dayan, shaking her head with a little chuckle, returned the water bottle to me. You drank well. Thanks. Yeah, but didn't I drink too much? What if I get thirsty later? You won't die just from being thirsty. When you say that, it doesn't sound like a joke. I tilted my head. Don't give me that I was serious look. I was serious. I didn't mean for you to actually say it. But I was serious. Even if I went without food or water for a few days, I wouldn't be weak enough to die from it. That's not weakness, that's just normal. Dayan sighed deeply, wearing an exasperated expression. Both you and Yucky, why is it that there are no normal people around me? I think you know the answer to that. Not at all. With her elongated tone, it seemed like Dayan understood what I meant. But she pretended not to, looking around as if she didn't get it. And out of all of us, the most unusual person was clearly Dayan herself. I guess people really can't see themselves objectively. But even though I thought that, the words I said were something different. So, do you dislike it? Being surrounded by us. Suddenly. Startled by my sudden question, Dayan flailed her arms. How could I dislike it? You're so cute like this. Does that mean you would dislike it if I weren't cute? Are you playing with me again? If you play, you should face the consequences? Dayan's lips curled into a mischievous grin. At the same time, my body was lifted. The person who had been near death just moments ago felt like someone else. Without any warning, Dayan picked me up and swayed me helplessly. If you run out of energy and fall behind, I'm really going to leave you behind this time. What are you talking about? If I hold Kanya, I get recharged. I'm not going to use up any energy. You say some strange things sometimes, Kanya. It's not strange, it's Dayan's head that's strange. No, listen carefully. I don't really want to. I'm sure it's going to be something ridiculous. But Dayan didn't care about my disinterest and started speaking. Well, you know, there's that saying. No matter how much you're scolded at work, how many insults you endure, when you come home and see the kids who welcome you, all the stress just melts away. It's the same with this. When you see something cute, it makes you forget your hardships. That's completely a different story. For me, it's the same story. Sigh. As always, the conversation ended with my resigned sigh. Arguing any further was pointless. If I did, Dayan would just come up with more nonsense. I turned my head and asked Yucky, who was walking beside us. How much further? Yucky looked at the sign nearby and replied, about 30 minutes. That's not as far as I thought. Yeah, I didn't know either. But with this pace, it's a good place for a walk to come to sometimes. But that's because we're going too fast. Most people can't make it this fast. Look. Dayan pulled out her phone and started searching for something. It looked like she was moving quickly with one arm holding me, but did she really need to go that far? I thought to myself. Average hiking time, 4 hours 30 minutes. See? But do you know how long it took us to get here? Do I need to know? Of course. I have to prove that I'm not out of shape. Was she really that upset about it? Dayan, bursting with frustration from deep within, spoke loudly. It only took 3 hours. 3 hours? From the trail entrance to here, it was only 3 hours. And if you count the stops, it took even less. Normally, they overestimate the time on those signs. If you follow a map app, you usually arrive earlier than expected. Even so, it doesn't get reduced by over an hour. We kept bickering. It was mostly Dayan getting worked up, though. Anyway, I had enough of their conversation and finally broke free. Ignoring Dayan's disappointed voice, I jumped up. Finally, feeling the ground beneath my feet, I took it in calmly and spoke. I think we've rested enough, let's go. Already? It hasn't even been 5 minutes. You said you were recharged. She couldn't deny what she had proudly bragged about earlier. Her mouth, which had been babbling happily, finally shut. If she had denied it, I was going to make more teasing remarks, but somehow she must have instinctively realized that and stayed quiet. With her shoulders drooping, Dayan walked behind us, looking like a cow being led to slaughter. She had the biggest puppy eyes, filled with tears. Can't you at least hold my hand? Dayan, are you a kid? Humph. Then why did you want to hike if you're going to complain this much? I didn't expect it to be this much of a forced march. The price for not reading the client's preferences properly is too heavy. Making a half-crying sound, Dayan followed behind me, and we resumed our hike. It was a weekday, and it was still early enough that I thought there wouldn't be many people. But surprisingly, there were quite a few people on the same path as us. Some looked like families, while others seemed to be in groups. Although there was no unity among the groups, there was one thing they all had in common. Hello, are you here with a friend? Hello? Yeah, I'm here with my friend. It's nice to see. Is that your younger sibling? They look so young, coming to a place like this with their older sibling. It's really admirable. My kids can't stop fighting whenever they see each other. Hehe. My younger sibling is quite impressive. As we passed by, we greeted some people with eye contact or exchanged pleasantries. Whether it was just a simple greeting or a conversation with it was the same. It's not something you have to do, but what's the harm? It doesn't cost anything, and if a small greeting makes someone happy, it's not a bad thing, right? I see. Though I didn't think I would do it, I could understand the meaning behind it. In short, it was a make the best of it kind of situation. It's a bit different, but whatever. Dayan quickly wiped the awkward expression from her face. We didn't stop and kept moving forward after passing a lady who was resting for a bit. Dayan's breath had been shallow for a while, and even Yuki, though she didn't show it, had tiny beads of sweat forming on the back of her neck. I, of course, was fine. If I set my mind to it, I could easily climb this mountain in no time. But, it was good to know the end was in sight. Suddenly, Dayan's pace quickened. She, who had been lagging behind us all this time, now sprinted ahead, passing us. Yuki, not wanting to lose to her, ran after Dayan's back. Finally, the artificial stairs ended, and a wide sky opened up before us. I had been worried about the weather when we first started, but the blue sky welcomed us, as if to say my worries were unnecessary. Below, a lake gleamed green, perfectly mirroring the sky. It looked like the sky had extended down to the earth. As we approached the lake, we stopped, blocked by a pillar. When you think of Jeju, you think of Halazen. When you think of Halazen, you think of Bengnokdam, but surprisingly, it's hard to see this view. Dayan, noticing my approach, spoke up, but her gaze remained fixed on the lake. The fog often rolls in, and even when the water collects, it quickly drains away. So, they say you need good luck to see this view. After speaking, Dayan finally turned her head. Her brown-tinged eyes narrowed slightly. In that sense, we were really lucky. How about it? Wasn't it worth coming? Though her voice didn't reach me, her eyes clearly said that to me. Yeah. I returned the smile on her face, placing one on mine as well. And, without taking my eyes off Dayan's face, I responded. It's beautiful. Underscore 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 underscore. Kanya, the meat's all cooked. Oh my. What? Why? Dayan, holding the tongs, chuckled. Her gaze, directed slightly downward, landed on the phone I was holding. You've been staring at your phone this whole time. Do you like it that much? Not really? Then you should come here more often, just for Kanya. I told you, it's not like that. Was she telling me to stop looking at my phone and eat? Of course, I knew Dayan wasn't saying it with that intention, but I moved my hand to put the phone away. But before I do, just one more quick look. The sky, the lake, and the three people standing between them. The woman in black, beaming with a bright smile, and the silver-haired woman, who was pretending not to notice and looking away. In between them, the girl with pink hair and eyes, forming a peace sign with her fingers. From their expressions to their actions, the three of them, with their diverse hair colors, each displayed their unique personalities, but that was exactly what made the emotions captured in the photo even clearer. When Dayan asked me to take a picture, I hesitated for a moment. Maybe taking pictures like this isn't so bad. As time passes, memories blur, but when you look at photos, you can relieve the emotions of that day. When I took off my hoodie and sunglasses impulsively at the time, it seemed like a good choice in hindsight. What a lie. You changed your wallpaper to that photo. Dayan told me to. Isn't it boring using just the default wallpaper? I'll give you a photo of me if you want to use it as your wallpaper. Haha, did you just imitate me? So cute, do it again? Please. No, I'm not doing it. And it's not an imitation, it's a reenactment. It was cute though, such a shame. Dayan clicked her tongue playfully. But that was said a while ago, and you didn't listen until now. Doesn't that mean I was right? I didn't say it just once, you know. Did you know all this time? Well, I wanted you to use my picture as your wallpaper. Just like I put yours as my wallpaper. The meat's burning. Hurry up and eat. That can't happen. Dayan quickly fiddled with the tongs in response to Yuki's words, who had been watching from a little distance. Thankfully, the magic of turning the meat into charcoal didn't happen. It had darkened a bit, but I could think of it as just adding a little smoky flavor, right? I picked up a piece of meat sizzling on the grill and ate it. Do you know what smoky flavor means? You're clever. I teased Dayan, who was trying to mock me, and punished her a little. When the meat on the grill had all but disappeared, Dayan moved to put more meat on, but I snatched the tongs from her. I'll grill it. You want to do that? Dayan handed over the tongs, looking a little confused for a second, before giving me a warm smile. You're doing it because you're worried I can't eat it, aren't you? How thoughtful. She wasn't exactly wrong, but every time Dayan said something like that, I couldn't help but feel the urge to deny it. And that older sister business. Just this morning, she wasn't saying this, but after meeting that hiker lady near the top of the mountain, now older sister followed every sentence. By the way, Kanya, do you know how to grill meat? It looks easy, but it requires a pretty high-level skill. This is quite expensive meat, so if you burn it, it'll be painful. What are you talking about? I responded nonchalantly while placing the meat on the grill. I'm sure I can grill it better than Dayan. This, isn't that, you should call her older sister, not just Dayan? Yucky, tell her something. Do you want a duel if I say something? Just eat the meat. She wouldn't be satisfied with a duel anyway. Yucky ignored Dayan's complaints and focused on eating the meat aggressively. What? I know Kanya can cook to some extent. I've eaten a lot from that world. But that was then, and this is now. Maybe you've lost your touch after not cooking for a few months. It's not that I've lost my touch. And it's because you told me not to cook. When I tried to offer help, you said it was fine. I couldn't help it. I promised that I wouldn't let a drop of water touch your hands. With whom? With myself. I stopped grilling the meat and stared at her, dumbfounded. You're telling me not to wash my hands. It's not that, it's just a metaphor for never letting you suffer. Even if a man comes along later who wants to take you away, I won't let you go unless he promises first. Who said that? As your guardian, I have the right to do so. What an unnecessary worry. Am I really going to get married and start a family? A man with honey-dripping eyes slowly approached. He came closer with a different stride than mine, and only when we were close enough to feel each other's breath did he stop. Then, with his well-defined arms, he embraced me. Ugh. And at that moment, there was a burst of static, and the scene cut off. The cause? A lack of imagination on the director's part. Or perhaps just rejection. Shaking my head, I cleared the remnants from my mind and firmly stated, it's never going to happen. Well, none of us, including me, Yucky, and Kanya, expected that we'd be grilling meat together like this. Kanya is still young, so there's plenty of time for your thoughts to change. I guess. It wasn't like I was that young when you add in my past lives. Most of those memories had faded, and even the remaining ones had dimmed, but it wasn't like they were entirely gone. Uncertain how to respond, I just shrugged it off. Or maybe this is what you meant. I'll never marry, I'll live with my older sister forever. Did you just imitate me? Hehe. It's not an imitation, it's a reenactment. When did I say that? Just now. You thought it in your head. Sigh. Sighing deeply, Dayan held up a leaf of lettuce. She placed some rice, meat, and samjang on it, then added garlic 1, 2, 3, 4. Just as she was about to add the 5th clove, I noticed Dayan looking at me with a strange expression. When I blinked, she blinked in return. What's up? Just, something curious. What's curious? Kanya rappingism. I tilted my head and blinked again. Somehow, it feels like I'm getting national pride vibes. National pride. Oh, I think I get it. Yucky, who had been silent up until then, suddenly chimed in. Kanya doesn't really look like a Korean. You're not entirely Western, but I'd say you lean closer to that side in appearance, said Yucky, who's of mixed Korean and Japanese descent. Yeah, that's it. Dayan clapped her hands in realization. It felt like watching a foreigner in Korea making some. If this was on a broadcast, they'd probably be drooling. I've never lost my mind over some. But is that how people see me? I looked down at the some for a moment, then added another piece of garlic onto it, thinking it might be too much. Kanya, don't you hate vegetables? I do. Then why make a some? Now that you mention it. When Yucky raised the question, Dayan hesitated and closed her mouth. I added one more garlic clove. No, two. It turned out to be much more than I had planned, so I was glad I grabbed a large lettuce leaf. If I hadn't, I would have had to double it up. I rolled the lettuce into a tight bundle and held it out to Dayan. Here. All this talk about marriage and relationships. Forget that, just eat. That was the intent behind my actions. However, Dayan didn't immediately take the some. She just stared at it. Aren't you going to eat? When I tilted my head, Dayan finally shook herself out of her daze and shuddered. Huh. I'm so touched. I never thought Kanya would make some for me. Yeah. My arm hurts, so hurry up and eat. I dismissed her ongoing older sister rant and pretended to be a little dramatic about it. If you don't eat it, I'll give it to Yucky. No, that's not okay. She devoured the some I had made, despite how large it was compared to my hand. Her cheeks puffed up, but she moved her mouth energetically, so I guess she was somehow chewing. If it were me, I'd have to bite into it since it wouldn't all fit in one go. You bit into it? How cruel. What else was I supposed to do? It wouldn't fit otherwise. Kanya really is a foreigner. Yucky, hearing my words, showed a rare expression of shock. As we talked, Dayan swallowed the food and stuck out her tongue in a mock gesture. Too much garlic. I shrugged. Koreans love garlic. I wasn't upset. Underscore 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 underscore. Yuki's mornings are early. Except for the rare occasions when she stays up late chatting or playing games into the early hours, she always wakes up early to start her day. Gulp. The first thing Yuki does after waking up is drink water. As usual, she chooses lukewarm water over the cold water kept in the fridge, and after quenching her thirst, she exhaled deeply. The two people lying beside her were still far from returning from the dream world. Hehe. Ugh. At that moment, Dayan shifted her body and then pulled the sleeping girl beside her into an embrace. Suddenly held in Dayan's arms, Kana frowned and groaned in frustration, but her pleas fell on deaf ears as Dayan, still lost in dreamland, couldn't hear her. For a moment, Kana grumbled in dissatisfaction, but her face soon returned to calm. It seemed that, despite the slight discomfort of being trapped in Dayan's arms, Kana, who usually liked burrowing under the covers to sleep, actually found it surprisingly comforting. Yuki, watching the scene silently, finished changing clothes and left the pension. This was another one of Yuki's usual morning routines. She either ran along the walking trail, did some light stretching, or sometimes both. This time, she chose the second option. Yuki stretched her long body and warmed up. Thunk. Just as she was stretching, an unwelcome guest approached. As Yuki moved her body, something brushed against her head, causing her to look up. Pat. As if that was a signal, raindrops started to fall heavily. Ugh. I haven't even finished yet. Since I'll be showering anyway, should I just get drenched and keep going? Yuki shook her head. Drip drip drip. The intensity of the rain increased dramatically. Now, the rain wasn't just falling like drops, but pouring down in sheets, hitting Yuki's head. The clothes Yuki was wearing quickly became soaked, sticking to her body, and she shut her eyes, feeling the discomfort of the wetness. It was clear just a moment ago. It doesn't seem like this rain will stop anytime soon. Dayan said. I had wondered why she was staring out the window for so long, but I now understood she was contemplating this. How do you know? Huh? It just feels like that? Ah, I see. Ignoring the silly conversation next to me, I turned my gaze outside the window. Indeed, judging by the intensity of the rain, it didn't seem like a quick passing shower. The sky was dark, and even though it hadn't been a few hours since the sun rose, the view outside was shrouded in darkness, as if it were night. Kanya. Thud. Just as I was leaning against the window, feeling the weight of something press against my back. I didn't fall forward, but I felt a slight shake, as if someone had carefully controlled their strength before pressing against me. From behind, a pair of white arms reached out. Naturally, they weren't my arms. Hehehe. Soon after, a light weight was placed on my head. Get off. Hehe. Kanya's smell is always so sweet. We use the same shampoo, but why does it smell different from me? It's so strange. She was continuing to poke fun at me, but I wasn't having it. What the hell was she doing, burying her face in my hair? I'm going to shower. Huh? No, I'm not saying it smells bad, it really smells sweet. Ah, you thought I meant odor? Well, I'll call it fragrance instead. It's not about the word choice. Sniff sniff. Trying it as a test, I gently brought a lock of hair from my collarbone up to my nose, but it really didn't have any noticeable scent. If I had to point something out, it was just faintly the scent of shampoo, but it wasn't strong enough to notice unless I focused on it with my eyes closed. I tilted my head. Asterisk and almost lost my balance due to the weight on my head. It doesn't smell. I was a fool for believing Dayan's words. What? What? You actually smelled it because I said it smelled sweet? Kanya really likes sweet things, huh? The premise is wrong. The conclusion is wrong, too. That's not possible. The fact that Kanya likes sweet things is an absolute truth. Don't use absolute truth in situations like this. Then does that mean you don't have to eat chocolate anymore? I'm joking. But what I said earlier wasn't a joke. She was talking about the fragrance. With a playful tone, her breath, brushing past my hair, descended onto my neck. Thinking back to when we were in Sylvia, it seemed like it was the same scent. So it's not the shampoo, but your unique scent. After all, if it was shampoo, it wouldn't smell the same on your body. Dayan. Sniff sniff. You're really creepy. Is there any better word for someone who buries their nose in another person's body and starts commenting on it? Dayan swallowed audibly. Anyone else might have thought I shocked her with my words, but I knew. Dayan wasn't the type of person to be affected by that. To think I'm getting rewarded for this in the morning. What a lucky day. Of course. I couldn't understand why she liked this so much. But if I voiced it, Dayan would just ramp up her behavior. I know she's just messing around, but sometimes, I can't help but wonder, is she being serious? Sniff. Just as I was contemplating Dayan's intentions, another breath brushed against my shoulder. What are you doing? I turned to find Yuki's face inching closer. Without skipping a beat, Yuki looked up from her phone. It's true. What's true? You really smell sweet. Now you're saying it too. Had Dayan's nature somehow infected Yuki, or had it been the other way around? It felt like a question too difficult to solve, so I gave up trying to figure it out. How can you have this kind of smell? It's so strange. Yeah, I agree. It smells amazing, doesn't it? Right. I think you guys are amazing. The two of them went on about fragrances and body smells. I pushed through their nonsense. Connie is running away. You were calm until Yuki came over. This is all Yuki's fault. Isn't the cause something you started? It's your fault. No, it's both of you. After breaking free from them, I dove into the bed that hadn't been made yet. Dayan looked at me with an expression full of longing, but when I glared at her, she averted her eyes sheepishly. By the way, with this rain, it looks like the sightseeing plans are off. It'll be tough to eat out, too. Good thing we bought food in advance. Do you think it might stop later? I hope so, Dayan muttered, her gaze still fixed on the window. As I said earlier, I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. Well, if it stops later, we can go out then. For now, let's just relax. But it's kind of strange. The weather forecast didn't mention rain. Weather forecasts are wrong sometimes. Wow, deep mistrust there. It's true. Well, that just means forecasting is difficult. Dayan lightly shrugged in response to Yuki's words. Anyway, I hope it clears up. We have to leave tomorrow, and it's a shame to be stuck in the pension the whole time. However, contrary to Dayan's wish, the knocking on the window continued through the night without stopping. Still. I nodded while sitting on the chair by the window, watching the outside. It's really endlessly pouring. I thought it wouldn't stop quickly, but I didn't expect it to last through the whole day. The intensity hasn't even decreased. The weathercaster seemed confused. They didn't predict this much rain. Forget about predicting the amount, they didn't even predict the rain at all. Dayan sighed. She then turned to me. It's clear now. Kanya has to step up. Huh. Kanya, with your sword, cut through the storm clouds. And so, swish swish, then the rain will stop. She made an awkward gesture as if trying to act out the storm-clearing move. Is this some sort of ritual to make the rain stop? That was obviously not a great display of cutting through clouds with a sword. Yeah, that wasn't obvious at all. Right. Sigh. Even though I'd tried to soften the words, Dayan didn't seem to notice. She pouted her lips in response to my lack of appreciation. As I knew she wasn't genuinely upset, I ignored her and continued to mumble. Will you do it? Can you do it? I asked because I thought you could. I was just saying it. Who thought anyone could cut through storm clouds? I think Kanya could do it. Wow, you're something else. Dayan patted my head with a grin. I think I could do it now, after thinking about it. Yeah, though I've never tried. I'm sure it'd make the news though, if it did happen. Something like what's the mysterious phenomenon that split the sky? That's true. If I were to use magic to split the storm clouds, people would definitely notice. Both Dayan and I knew this conversation wasn't serious, but we continued chatting because we had nothing else to do. Never thought the rain would last until the day we leave. It's a shame, but today's not the only day. We'll leave today, and come back on a sunny day later. As I was about to nod in agreement with Dayan's childish way of comforting, Yuki, who had been checking her phone, suddenly spoke. Wait. With a sudden, unwelcome bit of news, Dayan's face went blank.